Mai, ko te mauri tūtau mai, ko te mauri noho tau mai. Puritia no te ngā akotanga o te ao kiko o te ao wairua. Kia rongotia ngā kapu, kia rongotia ngā Māori, ka eke ki te aukara tawhiti. Haumi e hui e.
Tai ki e.
Kia ora whānau, hey, few technical difficulties there. Something got lost, but we found it, but we're on. And you are live at the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational Touch Tournament here at the best place in the country, Ngā Puna. This is the first game of the morning. It's the Steelers taking on the Gunners, and I'm joined by my very, very good tuakana, Morena Nacho.
Morena e te iwi, tahi ki te tahi I tēnei wā. So it's 1-1 here. Been a little bit of a ding-dong battle at the moment as the Steelers are looking to go into the corner. In that last plate, they're looking to go back there again, going to the outside. Winger comes in, and an easy check off to the winger. So, as I said, it's been a bit of to and fro early on while we were just getting things adjusted in our commentary box and with the stream. So, no mai hoki mai heka te rā tuarua o tēnei whakataitai o te Kaiawa Invitational. Kia ora.
Yeah, tikatau and our pay salary just went up again. We've just turned into technical advisors. I've got my electrician tech on board, and I'm also doing a little bit of off-field signing for the up-and-coming Nationals. Here we are now at Te Iwi. We are joined this one by the Gunners, coached by none other than Scotty Grant, local legend Reese.
Yeah, Scotty Grant, been in the game longer than Raika Hotu and his core as he founded this area. They call him the guru down here. Anything to do with touch, he's involved. So he's working alongside the likes of Mikey Davis and Benny Seebeck out there. So there's some stalwarts running around, but a great mix of young fellas as well. The Gunners, a lot of these players will be in the Canterbury under-18 side coming into the Nationals down here in a couple of weeks.
Oh, there it is. There it is. If you're playing against Canterbury, you might want to have a little check out this prop. But here we go. Our man Ra and then Shan Tomiri on the pick. Just goes through the hands. And they've done this well yesterday, sort of condition that shut defence. But that's a great defensive set from the young Gunners.
Yeah, tikatau. Steelers, with all their firepower, they'll just be easing their way into here. They're top of the table at the moment as Gunners look to work the ball down the field. There's Ben Seebeck there, number 5 in the traditional number. He'll look to maybe possibly have a play here, but Gunners here looking for the inside. Good defence there. It's a traditional defensive start from Steelers with the corner shutdown defence, but they've got the ability to man on and also tinker a wee bit. So classy side, as I said, top of their pool, and they'll be looking to roll through the morning, looking forward to a semi-final later on.
You said roll through. Is that a little bit like Rolliston where you live, where you just rolled from the southeast into town this morning there, Nacho?
Address is undisclosed. But yes, the beautiful Rolliston, and about to take over Fielding as the town of the year, I believe. So Fielding, beautiful place. About to have a new resident in the Birchfield whānau, so mihi atu ki a koe, bro.
Yeah, that's never going to happen. We've won 11 tidy towns, so you might get one, but you've got another 10 to go, and that's probably going to push you there to 60s. Here we are no te iwi kei kore māua ko taku tēnō hoa e whakapāhua nā tēnei kimu, tēnei pakanga nui, tēnei karapu, Gunners. A little bit of history background, because I know this club has been around for some time, Reese.
Yep, going all the way back to, from what I believe, the Young Guns era, which was Scotty and a few of the boys, Benny Seebeck and I believe from Young Guns, and then Canterbury went in their heyday. It kind of split off into the Fusion Club with a combination of two clubs, and then X-Club, and now you've got the young fellas, the Gunners. So I believe the likes of Mikey Davis and Benny Seebeck with all the experience are helping them on field. But as you can see, they can still run around, and Steelers here back to the touch, looking for the splitters crossover to Ash Robinson there, I believe. And like I said, you got Ash Robinson, touchback men's, Avion Jones, you got E4 Jones hanging around here at the near side link as they look to come back this way. Good defence again, good lifting defence from Gunners. And Hika, what you'll see as Steelers look to complete the set, what you'll see from the Gunners is sound defence. You're going to have to throw something different at them at the Gunners from the Steelers. So yeah, looking forward to this one.
Tēnā koe tapu hoa, and kei te anga whakamua te kapa Gunners. They're doing all these micro skills very, very clean, exiting on transition. They get the right target, get that outside middle, go through the hands. Yeah, this is great work. They really, and this is, I feel, probably a strength of Gunners, is to really stretch this very experienced Steelers team and just get them backpedaling through that orange with a nice pick on the back end.
Yeah, rock solid defence there from Steelers as they look to get the ball to their sub box as soon as they can, get some fresh legs on. They got great field position here. Avion Jones driving the ball towards the sub box, fresh subbers coming on. They'll look to strike off the last hit. Good combination of players here out of multiple clubs. Young Ryder Allen, local player, also out of the Rolleston High School, was a late call into the Steelers to help them out, and big shout out to the young fellow. It'll be a wee bit daunting.
Ka pai and kei a shan tōmuri te poro, kei te whakarite piro. Kei reira te Kaiawa Walsh, we've got Alicia, it must be amazing. She's actually calling this one with her daughter. So what a great combination to start the morning, and we've started this one on fire. Tawhiri Mason with a long out ball here, and that's that skill set. E4 Jones, great defence. And how awesome is it, Nacho, for these young gunners to be playing against the calibre of E4 Jones?
Oh, 100%, and they'll be loving it, and this is great preparation, regardless if teams as they go for the out ball there with the OZ, unfortunate there, skill set just a little low. It is early here this morning, there's a bit of a breeze out there, whānau, but these players here, they're top end players, they're internationals, there should be no excuses here, but yeah, awesome experience, and what a great way to set themselves up for the domestic nationals coming up.
Tika tau, and ko ngā tohu a tāwhiri mātea tēnei wā, we do have a light breeze. It is a little bit fresh, but however, we're definitely not complaining because the touch is very hot. And number 3 there, you'll see none other than Mikey Davis just standing at this right link, just going to come in and run some holes there. These young fellas just getting a nice little look on the back end, and he had a little bit of time, Ollie there.
Yeah, that's Ollie Wynan. Yep, Ollie Wynan.
Ollie on the ball.
Yeah, local lad out of Christchurch, but residing in, I believe, the Waikato, and proud descendant of two wharetoa. Awesome to see him at the MāORI Nationals as well. So a great blend of youth and experience in this Gunners side, and the Steelers managing to do the job. And just as I say that, they've turned the ball over, and Gunners will look to get Mike Davis on the ball here, Hika.
Ai tika tau. Yep, kei Gunners te poro. It'd be nice to see their sequence. They're definitely looking at a 3-3 combination. Great ball movement, little Geordie in there. Mikey gets the ball back, he'll run, come short side. Yes, and actually, I think they called a forward pass. However, Mikey would have dotted that down, and what a great play. Geordie off the left foot, and an even classier dive, Nacho.
Yeah, that's the kind of play that's the setup that Mikey Davis he'll be looking for. He'll be looking for a team to go man on defence and use his footwork. Even though he's slightly older, he's still got what it takes, Mikey D, as Steelers with Ash Robinson. Bartlett is looking to drive the ball forward. Star-started Steelers lineup. They're just in, I'm not going to say cruise mode at the moment, but they're definitely warming into their task here.
Yeah, I feel like the adjudicators really need to open up the game through the orange. I could just hear the senior ref Alicia calling players off from the sideline, and which is great because you want to keep these two teams apart so they can attack really nicely through the field. And as we go through, there's a nice just rucking up the field there with the young Gunners. It all gets in the lane, gets a runaway, this far side winger, and yeah, that was really against the runner play there, that intercept. Yeah, so there we go. Steelers, the opportunists, they actually get people up really, really high, get in the lane, and yeah, touchdown. So Steelers take a 3-1 lead over the Gunners.
Tino pai rawa atu tērā, opportunist try there, but that's just koe te kaunga e hika. The quality of the side, of the Steelers side is awesome, and Gunners will look to strike back with Panapa there, looking for the dive. Great touch, Ryder Allen.
Yeah, it's not easy sometimes, these games. Game 2, first one of the morning. Yesterday kicked off at 9. This morning it's 8:30, so it's probably a 6:30 breakfast, 7 o'clock at the road, so you're here early to prep. And I can just see the Steelers warming into it as they come through the field. Yeah, they've opened the field up. It's great work from the adjudicators. Yes, nice big sevens. Tawhiri Mason coming through the field. Here comes the fresh legs. E4 checks off to Ashton. Ashton checks off to Sinclair. Bit of a Waikato combination. Yeah, just free. Oh, yes. Coming through E4, that little gank. Nice late cut. Oh, look at that. Nice left to right over the top. And, man, big kudos to these young Gunners. Really, really exciting. They've got a lot of second effort in them. and good communication.
Yeah, and you wouldn't expect anything less from a team coached by Scotty Grant and Benny Seabeck and Mikey Davis and that. And unfortunate there to see a mistake there. They're really good on the yards.
Yeah, Tikatau, E4 Jones. It's got the ball on the 7 where you don't want him. Out to Sinclair. With those nice sort of navy socks he's got on there this morning. But there we have it, Etiwi. Steelers, Gunners, first game of the morning. This is day 2 of the Kaiawa Invitational. It is finals days today, and Steelers are 3-1 over the Gunners. Now, Nacho, we're just going to talk a little bit offline as we see these images here. Could you just tell me about the local chat over the last few years about what this tournament has done and brought to Waitaha, Utautahi and Canterbury Touch?
Oh, massive initiative from, and you can probably only just say one person, Naser Silberry, and I think I mentioned it yesterday to the listeners, New Zealand Open men's captain for a very, very long time, fully committed to Touch New Zealand. He's represented New Zealand at a Masters grade as well, and post-earthquake we saw a huge decline in numbers of, in particular, people leaving the region but after the disaster, but also touch players in particular. So we lost our major competition. We lost our major competition in touch zone, so we only had to rely on club touch, and we just saw a huge decline in especially our top end players moving to Australia, and just very hard to get them back. And unfortunately for our men's open and mixed, in particular at the top end, we did see a decline in performance. And this competition here allows our players, especially our local players, to be involved. Every club in Christchurch that plays in the Premiership are here, and they got a good hitter, and all the rep players are having a top end run around. So huge mihi to Naser Silberry, me tōna whānau, me Ana Kai Tautoko, Trident Homes, Whakata Māori. It's huge to get the support, and from what I hear, in its 4th year, it's got a huge future, and I'm just excited to be a small part of it, Hika, and to get the likes of you and Tavuli, Guthrie Down, and we've got Kath as well on the mic, and our guest commentators with Nehe Milnaskara yesterday, and we've got a couple more lined up today. So yeah, huge from Naser Silberry.
Tēnā koe me au kōrero o te rata hitori. Me ngā kōrero pairau atu ko ngā hua o tēnei whakataitai. Ko ngā tohua tāwhiri māti tēnei wā. I'm thinking it's about 16, 17 degrees. Is that a southwest wind coming through there, Nacho?
I think 16 is generous. Late Jan, and I'm in a hoodie and a puffer vest. It's cold, bro, because no te tai rāwhiti, no paraurangi tēnei. Yeah, so it's cold, bro.
Ko te aronga kia tūngia, ia kai tākoro ki te whakatīnana I tōna ake pitomata. So, tērā whakatauki, one of Kaiawa, it's about creating opportunities to give players opportunities to display their true potential. And I think, katahi te kōrero, what a beautiful whakatauki that Nays sat down with a local reo MāORI exponent and basically translated exactly what he was thinking. And he's not just doing that for the players, the coaches, the managers, he's actually doing it for ourselves also as broadcasters to come along and put our 5 cents, or as they would say, into the commentary. So, ka nui ngā mihi ki te rangatira a Nays Utira me tēnei tino krapu o Waitaha ko Kaiawa. Hui anō e tiwi, hoki mai, this is the second half. And Steelers, they had a slow start yesterday morning. However, this morning they're looking like they've definitely probably talked about a few things overnight back at camp, and looking quite polished in these conditions.
Yeah, it is a tough breeze, and you can't see it out there, whānau, but just on that previous attacking phase from Gunners, young Grant looking for the crossover long ball, I would like to see the Gunners maybe construct and build into phase play against the Steelers, but Steelers on the attack, they're just warming into their second half here as the Gunners with Ben Seabeck drive the ball towards the sub-box. There's young Grant there, pushing the ball.
And I've just seen Mikey Davis come on the field, and he is looking keen. He's going to have a pick here, off the right, through. Oh yes, long ball to the winger. Oh, ball down. Might have drifted with the wind, but isn't he looking like a spring chicken?
A lot of energy this summer coming out of Mike Davis, and it's great to see, and he's looking forward to a big representative year.
And I see you're sort of rubbing those hands here with a big nacho grin.
Well, he's not in any of my teams, Hika, but he does wear red and black, so and I know he bleeds it, and at the moment, he's a world champion out there, which is awesome to see from the last World Cup.
I'll tell you what, just so you know, today, every bounty of Kaimoana that we put on, every bounty, it's going to come with some taro from Tiv today. Tiv is giving us some taro for every game. He's going to get a little, that's the show and go. That's laser silvery-like, the fake plant, almost powder-like, with our good brother Skinner. So there we go. Gunners open up the account in the second half.
Yeah, Nico Panapa there. Big prospect coming out of for rugby and league as well. But yeah, these boys love their touch, and at Christchurch Boys High School just left, so he's another sharp player. And yeah, he's brought the Gunners back into this 3-2 Steelers.
Yeah, Gentle Muri with our man Ryder, E4 Jones in that left flank, Tawhiri Mason at right, and we've got Trey, and we've got the intercept king on the far side. Here we go. Yeah, Ryder go there, E4 gets it. Well, yeah, I'll tell you what, they've watched this video, they've done a little bit of homework, a little bit of maikaing, as we would say. Oh, nice, and there we go through. But we just want to say, when we put out a bounty of Kai, 7th touch, whānau, 7th touch is kindly donated a big bag of taro, and that will be going on every game today. So big mihi to Tiv and his whānau for his contribution to the bounty of Kai Moana.
Nā mihi ki te whānau Guthrie for that, not only from Tiv, but that'll be you as well, the older brother. And I look forward to coming over to the Gold Coast and enjoying it. But look, the Gunners, I can just feel a little bit of a fight back here from the Gunners. They're attacking well. If they can defend the Steelers for a couple of sets and get them into the so-called grind, I think they might get Davis and Seebeck off the back of a couple here.
I see what you did there. You mentioned Tiv's name, and then you mentioned Tama's name and the word guns. So what's going on? Is it the gun show in the Gold Coast?
Well, Tama's not shy of wearing a singlet all the time, so it was awesome to catch up with you, brother. But hey, back to the touch, Hika. And the Gunners here looking to get in. Mike Davis, he's always dangerous. Young Scotty Grant's young lad there on the ball. Davis looking to create with the late cut, the little back flick again into the double. Ooh, unfortunate there. And Ladanian Davis, the younger, the son of Mike Davis, showing a bit of emotion in the sub box. I think they're up for this one, the Gunners.
Well, number 3 for the Gunners, he is, I'm not even going to say he's well back to the pot because he's a fitness machine, but that little goosey, that little jing-jing with the back flick, you know when someone is on is when they're doing the goosey back flick.
Yeah, and look, Mikey's the first person to acknowledge he's on field one.
Nice.
And the cameras are on, and I love it. I love it. Yeah, here come the Steelers now. E4 Jones long ball, beautiful pass with the tap in.
Yeah, man. Outstanding shoot from the hip, E4 Jones. So he stepped in, he says, I want a little bit of that. And up he steps. But, Gunners, those are the tries. If you're going to give anything away, it's those ones, out wide with a tap in. That's a lot of execution. I'm liking, there's a little bit of chat on the tap off. 4 and 8 there for the Gunners. And we will get their names, we'll get their numbers and names. But there's some nice chat, nice little sweep here. They get the other middle. So he's going to come back through the hands. Phase play. He's going to use his speed. Check off, man, they are full of energy.
Yeah, and you can see just in your in the front of the screen there, Scott Grant in his wet weathers, showing no emotion, but I can guarantee he'll be feeding good information in. Unfortunate for Gunners there not to be able to put a play on with that great field position, but Steelers are very tidy on their defence. And the thing that the Steelers with their experience will bring, Hika, as they work the ball towards the sub-box, is calm and composure. They'll just keep gaining field position, defending the orange zone, the middle of the field, as they come into attack with Tawhiri Mason. Back to E4 Jones, gets the short ball, and unfortunate for Tawhiri Mason, just put that one down.
Yep, the concreter, top man. And just back to, as you're talking of Scotty Grant, I really, really enjoy Scotty's coaching. He's not an over-coacher. He definitely lets the team breathe. He's not on them every set when they come on and off. And he's very calm, like his personality. That's how his coaching is. So, it'd be great to be in the sub box with the experience of Scotty. But here we are back live. We managed to get some good ball with good field position. Te kapa arino, no te ika MΑORI, and there's E4 Jones, Sinclair, covered on the field also. We've got we've got a few heavy hitters out there. Ashton Robertson sitting at left flank, and that's always dangerous. Sinclair, oh, that's a great lifting touch from our winger there, George Nebo.
Yeah,
Tavita Tuilo.
Yeah, Tikatira.
Apologies on that one. I've got the wrong number.
Yeah, just a couple of numbers that are just mixed up, but yeah, that's Tavita there. As the Gunners have got some field position now, as they work the ball down the field, looking for the outside. Ollie Winden, checking off. Played at, another set of 6 here, Hika.
Yeah, good stuff. And yeah, look, he wants to move the ball. He's trying to get them going. Was it Geordie? Yeah, nice little sweep. Oh yeah, Mikey. Yeah, just tantalising this defence. Yeah, that's a penalty. Little follow play. Through the hands again. They're going to have to. Oh, I think they might have got done for a forward pass. I really liked how they were moving that ball around, Nudge.
Yeah, they were looking for that follow with Mikey Davis, but sound defence by the Steelers. As once again they just take that first drive, coming off their line in the middle of the field. Third one will always go towards the sub box with E4 Jones, nice and composed, checking back in for the subbers coming on, allowing the middle strikes. Here comes the new set, checking off to the middle. Last play, looking to scoop to the outside, the step back, looking for a passive play, which is the deeper player sitting in the so-called pocket.
I think they disguised that quite well, as in it was quite a flat line, and they did, I wouldn't say overly isolated the winger, but they did create opportunity. Depth would have been the call. Great call from the New Zealand 30 men's coach, Nacha.
Yeah, it's just those little tweaks, and this is the beauty of a side like the Steelers. As they look to attack here, they'll be looking to go to the right, and then looking to attack back or crush back to the left-hand side. As they step back off, check back in, they've created numbers here. Good defence by the winger, checks it off to Jones, checks it off to the winger again. Yes, beautiful work, the way that they've just constructed that try. And I mentioned earlier how the Gunners, that's what they do at the module level. They construct tries and break defences down. That's exactly what the Steelers have done there.
Yeah, I just like the real catch-pass skill set. One real beautiful skill that E4 Jones done was he actually stopped, which halted the sliding defence, catch pass and through the hands. So that's great work there. But if you've just joined us, this is the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational Trident Homes. Many apūtia tautoko e mihi ana mo te pūtia, mo te moni, Bailey's, tēnā koutou, MāORI Plus, kia ora mai. But we're back live here, tap off, Steelers over the Gunners. This is the 8:30 game, the first round of the day. And the Gunners come through the tap off, and they've just kept the same composure, the Gunners. They've kept the same energy. They've always made sure that they get the right target. Two-step play might go through the hands, which just gets on the outside, and a dot down in the corner. And what a way to tap off and up the back.
Panapa again, scored one down this near side, the grandstand side earlier in the first half, and set that one up beautifully, created a situation where they collapsed from the edge, and nice draw feed there. And the Gunners, this is the thing with these Canterbury and South Island sides, they won't go away, Hika.
Yeah, Marama, I've actually, I think that's probably a lot more common knowledge than people may think. But they're setting up now. E4 Jones, he is just, I call it the step up, and it's when he's just real casual, and that's when I feel he's the most dangerous. Oh yeah, right, so they're just going to go through the hands. Yep, that when he does the walk up like that, like he's strutting down the main street of Tawamitu, you've got to be careful. The Mitu from Tawamitu, E4 Jones.
Yeah, world class, arguably in the top 1, 2, 3 on the planet at the moment in terms of visibility.
He steps into Europe and they'll roll the carpet.
Yeah, and then they'll roll it out for the Prime Minister, so he goes first. But awesome work there from E4 Jones, and that's the ability of E4. He's got so much that he can reach into in terms of his skill set. And the Gunners, they'll look to fight back here with a sweep to the grandstand side. Ball player didn't have the pitch he liked, looking to go back down to the edge. They're trying to pull the middles apart here, Hika.
Yeah, young Grante on the ball. this looks like a bit of a combination there. What do you say to Tawhiri Mason? That's a great touch. Steps up, man's. Oh yeah, yeah, that's Tawhiri, man. I've been really impressed. Really impressed when you go and sting a touch at link against someone half your age. You're doing well, my mate.
Oh, Tawhiri Mason, ko e te orokohanga o tēnei karapu Steelers, so it's his club. He's got every right to just come here and pull up a deep chair and watch his club play, but he's still out there doing a great job, and it was a great lifting link play there. But if I've got Trey Poihipi on my outside as a winger, I'm doing the same thing.
Did you say deck chair? Would he be sitting next to Harley in a deck chair, just out left of the box?
Yep, and under an umbrella.
Okay, that's enough said. Right now, Hoki Mai Tātou, and we're back live, and here's Mania King. We've got Anthony Sinclair. Shan Tomuri's at left wing, E4 Jones at right wing, absolutely stacked with experience. He's going to get that ball back, Shan. He has been twinkle toes. I'll tell you what, I haven't seen him with those twinkle toes since a couple of after parties. But now, great to see they've really warmed into this one, haven't they, Nacho?
Yeah, they have, and there hasn't actually been that many basic mistakes in this game, and I can tell you right now, as you can see in the background there with the flags and the Tane Mahuta, the breeze is quite significant, but here he is again, the danger man, E4 Jones. When he hit it, I know him quite well, when he gets to the middle of the field, he's looking for someone else to strike, and there he is, he's the fake there with the step back dive. Don't like to call it too early there, Whānau, but I've seen that picture enough. Usually he likes to strike from the link, and if he goes to the middle, he's highly likely going to be the fake.
Kia ora mai, me au mātauranga. Tō ke te hōhunu a rawa atu. So we're back live here, the Gunners trailing the Steelers 7-3. And just a quick mihi, I've just got a couple of messages from my good friend Siva Bulavanaka there over in Fiji, and another good friend of mine, Rufus. I haven't heard from Rufus in a while, and he's just sent a great message from Frankfurt. Good Morgan, e mihi ana ki a koe, tēnā koe te rangatira, and we're back live here, 2026 Kaiawa Invitational, Trident Homes.
Yeah, and just on that, beautiful whenua, tia mana, aha ko te āhuatanga o te hituri, atahua rawa te whenua, I carbon katsimatsu. So back to the touch here, E4 Jones, he'll be looking to get on, so he'll be looking to dominate the attack as they sweep through, as they're on the latch plate, building in nicely. They've got an extra touch here. Steelers checking the ball to the middle of the field, coming to the right hand side with Bartlett. Scoop to the short side. They go man on with the shutdown defence out wide. Great defence again there by Gunners. Sound again. It's just the little things and the ability here of the Steelers on the goal line that's been the difference. Both teams very clinical through the orange zone.
Yeah, I'm really liking the Gunners' tail defender. So when I get latched, I don't have to worry about my outside, that tail defender's here. But that's just a great sign of learnings and lessons that the Gunners have been taught in the calibre. So nō reire te iwi, kaore aro ka whakakapi tēnei kēmu, and the Steelers, they'll be really happy that they got through this game. They got to try a few of the plays they would have talked about overnight. Caught them warming up in the back, and Shan Tormid is a real energiser, and he keeps that hype. But E4 Jones, finals day, this is when they really step up and come to the party. And whenever I see that walk up, I know it's going to be a big day. So, ka nui ngā mihi, ki ngā Gunners o te rā Steelers, no reire te iwi. It is finals day today. We've got some semis coming at you. Tiv is back, Kath is back, and we've got a special guest also joining us. So, kaore aro, ka hoki mai MΑORI ora!
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Kia ora e tiwi, nau mai, hoki mai ki ngā Puna wai in Ōtautahi for day 2, finals day of the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational. We are set for another men's fixture between Aoraki and Otakou. Kutipili Katuri tōku ingoa. And I'm joined in commentary by none other than Canterbury legend, Canterbury stalwart, Rhys Allen. Rhys, how are you this morning?
Yeah, tēnā pai, ngā mihi tiv. Looking forward to this one. This will be the battle of the lower south, this game. And we've got Aoraki here, which a lot of the players come from Timaru as they look to attack there. Great play, but just on Aoraki. Out there in the white hat at the moment, Amorangi Goldsmith, he's a current New Zealand 30s, played in the World Cup last year. He's the massive driver behind Aoraki too.
Yeah, he is definitely doing a lot of good things down there. And then likewise Otakou, their plethora of players and Otaku representatives fleshing out this team here as I see a scoop. And the little flick pass, brilliant play there from Otakou. And they get the first one on the board. What about that one?
Yeah, just well constructed try off some great yards through the middle of the field. Otakou, they had a great defensive set. And oh man, I tell you what, if the first game that Hikura and I just called, there were plenty of black flicks. These players are definitely expressing themselves on field one too.
Well, finals day, that's the day to pull it out, isn't it, Rhys? As we see Aoraki now, after conceding that early try, finding themselves down by one early on, looking to get one back. Mannix looks to get involved in the play. We saw a lot of the 3-2 peel platforms yesterday, didn't we, Rhys? Really trying to get the defence stretched and changing direction laterally.
Yeah, definitely. And player up there at the link right in front of you on the screen there. He was really good yesterday from what I saw. Jordan Hand, also Angus Foulkes. He was strong in defence as well yesterday. So really looking forward to seeing how they develop in this game. And I think Otakou in this game might just have a little bit of an edge of Aoraki, but we'll see how that unfolds.
Got a great coaching duo as well. You see Kyle Chiminello-Newton down there, Damien Burden part of the coaching setup as well. So very experienced players. It's a little bit of a ricochet. Otakou now have numbers on the left. And a little kick up of the heels. Was the touch made? Referee says no. And that'll be try time for Otakou, although it's limping off a little bit gingerly there. But a well-taken try, well-constructed try, albeit a little bit fortuitous there, Rhys.
Yeah, it might just be a little ankle issue there for Foulkes, but yeah, good setup there, good try from Otakou. They're really sound through the middle of the field. As Aoraki here will look to fight back, down 2-0, but they won't panic. Looking for the splitter play, which is quite popular, where the link player from the outside comes between the two players.
Not too dissimilar to a traditional, I suppose, 3-3 peel, is it? Reach just a little wrinkle that we've seen develop in the game over the last couple of years, and just providing that different look, that different picture.
Yeah, a lot of teams are going away from that 3-2 peel at the moment. So, and it's quite popular, as you say, but every play has its purpose and has its place. And Otakou here with a good turnover defensively, and this is where they've really won the battle for me early on, is through the middle of the field.
Got a good drive on this set. And just picking up the back end, Cunningham getting that recount call, and now they've got a full set of 6 here, down on the 7-metre line. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Rhys getting a lot of purchase through that orange zone and getting a good scoop, power scoop off the back end. The ball comes to Tane Hand. A bit of check with Cunningham, and referee blows a penalty. Aoraki not moving forward, so that's the first penalty here, down on the 7-metre line. Aoraki will want to be on the best behaviours, and looks to get a quickie play, and a little flick on the outside, and a finish down in the corner there. Will Chalice gets the try, and Otakou, I think they're perfect at the moment, 3 from 3.
Yeah, tino pai tō rata nei whakaaro kia aro ki tira taha. Unfortunate for Aoraki, they created a collapse on the short side there, a punisher play or the quickie play on the link. And the Aoraki winger there had no option but to come in, and they just flicked it over the top. Well constructed try again from Otakou.
And that one was just from a little bit of sustained pressure with that repeat set. So Aoraki, you said yesterday with the shortened halves, it's about 15 minutes each. They don't want to let them get behind by too many tries. So let's get a quickie play out on the left. And the ball just dipping down. Those long passes definitely going to be difficult in these kinds of conditions.
Yeah, and that's the difference at the moment. Otakou are keeping the attack play quite tight. off the back of good yards, whereas Aoraki are looking for that longer pass, and the conditions is pretty tricky. You really need to be on your game skill set wise. So Otakou just building nicely into this game. They've got a 3-0 lead versus Aoraki. There's Goldsmith there, working the ball through. He's got a massive work rate. He'll be having a little bit to say as well, Tiv, as he does, but rightly so. Awesome player, but even better man that I've gotten to know quite closely here in Christchurch, and now doing a great job as Aoraki looking to come off the back of the set. A little bit disjointed on attack, but set completion again from Aoraki. Great work.
Yeah, just getting their running lines a little bit mixed up, although there was a little bit of space on the left. Oh, you're absolutely right. Reese once again, yeah, just getting 7-7, and I think when you find yourself down by 3, it's easy just to try and look for the miracle play, just to try and get something for your team. But I think, as history shows, it's probably the better route just to stick to your processes, stick to your guns, and eventually try and sort of wear that opposition down. So Aoraki, they get a good defensive stoppage there. To run towards their box, get some fresh legs onto the field.
Yeah, and I know Aoraki, although they're here to really compete, they'll have a bigger picture in mind, and if they can just work on their fundamentals at a higher level in this men's grade, they'll see this tournament as a huge positive moving forward for their province. And then you can see Otakou just really, really sound defensively, and they'll just go to work here to working the ball, as you say, 7-7 through the orange.
Yeah, and Aoraki, just speaking on them, so they were in the B grade last year, I remember. They've been here for a couple of years now, so I think that development of touch around the Aoraki region is definitely going to pay dividends in the next sort of 3 to 5 years. If they can get a consistent program going, as we see Otakou here really getting into their work now. Cunningham scooping off the back end, looking to dummy and go through. He just slices through, just needs to find a teammate. Long ball goes over the top, out to the left-hand side. And he scored the last one. He'll touchdown again, Will Chalice. But all that hard work came from the scoop off Cunningham.
Yeah, and it goes back to that defensive set being sound. And whānau, for those that aren't quite up to date with a bit of lingo, the orange zone is the middle of the field, where the real mahi gets done, as they say, making sure you complete the set. And as you said, Tiv there, having the ability to scoop off the ground off a good platform was critical there to that play.
Yeah, it's the yardage game at the moment where Otakou are really getting the upper hand, as we see, just rocking towards their sub-box to get some fresh legs onto the pitch. And they do seem fresh, don't they? Every time they sub on with energy. As we see there, a little mini break down the sideline. Chalice gets a 2-on-1 opportunity, looks to pass back on the inside. Jordan Hand, yeah, you mentioned him earlier, really showing his wheels there.
Yeah, Jordan Hand, he was quite instrumental in a lot of play along with folks yesterday, and he still looks full of running as they get a repeat set.
Now looking to dive over the line. Some tight defence there from Aoraki. Yeah, we haven't seen Angus Fox come back onto the pitch yet. Hopefully he's shaken off that injury. There's a bit of contact in the ruck, and a great shot out wide from Cody Wakefield there from Aoraki. They look to whip the ball back towards the middle of the field. The scoop coming out of half, and the long ball option there. Oh, great step off the right foot.
Trey Russell, Tiv, out of the mighty Lax Club there, but playing resides in Otakou with the beautiful footwork on the edge there. Not only does Trey have great footwork and skill set, but man, he can bring the wairua off the field as well, my man.
Off the field, it translates to on the field, doesn't it? You always need those wairua lifters in every team, don't you? Just able to bring the energy, and Russell, I'm sure he'd be happy with that one. Great footwork off the right foot, as we see a heavy-handed touch from Fulks, so he's back on the field. Aoraki finding themselves down by 5. It's about 10 minutes gone in this one, looking to reset play. Logan Dick in the middle of the field, working with Sweet, scoops out a half, looking to go through the middle channel. But Otakou, yeah, this defence is proving tough to crack.
Yeah, Fulks is out there. He's the defensive leader for the side, and he's doing a great job. And unfortunately for Otakou, I think that's their first mistake, coming off the exit play on a turnover as Aoraki. Hopefully they can take advantage of this. No, referee wasn't happy with something there as well, so off the hook, as they say, Otakou.
Yeah, and I think that was a couple of infringements back to back for both teams. where just the ruck wasn't quite parallel, and sort of facing on a 45-degree angle rather than the 90. So referees trying to stamp their mark in that regard as Otakou just really looking to stretch the defence here, and they've got some field space out wide. They're stretching the legs. Lennox Smale crosses over out on the left for Otakou, and that was just great eyes on football.
Yeah, the way that they sub on with real width, and if there's any kind of disjointedness with the defence, they've taken advantage of it, and Otakou eyes up football, as you said, Tiff.
6-0 down, Aoraki. They really want to try and get some sort of finish, get some sort of completion. They've sort of lacked a little bit of cohesion down here on the 7-metre line. Haven't been able to penetrate as much. Just looking to reset. Davis working in the middle there with Sullivan. Now getting a peel play, looking to pick the short side and through the middle channel. But once again, Otakou just very tight in the middle and saying, no, you're not coming through here. You've got to go out wide and contend with the win. They do so on that occasion, and that's exactly what we see.
Really like the way that Otakou, their outside players, their wingers, when the long ball happens, they don't worry about the ball tip. All they're worried about is the player that's going to be the recipient. So great work there. Sometimes you see wingers play at the ball and they drop, and it's that catchphrase, coach killer. But Otakou, this is where they're really strong. It's through the middle of the field.
Yeah, just continuing that momentum, aren't they? Getting that latch touch on. So we've still got one or two more touches left up their sleeve, looking to run a little pop-out play hand, throwing the ball in front, and it just slightly goes to ground. Otakou, it's probably one of the lesser quality finishes to the end of their set in this first half.
Yeah, I think Otakou with the 6-0 lead will be really content just to go down coast to coast from their own touchline all the way down to the other line, and if there's any repeat sets, that's when they'll really look to strike.
Yeah, they're happy enough just to scoop off the back end and roll on with yards. Looking to just go straight down Main Street, straight down the middle of the field. Great ruck there from Johnston. And then they get the penalty off the back end too. So just great identification, because they have been going towards their sub-box. That was probably one of the few sets in this half where they've just gone up the middle of the field. Otakou will look to get into their work here.
Yeah, Otakou looking to create something. As I said, they're looking for a repeat set. Maybe looking for the punisher play. Yep, they're quickly on the link. Looking for the winger to collapse. Dive play. Great defence there. Good defence there from Aoraki. And it looks like they've created a turnover. No, sideline official is saying, having a wee bit of a corridor here, Tiv.
Well, it was quite an interesting ruck there. I thought there was a little bobble at the ball, at the roll ball. Yeah, I thought the roll ball was a wee bit sloppy, not by much, but it seems like Aoraki, the defender out wide, has put his foot in the ruck, which has created that little bobble. And Otakou looking to convert here, quick hands, a good shot there once again from Cody Wakefield out wide for Aoraki. He's come up with a couple of important ones.
Yeah, they continue to come back and looking for that quickie at the link. They've really attacked on that right-hand side a couple of times. Might look to come to Foulkes off the left link here, as they do. It's a 32 drag. Looking for the open side for the long ball. Doesn't get the picture he likes. Goes short. Ball goes to ground. Good defence by Goldsmith in the middle of the field there. Looking to get the ball going. Showing plenty of energy, Aoraki, and determination. Just a little bit down on attack strike at the moment.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. You know, it doesn't matter whether the score line, you're down by 1 or you're down by 6. You still want to keep that effort, keep that intensity. And then that intensity through their yards has resulted in a penalty, so they'll get a full set of 6 down in Otaku's half. They're just looking to stretch the field here. No. There's the quickie play on the crossover. Defence there from Otakou remains rock solid. And I dare say this will probably be Aoraki's last strike of the half. 14 and a half minutes in. Got just under 1 minute left in this first stanza. It's another sloppy roll ball. These conditions, they're not helping the players on the field, are they?
No, they're not. Although the field looks quite dry, the wind is starting to play effect here, and I'm not too sure if I'd rather the rain or the wind, Tiv, but they continue to test out the long ball. Aoraki, look, they're not shy. They're having a good crack here, and I do know that there's a few Masters players in this team. But as they look to attack here, 32 platform again, look to feed the splitter. Didn't get the picture that they wanted. Sound defense again from Otakou, but it doesn't surprise me with Folks controlling the play from the top side link there with the little check play. Looking for the pop over Tiv, and unfortunate ball to ground.
Yeah, they had numbers momentarily out on the left, but not quite utilising the space. So Aoraki, their score remains 0 going into half-time. Otakou have 6, and that's the way it will stay as we approach the second half. Join us after the half-time break. We will have second half action between Otakou and Aoraki.
Referees in greens.
Morena Tiwi, and welcome back for second half action between Otakou and Aoraki. It's been a pretty dominant display here from Otakou, leading by 6 over Aoraki, and it's probably a fair reflection of that game, isn't it?
Yeah, Otakou, very strong side, and as I said, Aoraki will be here to compete, but also to gain a wealth of experience in this top grade.
Here in the number 1 strip, looking to get a punish play. Oh, beautifully run there from Otakou. Great follow play, and they really disguised that well. It was great physicality at the ruck, really to try and create that distance, create that separation, and they've taken advantage wonderfully there.
Yeah, Hand just fakes the quickie, goes infield, near side link, just switches off for a moment, and then that splitter on the fake quickie just chops a little hole on the follow. As you said, it's a great play. I actually seen it from a couple of teams so far in this tournament.
So he's a bit of a forward roll there. Jordan Fraser through the ruck. Aoraki just looking to get their ducks in a row here on the 7. I think this defensive pressure from Otakou has really put a spanner in the works for this Aoraki attack. And they look to go long once again. A little tap back to extend the play. 5th and final incoming for Aoraki. And once again, this strong showing from Otaku's defense, really putting a stop to Aoraki's attack.
Yeah, and they'll just go to work here, Otaku, with Hand driving the ball. towards the sub box. Oh, that false, apologies. And they just complete sets so well, and they'll be looking for a clean strike here off the back of yards with an awesome drive in the middle, scooping into the short side, and an easy check off to the link. Winger unable to help out there as middle defenders, and once again Otakou sound defence, work the ball well through the middle of the field, ramp up on last touch and get a clean try.
And it's just business as usual for Otakou. It was George Reedy getting the try there, the scoop coming out of half from Henry Smail. And it really is, it's just that roll on off the back of yards. Aoraki looks at reply here, down by 8. Let the roll ball, well handled though. Coming off a more traditional 3-3 deal as it's been picked off here.
Here goes Folks, looking to stretch the legs out. The rig, as they call him, out of the Lex Club in Otakou, going coast to coast, scoring an amazing try, and as you could hear from the sub box in the crowd, a huge round of applause there, and I think I could hear some of the other Lex boys in the crowd from the Factory Club really cheering the big fella on.
And he got home, didn't he? You could see him digging it in, putting in the hard yards. You could see the grit and the determination on his face. It was a long way for him to run, almost the full 70, but he gets Otakou's 9th of the morning. Now Aoraki looking to reply. A lot of their attack has been sort of from the halfway line, hasn't it? And unfortunately just not quite able to get a finish on the back end of that one.
Yeah, that's right, and Folks earlier looked like he had an ankle injury, and it's amazing, Tiv, what an intercept can do to an ankle. But yeah, Aoraki just again just needing to tidy up their attack a little bit more and maybe go to a few set plays just to control what they're doing out there in Heka Motago, and it's almost Pearl Jam like the way that they sweep on, and just a penalty there at the ruck. Heavy push there, Aoraki looking to just get a little bit physical, which is a good ploy sometimes when you're down.
Yeah, it is. I think you're bang on the money though in terms of just missing that control and that patience, just to really try and get some organisation through their attack, because at the moment there's nobody that's quite putting their hand up, as we see a dive over the line there from Tain Hand from Otakou. It was a border ground. The referee says touch first. It was touch and go, hard in the punt. It was actually Lennox Smail that dove over the line there. So Otakou, touch was made. Wonderful one at that from Aoraki. Now Otakou just looking to settle back into their work, looking to dictate play. His hand on the opposite link and hard touch there. So Otakou, that's the second penalty. Tain Hand working in the middle of the field with Smail. So they want to push it out to a link. Quickie out on the right, step back off the right foot. Smail goes close.
Yeah.
Got a turnover here.
Yeah, good to see Goldsmith as he does, being the fourth official, letting the referees know exactly what the play was, and there he is. He's got the ball back. This is how he rolls. This is why they love him down there, and we also love him being a former Canterbury player as well. Great work, my mate.
Well, he's wearing the green, similar colour, so yeah, the fourth official is probably an accurate description there. That's Aoraki looking to run a sweep. Still maybe one or two more touches left in this set. Stretching the play out to the right. Maybe a bit too far as they're scooping straight into man on, and got a hand to it there, Henry Smail, and a lucky break there for Aoraki.
Yeah, tata tera. Ono anō. So with the ball being played at, Aoraki will get another full set of 6 as they look to sweep again. Not quite the picture and the play they wanted, a little bit untidy. On attack, that's better. Feed in the crossover, step back. Looking for the pop pass, probably not the play there. The wind is affecting the way that the ball is flying here in this game. So Aoraki again, just attack just a little bit off. And against this Otakou side, I think you need to be on your game.
You can see the flags in the background, whānau. That just indicates, as you see it here, very loose pass. You can see the flags in the background just showing how strong the wind is here down in Puna White. We're expecting a little bit of rain today, but it's holding off at the moment. But instead of the rain, the players having to contend with the wind, as we see Wakaya looking to get a quickie and dive between the link in the middle. A touch is made there from Otakou, just another strong showing of their defense.
Yeah, hand there, just losing his footing, but regained it. Great touch by the link as Otakou looked for the 32 platform with the wraparound, long ball over the top. Intercept from the winger. Will he go the length of the field? Not many chasing him. Yeah, he's been rock solid out there.
Chalice is too much pace there. He just stood in the lane, didn't he, Reece? Waited for the pass to come. You're right, he has been rock solid. And once he nabbed that, I don't think there was anyone that was going to catch him.
Yeah, and usually he's a winger that stays on the field, doesn't sub the far side, but he'll be looking to maybe get a little bit of a rest here, but streaks away. He's another highlight for me from yesterday in terms of his play out wide, Chalice.
That'll be his third of the morning. He's notched up a hat-trick. And with only about halfway through the second period, I dare say he might nab one or two more. There's Aoraki looking to skip on the outside. Goldsmith dictating play back in the middle. Looking to scoop out a half, goes off the left foot. Were they onside the short ball? And the referee says, yeah, they were offside in the middle of the field. So Goldsmith, the one posing questions. I'd like to see him out on attack a little bit more.
Yeah, and he is probably their better player, with his not only the teams that he's played in, but his experience. And unfortunately, Tiff, as you know, you can't be on attack and defence all the time. So he'll be looking to grow these players, but here he is. I think he's decided, it's got to be me now with the wraparound play, looking to build these sets.
You've got to be the fittest player on earth to be able to keep up with this play on attack and defence for 30 minutes as the sweep comes around the short ball. Great shot there from Fawkes. He has been really rock solid defensively.
There's only a couple of players that I've seen do it at this kind of level. Ed Burrell, who you've played with in the black singlet before, Tiv. He's another guy that will run himself into the ground on both sides. At the moment, Jimmy Taylor out of the Amigos club. He's also got the ability. They run all day, but here they go again. The juggernaut after a good defensive set. Otakou will just work the ball easily down the field here to attack off the last.
Looking to go to hand to scoop off the deck on the back end. He slices through the middle, breaches middle, and just needs to find a teammate back to run. Great patience in the in goal there from Jordan Hand. You mentioned him in the first half, and he has had a couple of moments throughout this game. Just really looking to stamp his mark. It's Johnston. Middle of the field, working with Bennington. The ball goes out to the left. They look for a quickie play here, looking for a punish to get on the outside of Goldsmith, but he's solid defensively there. Nothing getting on his outside. Going back to the middle of the field, Otakou, things are looking ominous though, aren't they? Up by 10. With a couple minutes left, Hand coming on the splitter, throws the long ball out to the left, and it's easy pickings out wide. Otakou notch another one on the board. That's their 11th of the morning, and it's all one-way traffic.
Yeah, especially on attack, it's quite easy to see that Jordan Hand is one of their go-tos. Fawkes seals off the defence and the yardage, and Chalice out wide, so roles and responsibility. I also have liked the looks of Hanlon Johnson, number 7, just a straight role player, works in the middle of the field and does a great job for Otakou. Yeah, looking forward to seeing a little bit more out of Hanlon Johnson. As a Aoraki, we'll be looking to construct a try and get on the board here on this attacking set.
Yeah, we'd love for them to get some sort of consolation here because they've worked hard. Now they throw a long ball of their own out to the left. Ball going to ground there. So, yeah, once again, Otakou's defence just really suffocating. There's great defence out wide there from Trey Russell.
Yeah, he pito mata, Tiv. He pito mata. There's the sign that they've got something brewing down in Aoraki. They're just a little bit down on firepower, but in terms of attack. But it's great to see them still running, still chasing, still trying hard. And this isn't an easy grade, this open men's grade down here. You know, you've got touch blacks galore throughout these teams, and they're working really hard. And as you can see there, Otakou get into the in goal, but defence, they're working really hard for each other, and although it's 11-0 whānau, kei te kaha tonu rātou, they're still giving it everything they've got, Aoraki, as they work the ball on a good turnover, looking to get it over halfway.
Tika tonu, listen, Aoraki, they will want to get one on the board. Here's Mokaya. Gets the ball up over halfway. They're going to be attacking from a long way out, looking to run a little pop play. Now, if a static fit, then final. A great chop hole there. But Otakou's defence, once again, great connection in between their players. And Yeah, I think, you're absolutely right though, Reese, is the amount of experience that teams like Aoraki will get by playing against these very strong open men's teams. There's 8 of them all up in this grade, sorry, 4 or 5 in this pool, isn't there? Sort of 8 to 10 teams here in the open men's section, and every game is tough. So Otakou looks to throw the long ball out to the right. Has that drifted forward? I think it has. It was a great ball, the right idea.
Yeah, great work from the sideline official there. Saw it out of the hands early. Didn't put his hand up to clear the try, so good work from the younger of the referees out there at the moment. We were doing a great job keeping the teams apart, which is what every touch team wants, to create flow. But wouldn't surprise me if Goldsmith comes on. Yet there's his subbing buddy, number 9, working well. Really impressed with what MΑORI is doing down in Aoraki. I see they've also got a mixed team up here, so creating hopefully what is to become a really solid province moving forward at the national level. I think, Tiv, as well as the play continues and Otakou look to take the ball forward, you can tell this is a well-coached side, Otakou. They're sticking to their systems. They're not rushed. They're not under pressure. They're calm and composed. And with Damien Purden and Kyle Newton there, I think this Otakou team going forward could be quite dangerous.
Yeah, it could be, as long as they stick together, isn't it? Because we can see sort of the early signs, early showings of a really good team. Otakou looking to get a punish play going once again, and Goldsmith really working overtime in defence. It was the middle there and just went underneath the link to try and shut down the play, and he did so successfully. Smail with the ball in hand, coming out to hand on the right hand side. They fake and go away from him, step off the left with some numbers. Second phase play, it's all 6s and 7s here, but there's space out wide, and Russell was a little bit unorthodox with the second phase play, but they still managed to dot down in the right hand corner.
Constructing tries, mixing things up there with the fake the quickie, fake the punisher, bounced the middle out, and then came back into a shutdown defence, into phase play. Beautifully constructed try there by Otakou, and they're really running away with this one, 12-0.
There's a deficit. I think could potentially be the largest deficit that we've seen of the tournament, definitely on this number 1 field. Now the backdoor coming from Okaya. He's got some space out on the right. I think he had a little bit more time than what he thought there. Jimmy Mukaya throws the ball over the sideline, so Otakou now will get the ball on their near side and look to sub straight away.
Yeah, and I can see in the sub box here, Hand, number 12, been instrumental in a lot of the attack. He'll be looking to get onto the ball here as he sweeps on, runs the so-called latch play. Maybe if the ball comes back to the left, it'll be him. It's a 33 platform with a step back, looking for the short pass. Good defence on that last touch, under pressure, Aoraki.
Yeah, that was Tane Hand on that occasion. Great platform set by Hanley Johnston. Tane Hand scooped out a half, manages to get the repeat set. Now he'll look to quickie and dive in between the middles. It's nice and tight there between McNoah and Kaiawa from Aoraki. Tane Hand once again. Looking to get another quickie. They go away from them though and bounce out. Jordan Hand, and he'll cross over out on the left. That was well constructed. They ran the quickie play on touch 1, and then they faked them to bounce out the link on touch 3, and that's just touch 101.
Yeah, 100%, Tiv, and a really comprehensive win early in the second round on day 2 here at the Trident Homes Invitational 2026 here at Puna Sports Complex. Beautiful facilities here on the number 1 and 2 grounds, and the sun's starting to come out now, Tiv. Hope if that breeze drops off, we're in for an exciting day.
Yeah, and plenty of finals still to come here to Far Note, so don't go away. Stay tuned, where we'll be joined by more action from the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone here, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MΑORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Tēnā tātou e te iwi, e te tū matatini, ko tēnei te whakataetai te huinga nui. It is the Kaiawa Invitational brought to you by Trident Homes, Bailey, MAORI Plus, Apollo Projects. And I'm going to tell you what, there's someone else, not on the official sponsorship, but he's managed to throw in a bag of taro. My good friend, my kai whakapāho, Morena Tim.
Morena hika. I don't know where you were getting this bag of tunnel from. I thought I had that sewn up, especially given our bets yesterday afternoon. However, by the sounds of it, you brought them back on the table. So we're here for an open men's B fixture between the Canterbury Barbars and Atakaha, which is a team that we had seen in action yesterday. Their uniforms hadn't arrived, and I tell you what, good things come to those who wait, isn't it? Because they're looking lovely out there in the blue and pink.
Now, I'm pretty sure this is a semi-final for the men's B grade, and on the other field we've got the local team Kaiawa taking on Tamato, and that, if there was ever a local derby, that's a big one. But here we go, the hooter is just about to go, and Atakaha, we've got a couple of names here, up against the Barbars. You'll see Kaiawa at the top, that is incorrect, we'll get that corrected for you, but that lovely sort of Miami cooler strip there, Tim.
It is, yeah, and it looks nifty, doesn't it? And I'm sure they'll be looking to start this game off in the same way that their strips look. So Canterbury Barbars with a strong set of defence to start, and there'll be quite a lot of legends floating around in this team as we saw yesterday.
Oh yeah, and they've just been parked up at the back of the grandstand by us with their blankets, their hot water bottles, a little bit of deep heat because they're just so smart. But yes, some very, very big local legends, and actually internationally. See Puri Taufari up here. I see young Blair Hayata running on the field, part of that 40 men's Masters World Champion team. And they've just got a team full of it. Cully's out there. So yeah, looking forward to this one.
Barbars now. Hayata looking to stretch the field, looking to get a punish play. They go with the peel, looking to pick the short side, but nothing quite forthcoming for them. Hayata now they look to run a sweep. Hayata scoops out a half, steps off the right, throws short. Great defense there. Touch was made. So yeah, pretty strong showing in the early stages.
Yeah, good stuff. And it's the sun's out at the moment, Tiv. We're stoked to have a little bit of ngā hihi o tamanui te rā, those rays of the sun. And we watch this. Atahaka is the team. It does say Kaiawa if you've just joined us, but it is Atahaka, and on our sheets it's got Atakaha. So we'll say both names. But if there's one thing about this Barbars team, they will be very structured, very sound, and we'll look to complete as many sets as possible.
Yeah, definitely. We saw yesterday that they were happy just to keep things at a sort of slower pace, dictating the pace of the game, and they were very persistent as well. So even though they played at a slightly slower pace, their execution was still high, and they were able to sort of keep running right until the very end. As you see, a mini breakaway. Barbars defense at the moment in 6s and 7s, just looking to recover, scrambling a little bit as well. Now they recover as they look to get a sweep coming around, lobbing the ball over the top. A great shot though from Aaron O'Halloran. And it was a great identification there because the open side, or the short side here actually was quite long, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, you could just see that connection defensively through their systems, and as they come through the field, beautiful catch and pass, huge meters, and they'll take that as a nice big win. They'll get fresh subs on. They would have already, I dare say, discussed what they're looking to run as they come onto the field there, Tiff.
They would have, as you see, Tainui working with Brendan Stewart, player coach of this Canterbury Barbars outfit. Looks to scoop out a half. He's done this for a decade plus and finds the opportunity on the right hand side. And that's Vinny Tainui touching down there, but all the lead up was done by Brendan Stewart. Cullen, isn't it?
Yeah, Cully, and a man brought up in Tangaroa in the Moana, very, very connected to the Moana. But obviously we've seen him in the middle, scoop in the middle, but his career and signature was made on the. I guess he's one of the first wingers I remember actually owning the wing spot, Tiv, and it wasn't like some of the days where the middles would go out there and sub. Him, obviously Michael Kavanagh, some of the biggest wingers we've had in terms of what they've given to the Black Singlet.
Alright, Tikatonu Hika, as we see a long ball out to the left hand. Speaking of wingers, that's Great Breed out wide from the Barbars. Brendan Stewart, he's been an absolute stalwart for Canterbury for well over a decade, for 2-3 decades almost. And now applying his trade in the Masters grade. I'm sure he'll definitely have one eye on the World Cup in 2028 for the 45s, maybe the 50s. I know he's actually on the younger side of the Masters grade, so I don't think he'll quite qualify for the 50s, but he'll definitely be putting himself in contention for New Zealand selection as the Barbars look to ruck off their try line. Quick hands out to the left. Gibson, we saw him yesterday, trucking up and down the sideline, really strong winger there. Just getting their players subbing onto the field. A little bit of confusion. And Sean Bell now, maybe 1 or 2 touches left in the set. He's just gone head down, bum up. Now they'll go out to the left-hand side. That's where the space is. And they've touched down in the corner. Sean Collier gets the try. And Canterbury Barbars, they just settled into their work, didn't they, Huka?
Oh, yeah, just a very, very experienced, very professional team. It's coming off the back of their line defence, I feel. That everyone's stepping up. Everyone knows their role. And they've just got so much experience to call on, but wasn't it lovely to see just manipulation, draw and pass. Daryl Gibson's out there, another ex-All Black that's here, Canterbury, coached at a high level, played at a high level. There's just so many people attracted back to our sport. It's great to see, but here we have Atakaha on attack, and that Miami cooler. People like to give us gears, and I'm pretty sure there may be a spare kit hanging around on that one to head back to the North Island, but they're looking quite sharp. As we know, Tiv, at touch trainings, you spend a lot of time on tap-off moves.
Yeah, and it seems like one's worked off well for them there. Atakaha, a dot down for their first of the morning. And I'm not sure where you're getting your gears from. I got one from Nays, but it sounds like you've got 3 or 4 more strips in your bag.
No comment. But we just want to say a big mihi to Ra from Tamatoa, who come up and gave us a lovely koha yesterday. So here we are back live with action. We've got Blair Hayata on the ball there, Cully's there, so they've got they put a bit of a combo together here too.
Yeah, this combination, they set up the try previous, as we see Stewart looking to feed Hayata. Coming back towards the middle of the field, Stewart once again getting the return ball, steps off the left foot, looking to dive over the line. It's a close run thing. That gap was open momentarily and then it shut just as quickly. There's now the scoop from a static play, Nigel Heath to Tainui, and he'll die with the football there, and that'll be the 6th touch and a handover.
Yeah, and they'll be stoked with that, the Atakaha team. They scored and then they defended one, so that's just such a big win, and they're going to get down with a really nice look at the back end of this set. Blair Hayata, that was a big brave touch, that 150 final. It's going to use their gas. They've managed to get a slight overlap. They may finish in the corner here, but just that last pass, that could prove quite costly, that one, Tip.
Yeah, it's those little 1%ers, isn't it? A little bit of realignment lacking for Atakaha out on the left-hand edge. And they worked well to manipulate the middle of the field. They got Brendan Stewart chasing in on the final touch, and they had the numbers on the left but couldn't quite convert. I'm sure they want to rectify that as the first half progresses, and now Stewart taking his team forward. Gibson comes into half with Bell. Does a lot of donkey work here, Sean Bell. It's the only way he knows how to operate. Now he'll look to run the numbers. There's Chad Tainui, and that'll be 6th touch there. But they've gone from 7 to 7 there, Canterbury Barbars. They'll be happy with that.
Yeah, Sean Bell, a big shout out to Michael Kavanagh. I know, very, very good friend of the Cavs. And as you say, he's that mahi man. Every team, very, very valued player. I know you played that role yourself back in the day also, Tim. But here we go. I just feel like the Barbars are quite sound in the middle defensively. And they sort of hold. That was a great intercept. Yeah, they look very, very sound there. 3-3 middle connection defensively, Tim.
Well, that's embedded in their DNA, isn't it? They've always been very, very strong in just basic corner shutdown defence. And it all starts from the middle, and that's where they've been very strong over the last 20 to 30 years. Real hallmark of their game, and some old habits die hard, so you won't see much change from this Canterbury Barbars team in terms of defence. As the scoop comes out of half, intercept comes in the way of Atakaha, and then just putting it to the deck. They've done all the hard work of getting in the lane and stealing that one, but then they've just gifted the ball back to the Barbars.
Yeah, and I see Corey Tofari's just come onto the field. And these guys have just got so much big-time experience, haven't they? I watched the Canterbury 45s at the Masters last year, and Corey Tofari was a part of that. And when they get onto this field, into the big games, they just show up. And they've got a really good look. They've got a very, very good look as they come into this attack. Oh, little fake there, inside check, and ooh.
That was close there, yeah. Withers and And Tofare working a combination. He had Nicholas out on the right, running a little bit of a decoy. So you can see the touch smarts coming into play, can't you, Hika? As Hislop gets a go in the middle, looks to get the return ball, using his feet. Can't quite split to the outside though. Atakaha, their defence holding firm at the moment.
Yeah.
Nicholas moving the ball back towards the middle there, Hika.
And, you know, they always dump right on the 50. You know, they get the right target and right in the middle of the field. And, unlucky there because they'd really conditioned that defence with a beautiful sweep follow tip.
And Tofare busting out the flick pass as well. Looking to hit Matt Withers back on the inside. The ball going to ground. But the Barbars, the game's settled into a little bit of a grind at the moment. And Atakaha, I'm sure they'll definitely have, you know, the fresher legs. Given that a lot of this Canterbury Barbars team, sort of masters players in the 45s, 50s kind of age group. Was that ball to ground? It was indeed. So it'll be a turnover and the Barbars ball. So I would say that if the game stays close and it gets into the deep waters, I would say that Atakaha probably have the slight edge when it comes to sort of fitness and back-end game fitness.
Well, that's where Tim's bag of turtle's going. He's just said it. And yeah, there's not much in it. I feel like the Atakaha have really grabbed hold of the momentum from the start of the game. It was all Barbars, and they are looking more likely at the back end of this half. But there's still a bit of time to go. And just a big shout out to the 3 adjudicators out there. This is quite a hard game to ref because there's 20 other refs out there with a lot of experience, but they're doing a great job, the young combination.
Yeah, they are. As you see, Nick Hamilton Cross, we saw him in action yesterday, very young and up-and-coming referee. And I'm sure he'll take control in this one as we see Atakaha now moving towards the middle of the field, looking to really hold off and pull out of that touch, but the touch was made. So that results in a static 5th and final. Yeah, a bit of a sloppy turnover there for Atakaha. I'm sure they won't be happy with that.
Yeah, and as they exit Blair High, it's a bit of a body touch there. They need to be careful of those physical touches. Yeah, penalty. I don't think it was intentional, but you've just got to actually just knock that on the head as quick as possible so that you can just get on with the game. And I'm really loving these big open 7s in the orange zone, Tiff.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Hiko. You know, just sort of, you know, you've got to knock them on the head early because then that's what sets the standard, isn't it? And then the players know that's the line drawn in the sand, and if they continue to breach that, then they're going to continue to give away penalties. So a great standard set from our referees as the Barbars move into the 7. Chad Tonui there looking to step off the left. He'll work in the middle with Harrison. Got Naylor out on the right link, hovering around the back of the ruck. He sweeps around, receives the ball on the short side, 3-on-2, looks to dive over himself. And the touch was made. So the Barbars throwing enough at them, but the Atakaha defence standing firm at the moment.
I feel that sweep platform for the Barbars is the platform. They ran a sweep follow, just didn't quite finish off, and then they ran the sweep with a 3-on-2, 3v2. So, I mean, they don't need to be told by any means the Barbars, but I feel that sweep platform is causing Atakaha a lot of trouble.
Very sloppy roll ball. So turnover here for the Barbars. Within one touch, they'll get over halfway, so almost a full set in enemy territory. Naylor with the ball, he'll chuck the ball up the field. Sullivan comes into half. Looking to turn the ball back on the inside. So within a couple of touches, they're already down on the 7. Tofare is looking dangerous. He's looking light and nimble on his feet. Withers comes back to the middle as well. So this combination is what we've seen. We've seen Stewart and Hayata operate in the other combination, and then Withers and Tofare, he'll throw a short ball and a fortuitous hand in there in the ruck, and he doesn't seem happy. He felt like he could have held on to that one there.
Yeah, they've got a lot of tricks up their sleeve, don't they? They definitely move the ball. They like the 3-3 setup, definitely. Now they got kick into a 32 peel. Just got to engage that saver. Yeah, good defence. Great defence.
Great defence there from Atakaha. Tofare and Withers wrapping around here, looking to throw the short ball, double pump. Tofare is looking to really thread the needle, isn't he? He's been getting the ball in those positions where he can just sum up situations. And I'd say if he just keeps chipping away, I'm sure he'll find some purchase with his dictating play. back towards the middle of the field. Plenty of Chiefs in this lineup as Sullivan skips to the outside, finds a teammate, but great mirror defense there from Atakaha, and they snuffed that one out. And they've been pretty strong, pretty rock solid over the last sort of 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, well, they've had back-to-back sets. They've had to defend. They've been camped up down on their goal line, but they find themselves now with some clean pill back into the set. The commentary's a little bit ahead of the camera. We're not too sure what's happening in the matrix, but there we go. It's come back. There he is, and a nice short side scoop. 24 goes through. Yeah. And they held their space very, very well. Darryl Gibson was on the line. Roll ball, Matt Withers, and they're back into it. We've got just shy of half time there, Tim, and there's nothing in this.
Well, I would say that Barbars had all the early running in the first 5 to 7 minutes, and then over the last sort of 7 to 10 sort of minutes over the back end of this half, Atakaha have really found their groove, really settled into their work. They've nabbed one to peak the deficit back to 1, although just as I say that, the classic commentator's curse, got some interference in the ruck, and they've just gifted Canterbury Barbars a full set of 6 down here in their half, and they're not going to need a second invitation, are they? Quick hands out to the left, and there was that sweet platform you mentioned, Hika, although a forward pass here called, in fact a touching pass, but you hit the money right on the head there. That sweet platform is really what's looking most threatening for the Canterbury Barbars, is Atakaha getting their wires crossed and a sloppy exit there.
Yeah, now it is a telling story at times when the game gets a bit clunky. You just need some real stern leadership, someone just to step up, steady the ship, and bring everyone back to what they would have spoke about coming into this game. But was just seeing quite a lot of back-to-back errors, and so just a little bit of leadership, a little bit of that sort of guidance to get the team back up and then back on track to.
Atakaha now, as they look to transition into their attack, a little bit slow and laboured, getting some fresh legs on the field, and a half scoop there. There's still one more, just getting their communication not quite right, and a strike bump on the back end of that one. Yeah, just a sloppy hand there. It looked good right up until the finish there for Atakaha.
Yeah, just probably rhythm, just lacking a little bit of rhythm. Sometimes you can get a little bit lost in the box, who's going on next, and that's the beauty of half-time. You can come back, reset, and you just refocus on your goals. Now, we're not too far off from the half-time 2. This is a semi-final, so they may play this one right through, going through the hands here, draw and pass, and coming across, here we come, picks that dummy half, goes through, just a nice little back flick. Yeah, good honesty. Koritofo with a no look, through the hands in the corner, and they're going to play this one through, Tim.
Yeah, I thought it was a touch and pass back in the middle of the field. The referee in charge there, Bailey Aziz from Australia, says no, play through. And Barbars, they don't need a second invitation to play to the whistle, do they? They run through the hands and they dot down in the left-hand corner. So they get their third of the half. With not long to play here in this first half, they find themselves with a comfortable 2-try buffer. So Atakaha draw want to strike just before half-time. Looking to settle into their work. Down to the 7-metre line. They run on their attacking set. They send the sweeper around themselves, looking to lob the ball at Link, but he's just sitting in the lane there. Barbars. That was Aaron O'Halloran just sitting in the lane. And the ball just fell into his lap there, and he gets Canterbury Barbars on the front foot.
Yeah, and if you look at the time, Whānau, we are at a semi-final, and so we're pretty much thinking that these games are 20 minutes now, but we'll play it out. Cully's there, Lea Hayata, beautiful clean platform. Cully just off his left, he's going to go into the in-goal through the hands. Great work. They're really stretching this defence now, aren't they? And he comes again, Cully, slides through. Man, just as smooth as ever.
He's just pulled something out of nothing there, Brendan Stewart. Off a static fifth and final. Plugs the short side, lobs the ball over his head. And the Barbars, they pick up another one. That's their 4th of the morning. And they've got a pretty commanding lead now.
Very fortuitous try, but I guess you roll the dice and wish for the best. And yeah, way to go. there was nothing in it. It was 2-1 for a long time in the back end of the first half, and then the Barbars are gone bang, bang, and they're out to a 4-1 lead. Now you're just seeing them just smart, really, really smart. They're just, you know, I guess when you're up by 3, you're really keen to defend, aren't you, Tim?
Because you want to protect your leaders. The homeboard goes out to the left. There's a half a chance out there. Coming back towards the middle. Great ball movement here from Atakaha. They'll run a peel play as well. Looking to throw the link ball that time. And that'll be 6 touch. So Canterbury Barbars, they've really shored themselves up defensively. Now they'll look to turn into a bit of a yardage game as they ruck towards their sub box. Gibson steps into half and he'll be there all day. As Bell comes onto the field. So down to the last sort of 10 to 15 seconds as a scoop from Tainui comes out of half. Late switch from Bell. They get a fortuitous hand in there. Do Atakaha. And it was one that was needed because down by 3 as the hooter goes in the background.
Man,
they didn't want it to stretch to 4, did they?
I love the back end of that set, Tim. Quick scoop, early late cut into an overlap. Man, they're looking sharp, and they held off right till the end of the half to run that play, so they've got a good picture. Nō reira te iwi, we are at half time. This is the men's B grade semi-final with the Canterbury Barbars up against Atakaha, and we will see you shortly.
What I want to see is fucking heads up, mate. We've still got an opportunity here. We can bring that intensity, we've just got to get down the right end of the path, all right? So start this half with a bit positive, boys. We shut them down off their attack. Look to get back down the other half, all right? Hands are nice and tight. Fellas, I'll do 1, 2, 3. Brothers! Yes, let's go! Make us 20 minutes, you like, boys! Okay, here, boys. Here now. Rack's got to be tidy, boys.
Kia ora te iwi, and nau mai hoki mai, ko tēnei te wahanga tuarua. This is the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational Touch Tournament brought to you by Trident Homes. And it is the Barbars, Canterbury Barbars, in the grey with the famous Canterbury red, tapping off, taking on Akahata. And we just want to send apologies, we'll be saying Atakaha, Atahaka, all these other names, but we've got the correct name, which is Akahata. So mihi ana kia koutou. Tēnei kapa no Otakou, and they've come up the main drag all the way from Central Otago to be here in the 03. But here we go, Sean Bell comes through the hands, and he looked real likely at the back end of the first half. And I guess as good friend Kaiawa will be cheering that one, and the Barbars open up their second half account.
well, and Tainui there work a treat. And that's something that we see from an old sort of Dean Williams, Richie Masters combination there. That was the fake of the OZ, fake of the bounce out at link, and then just bouncing into that middle link channel and just strolling over there, Chad Tainui. So that's 5 for Canterbury Barbars. And they didn't score towards the back end of that first half, but they've opened their second half strongly, haven't they? They take a 4-try lead in the early exchanges of the second half. To settle into their work and reply here. Takahata very close to the line to run a second phase play, probably too close, which is why they've pulled back out. They look to kill their side of the box. Long ball goes out to the right hand side, and I think they'd be happy just to kill it down here and back themselves on a big strong set of defence.
Yeah, and I just see that famous local name, Tainui, Chad and Vinny. Mihi ana kia kōrua ngā uri o Otakou. I know there's a big whānau of Tainui over there in Wairewa and also Otakou over in Akaroa. So mihi ana ki te hau kāinga, but here we have the Barbars, and they're just having a little bit of a kōrero in the bit of a hui in the sub box. Probably just didn't quite get that right, but they've definitely started the second half off well. And I just see our man with the yellow boots there from Akahata, Ben Taylor. I'm pretty sure he's come over from England and transferred to New Zealand, 30 mixed. Absolutely loves the game, and is based down in Otakou there.
Yeah, that was a big tick for their defence actually. They kept Canterbury Barbars well off their try line and looking to sweep around the edge on the left. Now with a couple more touches still left in this set. Now they'll peel back to the right hand side and throws the short ball. Canterbury Barbars shutting that down with relative ease there. But I suppose they're at least posing a few more questions, aren't they, and throwing a few more set plays and different platforms in.
Yeah, definitely, and probably for them it probably is like a 32 peel platform that might force that Canterbury Barbars defence just to auto collapse. Obviously in the DNA is that hard corner hard shuts down these ways, but you've still got to get them to latch. Here's this combination, just the mahi men, Sean Bell through the hands, and they're just gonna stick to what works, aren't they?
Yeah, as long as you're getting to the end of their set, and that's another completion there for the Barbars. Touch and pass on the back end, but I don't think that'll bother them too much. There's a better finish to the end of that set compared to the last one. Akahata gets a run down this narrow short channel, down on the right. They look to settle into their work with a couple more touches still left in this set. There's a good drive. They've got to keep the flow on here. Canterbury Barbars just drifting back into their line, seeking that comfort of the try line in behind them. But yeah, that's the dangers, isn't it? When you want to drop back into your 7 metre, once you get there, you've got to push forward, and referee Bailey Aziz says they didn't do so. So now Akahata, they're going to get a full set of 6 here. Down by 4, I dare say they're going to need to convert here.
Yeah, and that's just so consistent with the ruling, is that is a penalty every day of the week. Didn't step over the ball, tried to. This international referee, he's onto this stuff, isn't he? He's very, very sharp. And now I just want to go back to the bounty, Kai, that I've been putting on the table. I've managed, it's been hard work to get something out of Tiv. We've got a bag of taro. Now, Kath hasn't come to the party, so I think just from shelling all that seafood, I think Kath may have to put on the table some moisturiser, just some woman's touch. So Kath is going to put on a big 1 litre bottle of the best moisturiser you can come up with. So we're going to put that all on the Barbars.
We're going all in, are we? Going all in on the Barbars. We're up by
all
4. I'm sure they'll be hoping themselves that they're able to carry on with the job, get it done in the end as Stewart feeds Tainui. A slip over in defence, there was a hole right back on the inside, but Tainui putting the ball to ground, and Akahata, I'm pretty sure that'll be a big sigh of relief for them. Now they'll look to ruck towards their sub box, head down as you see the yardage gain coming into effect here. They just need to get a good transition into their attack. Not quite a clean roll ball there, didn't step over it. They're allowed to reset and go again as the 5th and final comes. Step off the right foot, scoop out a half. And one more, I think he might have hit it. They did go through. The line was there begging. I think he might have thought that the defender was a little bit closer than what they actually were, so he let the ball fly. And that's a chance gone begging there for Akahata.
Akahata, they definitely, he was in. he'd like his time again. But great signs from them. They're still looking quite fresh as we come through here, and it is 20-minute halves. This is the semi-final, so the winner goes through to the final. On the other field, Kaiawa, they are playing Tamato, and that is your local derby, your local battle there. So, yeah, but they're looking fresh. Nice touching corner there, just a little step back here through the hands. Oh, long ball to the winger, might be a little tap in. Oh, steps the winger, comes across. Yeah, great work, Logan Todd. Akahata jump on the scoreboard. Might have a forward pass call.
Well, I think that's harsh there. Akahata, I thought that was a try for all money. They'll bring it back to the middle of the field. Here was a forward pass. And that's a try gone beating there for Akahata. It was great patience in the build-up. They got the quickie and they just held it up in the middle of the field with the long ball out to the right. And unfortunately for Akahata, and then that's compounded by a loose intercept attempt. What are they saying? Ball to ground. Referees haven't recorded it all. And yeah, they've got the right call in the end. It definitely was knocked down by Akahata. And so Canterbury Barbars, they'll start their touch count from just inside their own half, and within 1 or 2 touches, Bell will take them over halfway, and they'll look to put something on here. It's Hislop. Back to Bell. Just chucking the ball up the field, looking to run a couple of peel plays. Now looking to stretch them. Sullivan turns the ball back on the inside to Bell, and Sullivan will scoop out a half. He's managed to scoop through the middle, just needs to find a teammate. Was a touch made? They're claiming it here, Akahata.
Yeah, well, just on the other end, quickly, Tiv, Akahata, they were shortly in earlier on, and he passed the ball, no one in sight, and then that pass, it could easily be 3-5, trailing by 2, but against any Canterbury team, when you're down here, you have to nail those opportunities.
Definitely do. Akahata just perhaps a little bit guilty of not putting the final touches on their attacking opportunities. And as a result, down by 4, they could be steering down the barrel of a 5-try deficit as Sullivan look to run a peel play. Hislop throws it from the hip out to Link, and they're extending the play. A second phase, Stewart gets the short ball in. Sullivan one more over the top, and Canterbury Barbars through Marley Hislop, they managed to cross over, and they do find themselves up by 5. So a couple of costly errors down at the other end from Akahata, and that's really come back to bite them.
Yeah, it has. It's just, you see it in a lot of different codes, that momentum shift. When you're down, you've got to make the most of every opportunity, and you just got to make sure now there's a lot of error-free touch, and you get down, you've got to really test this Canterbury Barbars team with minimal errors. And as I say it, gee, the commentator's curse is back at it. And I just see it looks like Cully backed up after that attack. So, geez, they're keen to.
Yeah, well, I suppose Cullen's got a pretty big engine himself, and he always has. As the ball comes out to the left, ball goes to ground. But just doubling back to Brendan Stewart, he told me that he's running a triathlon next week. So he's got to have some sort of engine. You know, you're talking a 1.5k swim, followed by probably a 40k bike and then a 10k run. Yeah, you've got to have a pretty big engine to be able to do something like that, and he's showing his wares out there on the touch field.
Why are we not surprised, eh? Like, I'm like, yep, sure, yeah, of course he is. Of course he is. And he might see Tako Haropati out there, because he likes running marathons and going to touch tournaments also. But here we go. Here's this juggernaut, Canterbury Barbars. They do this so well, better than most, to be fair. Very, very, very disciplined. Very, very disciplined. So for any of these young ones, here's Daryl Gibson marching up the field, and this is this nice rhythm. I wouldn't say they've slowed the tempo, but they're very good at tweaking the tempo, Tiv.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They modify the tempo just to suit them and their pace of the game. They dictate, don't they? And we see the fruits of that there. Getting a repeat set at the back end of that one. And now with a full set of 6 here, down on the 7-metre line. Corey Tofare looking in to bounce out here to Withers out on the left. They've got a 2v1 situation, but great chase out, great desperation and defence there from Akahata. Holding firm from now. As the ball shifts back towards the middle of the field, Tofare, they're not going to let up this Canterbury Barbars team. The sweep comes around, looking to step and dive towards the outside. Nigel Heath crosses over there. He came around in the sweep and straightened them up. Steps to the short side and dots down for the Barbars. That's their 7th of the morning. They're looking pretty dominant, Hiccup.
Yeah, and what a sequence they run the bounce out at link. Corey Tofwhare really manipulates those middle defenders. Then they go straight into their sweep, and they let the sweeper pick the right line, and there they go. All of a sudden, the Barbars are out to a 7-1 lead, so 6 touchdowns. It's a lot to claw back, but there is still time, and they've got to make the most of every opportunity. They've just got to run the right plays on these guys, and I'm not too sure if middle is the play that's going to really stretch the Barbars.
Yeah, well, you talked before about running that 3-2 peel platform, that wrapping play coming from a middle link ruck, and I wonder if running that with a little bit of an early release, because the Barbars do like to shut hard. I wonder if that's the platform where they look to go to as this game starts to enter the last quarter. Canterbury Barbars crossing over halfway. They'll be scooping from a long way out. Cullen looking to scoop out a half here. Steps off the left foot. Looks a bit of footwork, but great defense there from Akahata, and he had to man up well there because Shorty was looking to get those jinking, driving feet going.
Yeah, and Akahata, they're doing it real tough. So they've got 6 out there, and they've only got 5 subs. So I'm not the greatest at Pangaro, but they're only running with 11 players. Whereas I look at the Barbars, they've got a full complement, and so they're able to get fresh legs on consistently. And at the end of the day, that's definitely going to prove costly for you.
Play a part for sure. That's why we're seeing sort of more of a laboured approach, I would say, from Akahata. So look to stretch the field now. Here we go. There's a peel play. Yeah, and I think it just, instead of running that short side, really looking to engage, and then with an early release, I think they'll come up with an easier 3v2 option. Here we are, they look to organise themselves in the middle of the field, just lacking a little bit of direction at the moment, though.
Yeah, yep, definitely. And I think when you're trailing, the Canterbury Barbars defence now, it feels like it's real suffocating. They're very, very tight. They're real there, they're right there on the money, and just the communication lines from wing to wing. And so this is great for the Barbars. They're probably going to get this one. I know it's an early call, but if they do, all their systems seem to be very, very clear. They keep things very, very simple and just run things at a high rate.
Yeah, not only for today as well, finals day here at the Kaiawa Invitational, but also looking forward ahead. A lot of these players will be gearing up for the Red and Black come Masters Nationals in mid-March. As we see, Barbars running a beautiful late switch. Withers looked to lob it over the top and really looking to attack there. That would have been a try there for all money. But a lot of these players will be gearing up for Canterbury in the Masters Nationals, and so, opportunities like this, they don't get them that often down here in the O3. These are going to be like gold for them, and I'm sure a lot of these players were putting their best foot forward come mid-March.
Yeah, and you said gearing up, and speaking of gear, you want to check out Withers & Co. gear, because they are quality. They've got absolutely outstanding business, local business. So Emihana Kakwe, Nelly and Matt doing a great job with your business. And speaking of the man himself, he's coming on that sweep follow, and there it is. And he's just been let down that time, that backflip pass. But they've created it so well. A good friend Corey Tofwhare, he's just very deceiving on the pick, and I think it's about the lines they run. So, when you have a look at the touch, always going to go wide and just follow. I'm sure they're going to get one.
Yeah, well, they've tried a couple of times throughout this game, haven't they? Tofwhare and Withers, they've been looking to connect on that sweep follow for a long time, ever since the first half. And, try it enough times, you might get one that comes off. As you see, a backflip of their own from Akahata, but that'll be the 6th touch, and a hand over there once again to the Canterbury Barbars. I'd love to see one come off for them. Great check, getting those extra yards. Tainui looking to let the ball fly now. Canterbury Barbars got a very comfortable lead, and with about 5 minutes left in this one, I'm sure they'll hold that and cruise into the grand final. 6 again there. Brendan Stewart, very classy operator, very experienced. He gets the repeat set for the Canterbury Barbars. Looking to run an OZ play, bit of a wayward pass. Just holds that up in the middle of the field. He's looking to crack this Akahata defence.
Everything's going your way when you get a recount on the final lane. You get the rub of the green. It's Cully at half. It's going through. Yeah. Looks like he got it just on the outside of that player. A great touch. This, the Akahata link is working hard. That a lot of attack has gone his way. That's a big touch, Tim.
He had to step off the line, didn't need to make that. As the scoop comes from Neila Aoraki, Sullivan. And that's a better showing of defence there from Akahata. They looked very, very assured on that set, didn't they?
Yes, most definitely. And now they've got some nice clean ball on the back end of some great defence. As they come up the field, here comes the fresh legs. The old Skip Taylor, yellow boots, coming through again. Yeah, it's a bit clunky, but they're still looking. They look quite a fit group of men there from the Otakou there. Just a little bobble. Manages to get a nice penalty at the back end too.
Yeah, repeat set. We talked about getting everything going your way. When you can get a repeat set from the final touch. So we'll see if they can convert a full set of 6 here. So look to run it quickly in the middle. Stepping off the left, looking to thread the needle in behind the defender there, but referees have picked up on an infringement. A little bit earlier forward pass, I think might have been the call. And so Canterbury Barbars will get the ball back. And with just over 3 minutes left, I would say that this one is now definitely sewing up. It's a tough task to come back from 6 down with any amount of time left on the clock, let alone with 3 minutes left. So Canterbury Barbars will definitely go through to the final. I'm sure Akahata will keep running right up until the last minute.
Yeah, and here we go.
We can catch the other semi-final action on the MāORI Plus YouTube channel as well. And, just tuning in at the moment. Kaiawa looking to be firm favourites to meet the Canterbury Barbars in the final there.
Yeah, they're leading that one with only a few minutes to go. They're up 7-5. And I know last year the final was Kaiawa and Tamatoa. It went to a drop-off, if I recall. And Tamatoa were victorious. So, yeah, I know that battle on the backfield is maybe a little bit of redemption as they come through. But the Barbars just been a bit too classy today. But a big mihi, kanuinga mihi. We've got a few couple that have travelled up State Highway 1 from Ōtepoti, from Otago, Central Otago. We've got the Steelers women's here. We've got the Otago men's team. And we've also got Akahata. And we've got a sprinkle of other teams. Aoraki's here, Amorangi and his crew. So there's a lot of teams that have travelled from sort of the central south and deep south. Also Whakatū Nelson are here from the top of the South Island. We've got a legal jam come through from Blenheim, from Melbourne. So just a massive representation from Te Waka Maui Te Waipounamu. So just great. Not only have we got players come from the north, but the whole Te Waipounamu have got right in behind this amazing kaupapa.
What an opportunity as well. You've got teams and players from up and down the country that have come here to compete, and it really just adds to the quality and the overall standard of the tournament and shows its growing importance on the touch calendar, especially for those here in Te Waipounamu. As the long ball goes out to the right, a well-taken try there from Akahata, and it was well-deserved, wasn't it? They plugged away, they kept plugging away. They haven't given up right up until the final whistle, and they're rewarded with the try right before full-time.
Yeah, Van Voot and Smith, they've had a dig all day, and they finally got one that the adjudicators cleared, and it is a touchdown. So touchdown second half, and it just goes to show they fight right to the end.
Canterbury Barbars, despite being up 5, I'm sure they've well and truly taken the foot off the gas, because with a lot of the players in their side and considering their experience, I'm sure they'll want to stay off the feet as much as possible heading into this final game of the day. It'll be later on. You can catch right here on MāORI Plus. That'll be followed by the Mixed Open, the Women's Open and the Men's Open finals as well. So plenty of action here still to come at the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational. As we get back to live field action, Hayata looking to sweep around the back of the ruck, steps off the right, throwing the cutout past to Tainui. Well defended there from Akahata, and with a couple of touches left in this game, Canterbury Barbars look to just get to the end of the game, I'm pretty sure. Looking to throw a pass out to the link, and that'll do us here. The Barbars getting up over Akahata, 7 tries to 2 in this Men's Open B semi-final. Very well-deserved win for the experienced campaigners here at Canterbury Barbars, local team, and they'll be in the final here for the Men's Open B. And we're going to take a short break, so join us after this. We will be back for more action here from Ngā Puna Wai and all Tauta here for the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
tēnā tātou e te iwi nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whira o ngā puna wai ki te taha o te awa awatipua o pā waho kei konei mātou ki te whakapāho atu tēnei kēmu o ngā wahine e whiringa whai te nau mai hoki mai whānau to the semi-final, open women's semi-final between Steelers, mai te Taitonga from the deep south versus the local side, Maraikura, and I'm graciously joined in commentary with Kath Mulligan. Kath, mau mai?
Kia ora Rhys, kia ora e te iwi. Nice to be back here again for semi-finals day here at Ngā Punawai in the Kaiawa Invitational 2026. As we see the Steelers, who came through as top qualifier in the women's grade against Maraikura. That should be a good game to watch.
Yeah, Maraikura. This team here is a combination of players that live locally here in Otakou, Christchurch, and good defensive set to start with. They'll be looking to work the ball down. The crowd is dispersed throughout the grounds at the moment. We have some rangatahi that are playing out on the backfields, but I'm pretty sure this grandstand will start to fill up, Kat, as the game goes on.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Maraikura will have their work cut out against them at a pretty polished Steelers side, but they're a hearty team and they've got skill set there, so anything is possible.
Yeah, on that, Kath, a little bit of knowledge in the women's game, obviously, with your role with Touch New Zealand and being an advocate for women's sport down here in the south. Any names and numbers to keep an eye on from the Steelers?
Yeah, look, absolutely. You look across the team sheet there, and there's a number of players to watch out for. We've got current touch blacks, the one who just threw that pass out to the score on the left there, and Bailey McDowell, who's come down from Auckland to join the team. Charlie Sinclair. We've got obviously the skills and knowledge of Dana Turnbull and Liv Fowler, who's running around out there, and some young up players at Kiana Brown, Asher Murphy and Luana Ashton. So look, they're a star-studded team across the page. They come well drilled, fit, and with a good skill set. So yeah, look, I'd expect to see some cohesion and tries coming today.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Maraikura off the tap off, dropping the ball there. Now they have to do a defensive set. With the numbers here, with the Steelers side, they've got one yellow number and one blue number. Obviously the spiritual colours of Otakou. So they're quite hard to read, so looking forward to seeing this game develop. Yep, Steelers are very, very strong side as they get a recount, looking for the crossover, middle, long ball thrown off the left hand. Yeah, and a good finish there. Passes being cleared by the referees, and the Steelers kick away to a 2-0 lead early on in this game.
Yeah, look, it was a really well-moved try there. They committed the defence in before going long, as we saw Kiana Brown there on the setup. She had a strong game yesterday. She's a talented basketballer, netballer and touch player, so an all-round skill set. Two-time defending champion Steelers, so they'll be looking to put themselves back in the final and put themselves in a place to try and defend their title.
Yeah, and here's Maraikura here, hopefully looking to build some sort of momentum to get back into this game early on, running the 32 peel, so good to see a traditional touch move being used. Referee unfortunately has called a drop ball there, so here go the Steelers. I like the way that they move the ball through the middle of the field before they look for the sub box. It's a good sign of condition, being fit, and then they check off here, get the ball to the middle of the field as the fresh subbers come on.
That's right, we see Liv Fowler working together there with Turnbull, bringing it back into the middle where we've got Olivia O'Neill, who's no stranger to the touch field herself. Well, Dana there unfortunately losing her footing and puts the ball down, so Maraikura will get to bring it out again.
You can see Dana there having a little giggle, probably a giggle to herself on losing her footing. She'll be watching this on the replay and she'll be having a little chuckle that we've identified that. But yep, Steelers, they look good. Yeah, I'm really liking the way that the referees are keeping these teams apart.
Yeah, it's a lovely big 7, which we like to see. Just allows for flow and ball movement in the game, as we see referee Kaylee McCracken there just picking up an error at the ruck. So Steelers will get an attacking set inside their half and look to them to bring it down to the line.
Yeah, although it's not raining here at the moment, Kat, the conditions are quite tricky. You can see in the background with the sponsorship, the Trident Homes sponsored flags are blowing quite hard in the wind, so ball control needs to be at its optimum as the Steelers get a couple of fresh legs on to the field. They'll look to build into the set.
That's right. We see Brown setting up in the middle again there with Asher Murphy. Bailey McDowell looking to sweep round. And she's got numbers out there. Nice offload to the link running into the hole there, and it was can't quite catch the number of who that was, but well worked play there by the Steelers to take them up to a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, unfortunately, Marae couldn't number up there defensively, and a relatively simple try there to Steelers, but that's the quality of the side that we mentioned at the start of the game. Marae qualifying fourth for the semi-final, so 1v4. They got their work cut out with them, but predominantly I notice some of these local names. A lot of them do play rugby in league. In Otakou, Waitaha, Canterbury, so they're here to tautoko te kaupapa, support the initiative from Nathan Silver and Kaiawa, getting this tournament off the ground 4 years ago, and it's really thriving now, and I am hoping that the sun comes out a little bit later on for the finals, Kath, and pretty much looks like the Steelers side are on their way at the moment with a 3-0 lead as they build into another attacking set.
That's right, they're getting into their work here nicely, taking it forward as they do. Nice snaky run by Liv O'Neill, and then the pick there by Molly Weirley, who is a well-versed touch black in the mixed space, but well read there by the Murray Kura defender, who puts herself in the way and gets the turnover.
Yeah, Kemp there, and managing to get an intercept pass on the in goal, and when you do get an intercept in the in goal, it's a 0-touch turnover on the 7-metre mark. As they look to bring the ball forward, they look nice and controlled when they're coming through the middle of the field. Marae Kura, hopefully they can put an attacking play off the back end of the set. If not, yeah, as the ball goes down, last touch there, at least they're getting it over the halfway line and they're working hard for each other. The Marae Kura women's.
That's right, we see Steelers once again work it to the box, and Dana coming through wide on the latch, looking to put someone into space. I think that's Asher Murphy into the link lane. And the winger gets the play on the far side. So we'll see Steelers bring it back to the middle and set up a nice play. They're just controlling the tempo here, sending the sweep. Just stretching the Marae Kura defence. It's a nice shut there by Sammy Calvert on the wing, able to read the play and stop the momentum.
Yeah, great defence there from Sammy Calvert. Looks like the Steelers might go back to that same edge they've been downwind. That Turnbull there off the right hand. Yep, great. Unfortunately, Calvert couldn't make the same defensive play, creating numbers, so her only option was to shut down defence, and it was a beautiful pass over the top to the winger to go unofficial 4-0 up early on in the semi-final.
Yeah, beautiful set play there. You see they just take their time and bring it back to the middle, condition the defence, and then look to hit long. That's a Dana specialty with the long ball. So you see Marae Kura take it back up. They'll be looking to get to the 7 here and see if they can put a play on, test the Steelers defence.
Hiko Marae Kura now on attack, looking to create something on the short side. On the dummy half pick, we're looking for the inside ball. Unfortunately, the trail player, the following player, wasn't there. So an early turnover from Marae Kura. Steelers will look to just get to the sub box here and create a momentum shift on the attack, from defence to attack, and work the ball into the attacking zone here, Kath.
Yeah, some nice yards. They come at a bit of depth and pace, and once again the latch comes round with some space to create the ball movement. Good defensive pressure there by Teresa McPherson, just putting a stop to the momentum. We go Olivia O'Neill with the pick through the middle, finds a bit of a gap, but once again the Marae Kura defence stays strong and connected, and they were able to end that set of 6.
Yeah, good defence there from McPherson. As Marae Kura take over ball possession, they'll be looking to get down the other end. When they put a defensive set on, they look quite tidy. Early on a couple of jitters, but they're managing to get the ball over halfway, and hopefully they can create an opportunity off last touch, bringing the ball to the right-hand side of the field as we look at it on our screens. With the sweep play, looking to step back, option off the right hand, chucks it long, nice pass there. Good defence there by the Steelers winger though, and there's the turnover, but a good set through the middle of the field from Marae Kura.
Yeah, look, the yards look tidy, good momentum, and they had a bit of a go on the last there, so they'll be happy with that set. And if they can keep stringing that sort of defensive, offensive combination together, I'd like to see them get down and get one over.
Yeah, here go the Steelers here. They're really enjoying a wealth of possession and field position, looking to frame up their attack. Getting to the 33 platform here with the peel. Looking for a right-hand option. Good defence from Maraikura there.
Touch not affected though, so she's able to get the pass off again, and then puts Brown into space, who's able to find her winger out wide, Pipis, and I think that maybe, and they get another one down in the corner. Nice ball movement there and awareness of the space by Bailey McDowell.
Yeah, good initial defence there from Maraikura, and unfortunately they just shut off. They just switched off a little bit there near the end, and the Steelers were too clinical to not let them go unpunished. So unfortunate try there, 5-0 to the Steelers, but tap off from Maraikura back at halfway.
That's right, as you see Calvert driving it through the middle of the field. Some good yards to get them up to the 7. 32 platform again. They look to hit the middle. Steelers' defence is nice and connected as we're Maraikura looking for an option. Up to Sammy, she's running a nice hole there, out wide to the winger, but well covered. If the Steelers' defence all moving nicely and connected together.
Yeah, Steelers will go to work here. They'll just they look to drive that first one in the middle of the field, and Dana there driving the ball with a good check off back in her skill set. Winger gets the dummy half over the halfway line for touch 3. They've got some good field position here, and they're just continuing to roll through the middle of the field here, Steelers. There's a bit of a mihi to Maraikura. The Steelers aren't holding back here. They're going for the throat, as they say, as they get the quickie crossover and the early dive. Looked like Calvert there might not have made the line, as the referee has said, and has awarded another try to the Steelers.
Yeah, that was beautiful end-to-end touch with a lovely diving try on the end by Olivia O'Neill. Steelers really looking to probably tidy up and connect from a few mismatches that they had yesterday in their Kaiawa game. They just didn't look to be quite connected, so I dare say they'll be using this opportunity to polish some of those plays so they're hitting the final firing.
Yeah, and what a great opportunity this is also for the Maraikura girls to be out there, and you know, as I said, it's not like the Steelers with the firepower and the calibre of player that they have, that they're just taking this game nice and easy. They're preparing themselves for a final, and they're running and they're playing as hard as they can. So great work from both sides at the moment, and as the Maraikura girls go on attack. But just quickly, Kath, your opinion and your thoughts on this tournament here in Christchurch, the Kaiawa Invitational?
Oh, look, I think it's a fantastic event. As you mentioned earlier, I'm a big advocate for our sport, wahine sport here in Christchurch. So it's always on my mind is how we can get some more teams into this women's grade, and incentivise a few more teams to come down. Steelers have been fantastic supporters of the tournament from the first year, and I'd love to see it grow so that we see more of our wahine down here getting this high exposure to high level touch.
Yeah, and I do know that there's a lot of wahine players in the local region in Canterbury, and that are playing in these different clubs. And I do know that behind the scenes, Touch Canterbury and the high performance coaches down here do have aspirations of having a women's team back at the open level for Canterbury, and it's in the works. And as you know, Kath, being a Hāpaiō, a huge supporter behind the scenes of touch and teams, there's always a process that needs to happen. But looking forward to the future of our local region in terms of the women's game and the development. And as you know, you've got to have coaches and managers first up before players. So looking forward to the next couple of years anyway with touch locally here in Canterbury, and this is a major tournament for us to grow the talent. So support everything you see it as Maraikura go on attack again. Just the defensive shape and systems. Damien Purdon, as you can see over there in the sub box in the near of your screen here, not only helping coaching Kyle Newton with the Otakou men's, but giving back to the women's players as well. And with our coaches and managers, in particular managers, the sport would pretty much die down here in Te Waipununu, and I know, being a coach and a former manager, how important all the mahi is, and that goes on behind the scenes. So
tika. And you talk about proponents of the game, and Damien Burden is one of them who serves the sport in the Otago and at the New Zealand level tirelessly. You mentioned he's here for both the men's and the women's. He's also bringing a 16 mixed team up for the junior nationals here in a couple of weeks, and we're really lucky to have his experience and depth giving back to our game continuously.
Yeah, I briefly caught up with Kyle earlier, and he was mentioning that he's bringing up maybe 16 boys. So you've got touchbacks coaches and the experience of coaches giving back at the junior level as well. And I know that happens in Canterbury right throughout. And man, I'm excited that the junior nationals are back here at MΑORI Sports Hub. Because these conditions, as you can see, whānau, we've had a lot of rain, as has the wider country, and Tino Pai Te Aho, Tangawana Whira, these fields are in immaculate condition, and I managed to catch up with a couple of the touchback men's that have come down to play, and they can't talk highly enough of the facilities here in the grounds, the changing sheds, the manaki, the support that they get, and they're really hoping that the World Cup is held here as well. And I know that discussion's happening at a board level and a fit level, but it would be awesome for Ōtautahi Christchurch Te Waipununu to host the World Cup. We would really put it on down here. But back to the touch, Kat. Here go the Steelers again.
Yeah, look, as we see Charlie Sinclair and Kiana Brown working together on the line, just looking to engage those middles and find the gap. We've got Bailey looking in at dummy half. We see the 32, the wrap goes round, the hole's opened up, Bailey hits it long, and the winger's left able to cross over untouched. Another well-worked try by the Steelers.
Yeah, just a situation there where the Steelers had created an opportunity, and the defence they have to squeeze in, and with an accurate pass with the skill set over the top, it's a try pretty much every opportunity you get there. So Steelers really playing well here, and they did come into this game as favourites, and they're playing up to their billing at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. So we see Mare Kura, they're not giving up though, they're still taking it down towards the line there. We see McPherson in there, who's a well-rounded athlete in rugby and rugby league, trying to set some play here and test that Steelers defence. As they bring it across to the middle now, back in, we see McPherson at dummy half, gets it out, and I think it looks like they've crossed over there at the link, and that's a beautiful play. They've really stretched the defence and got one down, much to the delight of the local crowd here.
Yeah, great replay. The link had actually come on a late sweep, and the scoop infield with the step back and a little pop over the top. Turnbull just lifted a little bit too high there, and great to see the Mare Kura girls, the Ngā Wahine, get their first point against the Steelers, unofficially 8-1, and the Steelers will look to get that point back straight away.
Yeah, they will. Look, it's great to see Mare Kura down there to defend, but as you mentioned earlier, Steelers mean business, and they won't take the foot off here. So we see O'Neill getting a play-through call from the referee, and she strolls over past the offside defender to get one back just as quickly.
Yeah, and I can see, this Mare Kura team, they play at a local module, a lot of them together, and they're developing their skills, a wide range of abilities, but good on them for fronting in this women's grade. Defensively, there'll be some work-ons for them, but they're giving it everything they can, and here they go from the tap off, just looking to get the ball forward. Good touch too there, coming through. Oh, and unfortunately just a little bit of a bobble as it was a good aggressive touch defensively from the Steelers middle there. Just not an aggressive touch and not a penalty, just good physical touch and forced the turnover, and the Steelers, here they go, they just go into their work.
That's right, as we see Sinclair moving it through the middle, Bailey McDowell with Pippies in there at dummy half, doing the winger's job well as the defenders come on. And then we see a sneaky little play, Turnbull able to find O'Neill, but I think the touch was made in the corner. It's well defended. So Steelers bring it back towards the middle there. Turnbull Fowler on the sweep and the step back dive, but well defended there by Sammy Calvert.
Yeah, beautiful defence there by Calvert. Kind of had to do two jobs there. Made the touch, pulled the corner, and then had to save herself. So great work there from Sammy Calvert. Good to see still running around and still giving it everything here. Although the scoreline is 9-1 unofficially on our scoreboard, they're giving it everything they have. The Marae Kura Wahine.
That's right, as we near the end of the first half, we've moved to 20-minute halves today for our semis and finals, so a bit of extra mileage in the legs, which I think you'll see the Steelers really come to fore with their, we know that teams out of Dunedin come fit and fast, and so the extra time on the clock won't impact them greatly, I don't think.
Yeah, tino pai tēnei haurua tuatahi e te whānau. So as the first half closes off there, as Cass said, we've got 20-minute halves in the playoff rounds now. The crowd is slowly starting to build. The energy is getting quite high. There will be a flood of public. Nā whānau, ka hara mai ki te tautoko. But stick around, whānau, for the second half in this open women's semi-final. Steelers 9, Marae Kura 1, hei a kua nei. Nau mai hoki mai ki te haurua tuarua o tēnei himu te whenua whaiti o ngā wahine, ngā wahine tūwhera me ki. Open women's semi-final, second half, Steelers vs Marae Kura, straight into their work, Steelers Kath, as I can see them building a sweep play here, looking to check off, beautiful square passing by the Steelers, and just like that, Kath, the Steelers half-time talk, Damien Purden, he would have just said, let's not take the foot off the pedal. We've got a final to start preparing ourselves for. Let's make sure that we keep the keep the pressure on, and they've scored straight away.
They have, and it was a beautiful, set the platform in the middle again, and a great catch and pass from McDowell at link there. And you're absolutely right. The Steelers will keep the foot down. They'll be preparing for what's to be a final later on this afternoon in defence of their title. So Marikura though, they will keep competing. Unfortunately, just a wee fumble at the ruck there to turn it over. But they're not here to make up numbers. They're here to improve and challenge. So I'd expect to see them continue to put in their best efforts in the second half.
Yeah, tino pai tērā whakaaro cat, tino kaharata. Not an easy task to go up against the side of the calibre of the Steelers side as the turnover happens and we've got a recount on the line, and the Steelers are such a good side that they look to punish this Marikura Wahine side.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think when you look at the names on the team sheet for the Steelers here, I'd be surprised if there were any of them that haven't pulled on a black jersey for touch in some form or other, whether it be at the touch black level or through the juniors. So they're well drilled. A lot of them come out of the Columba College side, which we know Dana's had success, repeated success at secondary schools over a number of years, as we see them dot down for another one there. So look, they're a classy side with some really good ball skills. So we see them take a 11-1 lead here in the second half.
Yeah, just another simple play with the 32 long. Down here we call it the stormer. Throw the stormer with the step back into a follow play. So although this game could be quite technical, from what I've seen from the Steelers so far, they've just been clinical on the basics of the game, and that's led them to an 11-1 lead. And whoever they do go up against in the final, they'll need to be on the top of their game, because the Steelers team, it looks like they have their game on point at the moment.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on the semi-final happening on one of the backfields at the moment. My daughter happens to be playing, so I've got a foot in both camps. I can see that Kaiawa are up 4-1 over Factory in the second half of that other semi-final, but our young Factory team will be looking to press them. Kaiawa and Steelers had a draw in their round robin game yesterday, neither team able to get the ascendancy over the other, so however that looks coming into the back end of the day will be another top matchup, I'm sure.
Yeah, me tika ka mihi ki te karapu o Tamatoa, ka noho tēnei tima Marikura ki raro I te maru o Tamatoa. So Tamatoa, a proud history in the North Island, a club where many touch blacks and Māori, Aotearoa Māori players have come from and represented, and Marikura come under that club Tamatoa, and ki te rangatira e whakahaere ana I te karapu o Tamatoa e mihi ana. So a big shout out to the coaches and the organisers and the kaihapai, all this, the support mechanisms of Tamatoa, creating their club, bringing their club down here into Otakou, Christchurch, and they're doing a great job in this Marikura team. Although they're down 12-1, Kath, they're giving it everything they have, and that's all you can ask for.
Oh, absolutely, and look, what an experience for them to come out here and play, and as you say, they've supported this tournament. A lot of these wahine players were here in the tournament last year under a different guise, and as we say, they're down here, they're not giving up, as we see them look to shift the ball. Quick little wrap-around play, and she's got a winger out wide. She's able to release to Paige Flett, who goes over in the corner, and that's just reward for their efforts for Marikura here.
Awesome work from Marikura, just as we were saying that they won't go away, and they'll keep playing until that final whistle, and there we go. Beautiful set of hands, a little bit of footwork with the wraparound and the long ball over the top on the shutdown defence, and we're in the corner, and great opportunity being given by Marikura, and they took it with both hands. Great work.
Yeah, it's great to see. They've obviously taken a look at what the defence is doing there, and able to get it out wide and create the overlap with a little bump wrap. So nice to see. As Steelers bring it back down and look to set up again on the line. Let's see if Marikura can adjust their defence to keep these girls out this time.
Yeah, hopefully they take a little bit of a positive out there and have a great set of defence. If the link lifts high, allows Marikura to go man on, throw over the top.
Looks like it might have gone forward from the hand there as McCracken makes the penalty on the 7. So, yeah, look, another great set defensively from Mare Kura, and every time they keep Steelers out, I think they should take heart from that and you know, take it as the win.
It's nothing like a try to put a spring in your step, Kath, and that's exactly what they did. There was a great defensive set from Mare Kura with this near side link lifting high to allow them to go man on and release the winger and force the mistake, and they look like they do have a spring in their step as they're coming through the middle of the field here. Unfortunately, a little bit of a hit. Yeah, that could have been gone either way, Whānau, there with the heavy touch, but lost control, and the Steelers, they'll bring the ball to the sub-box, and no doubt Dana will be looking to come on and strike off the back of the set.
Yeah, for sure. As we see Sinclair bring it down to the edge. Dana in the middle there working with Brown. Just taking their time, having a look at what the defence is doing, drawing them right out, getting the strike on the 7 as Dana picks and goes to the right. Link, and they just put it down. Not quite able to find the hand with that one as I keep an eye on the other semi-final where Factory have taken another step closer, and it's 4-3 against Kaiawa. So the winner of both these games will obviously meet in the final. So we see Mare Kura, Sammy Calvert, she's keeps going at pace, brings it across out of the sub-box and draws herself a penalty. It's great work. They'll get themselves a nice crack at the line here.
Yeah, good work from Mare Kura. No surprise that Sammy Calvert making herself available to be instrumental in some sort of attack here. Constructing play. Comes in on the 32 platform looking for the short pass. Possible second phase. Unfortunate that ball goes to the ground. They're looking a little bit more comfortable and a little bit more settled in this game after half-time, Kat.
Yeah, I think so. There might have been something in the oranges or the water bottles. Who would know? But yeah, look, they have. They've much more connected in defence and they're having those attacks at the line, which is great.
Speaking of things in the drink box and in the drink bottles and the oranges, I do see that there's a couple of additional management. Mohi Westrup, I see he's been added to the sub box, so he will no doubt make sure that the H2O is flowing, and this is it. You know, there you've got Dave there, who pretty much runs the club, and Mohi, a player there here to support, so they've raced over from their game to join in, and that's the whānau. Kura te āhuatanga te whānau, te manaki, do what you can to get across and help your club, which is awesome to see. That's really the Wairua camp that I feel at this Trident Homes Kaiawa Invitational 2026. It continues to build.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and it's great to see those guys in the box there supporting their wahine as they come up against a pretty formidable side here. Yeah, look, the club tournaments just hit different. There is that connection and the whānau feel amongst the groups. Maybe sometimes not on the field, but definitely once everybody gets off, and it's great to see here.
You know, Kath, we've talked about a lot of people, you know, and the way they support a lot of things and stuff like that. Tell us a little bit of something about yourself and where you're at the moment in the world of touch.
Yeah, look, I wear many hats. You know, it's pretty cool being here this weekend. Not as a manager, which is my normal position, but here commentating. I've got a son here refereeing and a daughter here playing. Got a couple of teams I manage. My daughter's school team for Villa Maria College. We were fortunate enough to take them away to secondary school nationals for the very first time as a college this year. Great experience for our girls, and one that we're hoping to repeat in years to come. Looking after the under-21 mixed team for Canterbury this year, going up to nationals, and you know, really excited to be reappointed as the manager of the Touch Blacks Women's this year as we build towards the Asia Pacific Cup in Mudgee in April.
Kath, I thought I was involved in many teams, you know, at the secondary school touch level and Canterbury Touch, and we've been lucky enough to be to 2 World Cups now with New Zealand and 2 with Singapore. So I think you've got about 5 more hats to wear than I do, and I know it's a thankless job, and just on behalf, especially coaches in Canterbury and Touch Canterbury itself, a huge thanks. I know it's your involvement with the Canterbury men's with Paul Piawini over the last couple of years has had its ups and downs, and we're going through a bit of a phase here at the moment at our open level, but just a huge thanks for all the mahi that you continue to do, and that people just don't see. They see a name on the paper and they don't see the mahi, but I was fortunate enough to watch you go to work, with Sandy, my manager last year, being in the same accommodation, and you do a great job, and gee, the touchbacks, they're very lucky. So if you're watching out there, those above us that call all the shots, keep Kath on as long as you can, because she's awesome, and it's great to be able to commentate, and your experience is huge in this women's game as the Steelers look to create an opportunity here back to the touch, and they'll be looking for some sort of short play here. There's the 32 peel, middle on the dive, and unfortunately we're approaching the 30th minute of the semi-final, and the defensive player unable to make the line, and another great try there by the Steelers. And although there has been a bit of a settled period for Maraikura, once again the Steelers just look too sharp here in the semi-final.
Yeah, great finish there by Kiana Brown. Unfortunately, the defender just getting her back turned, and Kiana able to step back and get the dive in there. But yeah, look, it's an honour and a privilege to be involved with touch. It's a game that I grew up playing, and I love being involved and giving back where I can. So I'll keep at it while they'll still have me.
Yeah, no, awesome, Kath, and we talk about Hika in particular talks a lot about seafood and Kaiawa, but just like Dakota, your goal, Kath, and they'll be crazy not to keep you on, especially with your desire to continue to do it. So all the best to your Touchbacks women's and the Touchbacks teams as they venture across to Australia coming up, and hopefully everything goes well. Those of us that have been amongst the national groups, we always wish everybody all the best to get one over our friends over the Tasmans. So they're friends off the field, and then they become foes. So all the best, and no doubt there'll be some of these wahine in that squad that you've mentioned, former touchback women's players and the likes, and the Steelers side 13-2, but as you can see, just in the full camera there, Damien Purden, he's not letting off. He's continuing to coach and work on a lot of the detail around what these wahine from the Steelers are doing, and it's a defensive sector, Maraikura, and I think the coaching staff of Maraikura, they'll be happy with every single try that they're able to stop. So well done, Maraikura. Te haere tonu te kaha ki rotu I nei wahine toa. Maraikura, they just keep going, and they're not giving up, Kat.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Dana Napa working in the middle there, another multi-talented player, picks up on the last there to see if she can see her beckoning for the Link to cut. Link wasn't seeing what she was putting out there, so they ended on the 6 as Turnbull brings it away towards the sub-box.
Yeah, mihi ka tika ki a Dana, I know her well. He pauko whariku, he pauko o te kura kaupapa Māori o te whānau tahi, so good to see her out there running around in this open women's grade, and I know a lot of these Maraikura wahine will be representing Canterbury in the Masters grade, so they keep going, and we never want to see a scoreline like this in our touch game, but nā mihi he mihi nui ki a koutou Maraikura mō tō kaha ki te tautoko te kaupapa, and as the Steelers score again there unofficially 14-2 as we get towards the back end of this half with 5.5 minutes to go. The Steelers just looking too sharp here at the moment, as was expected at the start of the game here.
Yeah, look, it was always going to be a big ask for Maraikura to get up against this classy Steelers side as we see them bringing it back to halfway. But they've done themselves proud at the effort they're putting out there, and they're still hitting it strong as we see them bring it up towards the line.
Koira tētahi o ngā painga o ngā wahine Māori, ngā wahine katoa Kath, one of the strong values that our women have in sport is they just won't give up, they won't go away, they're very staunch, and rightly so. Korato te reo tuatahi. For those that don't know, a lot of mana is bestowed upon Māori, in particular in our culture, around the first voice being heard is always a woman, and gee, these women are really putting a show on here. As we can see, the Steelers have been really clinical, just like the Otakou men, and I know this isn't an Otakou team, this Wahine team, it's the Steelers, but it's the same traits that Tavoli and I saw in a men's game, where they just do the basics so well, and continue to just work the ball from their own end of the field to the opposite end and complete sets, and it's awesome to see.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The style of play that we see coming out, it's fit, it's fast, it's clinical. I was listening to Damo when he was coaching during one of the games yesterday, and he's just giving the girls some guidance on what he can see the defenders doing and how to manipulate and move them. So look, it's we've had a lot of strength out of Otago, especially through the Wahine and over the last 5, 6, 7 years. And, we're seeing it again out here on the field, although I've put the commentator's curse on them there as they just have a wee fumble in the ruck. So Mare Kura, who are looking for a quick turnover to get an attack on the line, as we see Sammy trying to bring the defenders out. And working it back towards the middle, just slowing it down, looking for a quick offload from dummy half. Cuts back inside, but unfortunately ball goes to hand. As I cast my eye on the other semi-final, where it's a close game. It's Kaiawa up 6-4 over the young Factory team. I'm hoping Factory pull a couple back there, as it's great to see them entering the tournament for the first time, and we've got plans to bring that young group through and get them into more and more tournaments.
Yeah, as the Steelers back to the touch here, as the Steelers on the field here, look to work the ball down the middle of the field, scoop out a dummy half, players offside, so the referee calls play through, looking for an open player, and yes, that's a beautiful finish there. I believe is that Dana again?
Might be a little bit younger than Dana, those couple out there, but great to see you. That's who giving them the high fives and supporting the moves there. I think it might have been Neve Gramans on one of those plays. But yeah, look, good to see, and that's Steelers up to take a 15-2 commanding lead with a couple of minutes left to play in this semi-final.
Yeah, and I did see that. It's good to see Dana with a smile on her face and everybody enjoying their touch here at the Trident Homes Kaiawa Invitational in its 4th year. Really doing a great job, the organisers and all the support mechanisms around. As I see our lovely lunches starting to arrive, Kath, and I believe these might be the crayfish and paua sandwiches that are arriving, so we're blessed here to come and support the kaupapa, but also ngā tangata hāpai the support crew that continue to keep these wheels rolling as we enter our last minute of this Open Women's semi-final. Te whiringa whaiti o te whakataitai wahine tūwhera tēnei taumata is coming to a close as the Steelers continue to work the ball down the field as they come in. And I've just seen an injury, and I hope this player is okay from the Steelers as we close off this second half, the semi-final. Kath, just some final words. Pirangi o te mihi atu ki ngā kai tautoko matua, Trident Homes, whakaata Māori, e tuku atu e nei kēmu, tēnei whakataitai ki te ao. Huge shout out to Trident Homes and MāORI Plus, MāORI TV for allowing these pictures, this commentary and this tournament to go out to the globe, to the public that can't make it here in person. Without your support, te tai te aha. So yeah, ka mihi ka tika, ko mutu tēnei kēmu, ka hoki mai, ka hoki a hika rāua ko tiv, mo te whiringa whaiti o nā tāne. Stay tuned whānau, don't go away, grab your best hot drink and cup of tea and coffee, grab a snack because things are heating up here at the Kaiawa Invitational. Hoki mai a tōna wā.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Tēnā tātou e te iwi, nau mai hoki mai, ki tēnei whiringa whaiati, yes, at the semi-finals time, and we have Tucker Toast taking on the Steelers. Kia kone māua ko Tim, it's starting to heat up this one.
It is, yeah. Tēnā koe hika, tēnā koutou e hoa mā. We are here for the semi-final fixture, so yeah, it is starting to heat up. The Steelers, we've seen them in action a couple of times already. And then Tucker Toast, on the other hand, we saw them in one game yesterday, and they've opted to swap out the cream kit for the black and white, the more traditional black and white. We'll see if that pays dividends for them in this one.
Yeah, well, you said kit, and everyone knows I like a little bit of kit. So if there's a spare cream kit, we might be able to put it in a raffle and support somebody. But here we go, straight back at it. That's how you want to start a semi-final, and I see Shan Tormudi is out there in the leadership group with the defensive crew, along with the young man Riley Ra out of Rolleston College. And here we go, this combination, E4 Jones. Oh, yeah, that's a nice snaky platform for him, so he might go short side. Here's his feet.
Beautiful play there from the Steelers, and yeah, it all came from that platform, didn't it? Ngātai Cribs setting a wonderful platform for E4 Jones just to scoop out a half, that long ball out to the left, and then excellent interplay between wing and link. Tawhiri Mason crosses over for the first one of the game.
Man, that is such a sharp start. You can tell everyone's in tune, and I put it down to the defensive stop, but also that nice snaky run at the back end. None better than the global international star himself, E4 Jones, the Ngutu from Te Awa Mutu, to put them on the scoreboard. But Tucker Toast, here they go. Early on, Tim and I noticed that the northerners were freezing, and the southerners were just in normal chill mode.
Well, it's summer down here, isn't it, Hika? So, yeah, a lot of the local boys here, obviously well used to the conditions, and the Steelers, as well as playing against the opposition, have to play against the weather as well. A little bit colder for them, so we'll see what they can come up with here on this set as Avion Jones gets them going forward. And then they'll come up to the near side here, close to your screen, closer to their sub box as Te Huia Mason takes them forward. Tormudi subs on with a little bit of enthusiasm. Jones scoops out a half, steps off his right foot using those jinking driving feet. But yeah, that's a good stop there from Tucker Toast. A lot of defensive pressure put on early and made the Steelers scoot from a long way up.
Yeah, and I've just identified the three adjudicators. We've got Richie Heap on the field. We've got Logan and Alicia. And it's generally a dress rehearsal. The semi-final refs will generally back up in the final tip. So I think we get definitely a good glimpse of two of maybe the three that will control the big one. It's always rankings when it comes to this part of the day. And it's great to see the three southern refs, the top ranked here at this tournament. But here we go, just trucking up. And I like the look of Orlando. This winger here, we talk a lot about Trey Poihipu, who's very experienced, but he's definitely held his own at this level.
Yeah, and I don't think they're running with too many wingers, just having a look at their team list here. See the back flick there from Anthony Sinkley. I think they might just be running with the two. So Trey Poihipu on the far side, Orlando Malo on the near side. They'll be playing full games for most of the tournament, and probably won't get much of a reprieve. So yeah, big engine on both of them, and a huge work rate.
Yeah, that's a nice platform there for Tucker Toast as we come in. We'll check out coming on the back door there. But comes through the hands left to right over the top. Got a nice little look in early, and just in terms of the calendar of, I guess, our elite players, the likes of V4 Trey, Shan, and the likes of Avion. It's been pretty full on out of Whakatane into home ground down here for Kaiawa, and obviously 10K's coming up and then into the national calendar. So yeah, there's a lot going on, isn't there?
Plenty of opportunities. I think if we're looking at it in a positive light, there's plenty of opportunities for them to play, and you take into account some of the competitions that these boys would have played in over the back end of 2025, the likes of a Pacific Cup, the likes of a Fijian Cup, the likes of a Māori Touch National. So it's been a pretty full-on calendar, and there's still plenty of touch left to be played.
Yeah, good call. The Jones brothers.
As Jones comes around, looking to feed his brother, and these two definitely two players from the Steelers that you'll need to look out for. And E4 Jones, obviously nothing more needs to be said about him. He'll occupy the middle of the field as the ball comes to King. Robinson Bartlett gets into half. E4 Jones double pumps and hits the link. It was just as quick as a flash. Barely saw that ball flash across the face of Robinson Bartlett. Hits the link. And Steelers, they take an early 2-0 lead. And the lead-up work there done by E4 Jones, but a great line run by his brother, and they get their second of the morning.
And the Queenstown real estate agent Richie Heap was right on the spot, as he should be, with a man of his class. He's over 50 international tests as a ref. But we're back at it. Takato's hot on attack. He's coming through, and they've probably felt the wrath early of the Steelers. He's shared Tomuri, and he stayed real consistent with his combination. Really, really wrapped. Just Ryan coming yesterday, never played with any of these guys, straight out, and just the confidence that you must get from playing with these guys. A little bit like young Cooper Hayata, playing with some really good systems and quality people.
Yeah, so out of Rolleston College, so he's a local boy here. Obviously, a lot of these Steelers players coming from sort of the Hamilton region, or at least the upper North Island. And so he was a bit of a late call-in to the Steelers outfit, and you know, what an opportunity for him to step into the changing room with some of these boys. And you know, I bet his eyes were about the size of saucers, seeing the calibre of players that he was about to play with. So what an opportunity for young Ryder Allen out of Rolleston College, as we see a pass pop over the top to Puihipi. Will he dive, get some air in the corner? He will indeed. What a finish there from Trey Puihipi, all class out on the flank from the Touch Blacks winger.
Sinclair through the hands of Nia King, but Tawhiri Mason. Man is on fire, and that is a world-class finish from a world-class winger. And the Steelers, they are definitely warming into this one just nicely, Tiff.
Yeah, that's 3 tries in the first 6 minutes. Takatos, they're going to want to try and hit back relatively quickly here. They don't want to get Steelers get their noses too far in front, because if they do, they have all the ability in the world just to run away with it. However, on the attack now, Takatos working through Turner in the middle of the field, just looking to draw some players forward and getting their wires crossed a little bit. Henry Anderson, part of that famous Anderson whānau. Now looking to throw the out ball. No, they hold on to the ball and throw the long ball over the top. Great finish out wide, and they do strike back there, Takatos, and an important one at that, Hiccup.
Yeah, that platform that they set up there, we had old Henry Anderson there, just have a little sting on the link, which really forced that far side link to sort of commit and bite, which isolated the far side winger. So they might need to just take those notes down, Jason Kennell. See, that's probably one way to activate some good attack, because they're very proactive when you see the Steelers defence. They're all quite keen. So yeah, great work there. Yeah, nice solid touch in the ruck there. Nothing over the top. That's a great win for Takatos. They score and get the ball back.
Yeah, and if they do, they'll be right back into it as well. They led in the first 3. So finding yourselves down by 3 this early in a match is it's a tall task if you can let it get away from you. So they've done well to peg one back. We'll see if they can peg back another here as they run a splitter play, stepping off the right foot, long ball over the top. It's going to be difficult to get around or through Trey Puihipi. Well, he's copped a bit of a knock there. We'll keep an eye on that. The ball did go to ground, so it's a handover to the Steelers. And Takatos will be looking to apply some defensive pressure there. Some strong touches coming in from Tom Rufiu. Eford Jones just snaking, getting on the outside of his man. Mason will take the ball forward. And with a couple of touches left up their sleeve, Takatos, they put on a good set of defensive pressure here. Tomuri gets the strike done. Long ball goes way over the top, nice and early. And that'll sail over the sideline. I think that was probably more just to get to the end of their set and complete the set as close to their sub-box as they could.
Yeah, good call. And just quite really like the look of Tom Rufiu. They've got him on the ball quite early, and he's obviously one of their main pillars of attack. But Takatos now, they've found their groove. They're all keen. They're a very, very well drilled team. They play club touch down here at the Belfast Touch, which is their league competition here in the 03. So all very familiar with each other. Here goes Henry Anderson, showing a bit of speed. Yeah, mistouch there, and he's going to find an open play. Just got a hand on it. And, Henry wanted to join the party too, and he looks good on the back end of the scoop with a nice little left foot bing whack.
Oh, well, all of them, aren't they? All those Anderson boys, whether it's Henry or Simon or Ben, whenever they come out of half, they're always dangerous, and they've got the speed to burn as well. And Henry on that occasion showing his wares out of half. Steelers are going to want to be pretty tight on him and watch when he's at dummy half. But back to live play, Turner with the strike dump. The sweep comes around, looking to flick the pass. And a second phase play, and it was quite rushed there. Takatos, perhaps a little bit more patience needed to try and crack the strong Steelers defense. It's Anderson, Greg scoops out of half, throws the link pass, and the Steelers were in the lane. That was right, Wyndham there getting in the lane and knocking that ball down. He had the ball in his mitts, but unfortunately couldn't quite take control.
Yeah, Caleb, he really stepped up, and must be a luxury to have someone like Trey on your outside, where you just feel so comfortable to go and get in the lane and just do your role at that probably that little bit more clearative.
You're definitely right. You know, having someone the calibre of Trey Poihipi on your outside definitely makes things a little bit easier when you're defending at link. Takatoast now with the ball in hand, looking to run a little 1-2 into play. And short ball going, and now they've got their full complement of 6 back out onto the pitch. And they look to run a sweep around the back of the ruck. Takatoast stepping off the left, brilliant play there. Roman Keno. Geez, he was shot out of a cannon. That left foot step, absolute lightning up against Tomiri, and they get Takatoast second of the morning here. Hiccup.
Yeah, and that sweep, just that beautiful, straightens up the defender, then just kicks on his outside as he's retreating, and man, great stuff. They had a good look at a few sets of 6, and they come out, and there we go, Takatoast right back into this one, trailing our Steelers by 1. We've got this combination there, the Jones brothers, Ashton and Mania King. Yeah, just stepping out to E4. He's got a lovely low game. Oh, look at this outball. Yeah, good read. They probably sold the first picture well, but just didn't execute the second part.
Yeah, I think they were wanting to isolate Nathaniel Bolton from Takatoast out on this near link, and so they crammed that right side of the field. And when you've got E4 Jones hovering in at right link, you really have to stay tight. And so they were going to use him as a decoy to get on the outside of Bolton, but just a wayward pass. But Takatoast rucking off their try line. Come up with a little bobble at the roll ball, so Steelers now with the ball in prime real estate, they'll be looking to extend their lead back out to 2 as Avion Jones takes the ball up the middle of the pitch with Sinclair. Kings hovering at left link with E4 Jones at right. They sweep around, run in between, early feed, long ball over the top. But the ball is touched in flight, so it'll be 6 more to the Steelers.
Man, loving these platforms, the quick shift of the ball, isolation, the speed, the pace, the execution, and probably just that backhand, but there's so much going on. Mania King might get this ball back off his left, it just comes through. Yeah, that's great work from Takatoast. Like Henry's there, connected to his winger. Could see some really clear cordial inside him tip from those Pūtaka Wainga, those in the middle there. But here we go again. Sinclair, yeah, nice shift to this link. Great touch. Yeah, that was a great ball. Oh, just swinging. They might come back for the pass, or maybe even a penalty, maybe? But physical there.
Yeah, well, it's a 50-50, isn't it? Hiko, so it was a strong touch at the ruck. I thought it was all play through. However, the referee's obviously wanting to set that level, set that standard. So they'll come back for the penalty, and the Steelers will have a full set of 6 now to work with. Jones looks to dive on the outside of Luke Gold there in the middle. But they'll come back, and now Jones once again just looking to hold things up in the middle of the pitch, gets the return ball, looking to hit the link, and the intercept's taken from Takatoast and looking to get on the outside. That's great patience actually after taking the intercept. It's easy to get things a little bit loose and get a little bit too excited when you get that intercept and looking to let the ball fly, but on that occasion Takatoast tucking and running and keeping the momentum of the set going.
Yes, Brody, Greg, what a read. And that's generally great work from the insides that allow you to drop a lift and get in the lead and read that. Nice little splitter. He might dive in low here. Yeah, there we go. I'll tell you what, Tom Lufia, we talked about him early on. They got him on the ball early with a long game, and he's got a beautiful outside dive, almost the same attacking channel as that sweep, but a slightly different setup with the splitter. And I'll tell you what, the Locals have drawn it all up 3-2.
Yeah, and you can hear the crowd in the background that are happy about it too. Tom Rufio, I love the setup there. That's something that I've seen a lot of their Masters teams run. You know, you're shaped to run the sweep and then they just run in between and end up getting on the outside. And Tommy Rufio dotting down for Takatoast to draw things level, and great identification and defence there from Tapa Wither out wide. And you've got to be on your toes when E4 Jones and Trey Poihipi are looking to connect on that sort of teats play, as they call it, hiccup.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, they've changed the combo up now. A little over. Oh, look at that in behind pass. It happened so fast, the cameraman couldn't keep up with it, but E4 Jones, they've changed the combo up. Shan's gone out with that, and they've set one up. They wouldn't have been happy with giving up back-to-back touchdowns, but now they take that, they go out by 1.
Man, what a ball it was from Jones. You couldn't quite see it on the camera, but he just held the ball up, had a lot of time in his hands, and just pumped, and then threw it in behind the defence. and an amazingly well taken try there from the Steelers. So they regain their lead, back out to 1, and Takatoast, I'm sure, will want to draw things back level again. They'll take a lot of confidence out of the 3 tries they were able to score in quick succession, although that's not really the play, is it? Just looking to shift the ball, getting a little bit crammed, and Brady Gregg throws a loose pass that hits the deck, and now Takatoast will have to back it up with a strong set of defence. Steelers now looking to get towards their sub-box and some fresh legs on the field. Turning the ball back on the inside, then on the outside to Malo. Now shifting back towards the middle of the field. Here's Ryder Allen. Jones gets into half. Robinson Bartlett looking to set a strong platform. Goes straight forward. Jones out of half. Steps off the left. But great defence there from Luke Gold. That's a couple of strong touches that he's made there defensively.
You know, it's quite interesting to... some teams are real natural at checking the ball. And then some teams it can be contagious. You pass right past the back. There's just other little errors creep in when you are just going so well. And you've got to be really careful about that stuff, that you can lose momentum, you can lose your flow, and everything can happen. So you just got to be careful and just get back to your DNA. Pick, duck, scoop. And you go 40 on the ball, show, through. Oh, just missed him. And they're going to get one here. Touchdown. Roman. And just out of nothing, just a lapse in defence from the Steelers, and Takatoast, they're back at it.
Yeah, well, it seems like that might be the way to go, especially scooping from a long way out. They've got some weapons in their team that can scoop from distance. And that time there, it was Tommy Moriarty scooping out a dummy half. Robinson Bartlett tried to get him on a reach-back touch, only just missed. And that enabled him to get into the in-goal. Roman Kennel with the finish. And they'll be happy with that Takatoast. They've been able to foot it with the Steelers, the defending champions of the Kaiawa Invitational. And in this big match semi-final, we're at 4 apiece, so things are locked up here. Steelers now King coming around on a sweep, looking to bounce out, throws the short ball. Great connection though between Link and Wing. Tupper Wither coming in to shut that one down. Takatoast, they're looking strong here defensively after letting in a few early touchdowns. And yeah, that's another win there. I'd say that's a win there for Takatoast defensively, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Anytime, and you'll hear us say it a lot, is whenever you score ka whai pedal, whenever you score a touchdown and then go back and defend it, just there's this momentum shift. And if you can come back, and you don't actually have to score, but if you can really stretch a team, then you just feel like you're on top for that little period, Tim?
And that's the momentum shifts. You phrased it exactly right, Hiccup. The momentum shifts that you're talking about, and just the discipline and not having to score every set, but just sticking to your processes and getting some good looks on the back end. That's really what is the thing that can mount pressure on a team. As Tormiri gives an early release, Jones off the right foot, and an excellent touch there from Takatoast. But Steelers going from 7 to 7, and at the moment they've got the upper hand in terms of the yardage. Although, yeah, they let themselves off they let Takatoast off the hook. Although, what's the call here from our referee Logan Forrester? Is that an interference in the ruck, an offensive interference?
Yeah, Richie Heap there also on the sideline. In these games, we're talking to just a few refs off field. It's been great. Asking our thoughts from the commentary team. They say, the orange zone feel like it's the hardest place to open the team because you've got keen, fresh subs coming on, and it does split you sometimes. So it's an area that they've all zoned in, and I think they're doing a great job too. All refs on all fields. So Kanuinga mihi ki ngā kaimawa, but Shan Tormiri, if was going to come on that splitter play, he's going to look, throw a bomb over the top. It's a good, defended that. Oh. Lando, he's done well there. That's great work there from Wither, Tyler Topper. One of the unsung heroes actually for Takatoast out wide.
Yeah, well, they've got both of the brothers out wide, don't they? They've got Tyler and Lucas Tupper Wither both operating on that right flank. And they've come up with a couple of excellent defensive reads as well as some finishes down in the corner. So yeah, some handy wingers they've got out wide here for Takatoast as they look to ruck up over halfway. And still a few touches left in this set. They look to go straight up the middle of the field. They've got one more left here. Just a hard drive and a hard scoop just to wrestle back some of that momentum. Morgan McGee sets the platform. And then the scoop coming from Punivai. The ball goes to ground, but I don't think they'll be too displeased with that set, Hika. They got from 7 to 7 and got a good look on the back end, and that's what you need to do to sort of wrestle yourself back into this game.
Nathaniel Bolton, man, I remember watching him last year. I'm a big fan, big motor. Feel like he won the space, but I guess probably his stature, because he's very well built. But I think he's got a big tank and good stuff. Aston Robinson, I think we'll see him inject himself very shortly, because I know he wouldn't have been happy with the back end of that set, just leaking that touchdown. But here we go, might get a little crush back, probably a little bit wide. They are really allowing them to get in the lane, aren't they? So maybe that might be a play to run on the 10 metre.
Yeah, a little. I think they'd want to run that from a little bit further out, but that man you talked about, Bolton, just getting in the lane and disrupting that, and it was an important hand that he got to it, knocked the ball down. As we get right into the halftime break, we've got a good game on our hands, Hika. It is wrapping up at halftime the exact same way that it started, all level.
Hey, kia ora mai te iwi, e te tū matatini, kei konei māua ko Tiff, and we just want to make sure that we're giving credit where credit's due. So Trident Homes, our sponsors, MΑORI Plus, we've got Bailey's, we've got Navera, so many awesome things, Apollo projects, and also to the many teams that have travelled from the bottom of the south to the top of the south. There's a team come from Tokoro called Empire, and we have mentioned a lot of teams we've seen that have played on the main field here, but they haven't been here. But kanuri ngā mihi kia koutou, heke mai I Tokoro, tēnā tātou, and we are back at it. Steelers, and this could be quite, if this goes down to the wire, tapping off second half, if it goes to a drop-off, it's always a step up, isn't it, Tiff, around the rules, but it may not get to there, but if it does, they will have first crack and a drop-off. But here we go, Sinclair, E4 Jones is coming around, he might go splitter play, yes, he got the other middle, can go over the top, and great finish there. And yeah, they've started the second half how they started the first half.
Yeah, that's class straight out of the halftime break. Ran that little splitter play, and then that early feed from E4 Jones. Excellent pass there from Anthony Sinclair. He's sort of one that's flown under the radar over the last couple of years. Obviously held in high regard around the Waikato region. You know, from Hamilton Boys to Waikato to the 07 Heat for PTL. And I'm sure for him it's only a matter of time before he gets his opportunity. And the Touch Blacks open men's. So Steelers open the account in the second half. Takatosa won a hit back in relatively smart fashion as Rufiu comes on, holds the ball up nicely and a dummy. And they've gone over in the corner there. Moriarty locks things up for Takatoast, 5 apiece. And we've got an early shootout here, Hika.
Oh man, Rufiu, Moriarty, and they really Shan actually held really well and just released the outside, but just probably fell for that dummy. But Rufio, he's actually on fire in this one. Like a big play in a game when you leak the first one on the tap off, then you get one in. They're going to go for a double drop here. Just that snaky run. It might have been a bit of a wasted touch there, Tim.
They had a little bit of momentum, didn't they? I'm sure they won't let that get in their way. As they, beautiful fake here. Robinson Bartlett to King to Poihipi. And they set that one up well, didn't they? They're starting to use their entire six, whether they're used as decoys or whether they're used to inject themselves into the play. And a well-taken try there from Steelers. And you can definitely tell which way the crowd is swinging there. There's a little bit of silence after they scored that try, obviously backing the home crowd.
Yeah, and it's had a little bit to do with Ashton Robertson over the years. Got to coach in 2017, 2012, New Zealand 17 mixed, and also in the Touchbacks Opens. And he's not one, if he makes an error, he's quite hard on himself. So I knew he was going to definitely step up and come back, but it'll be defence for him that he'd really like to get in there. And that's a great touch. Tucker Toast have had them on skates the last couple of sets, so it's a big play from Caleb. And they'll be happy to keep them out on that link attack zone.
Yeah, well, they had a clean quickie, managed to create a bit of separation between Caleb Wright at link and Allen at middle. So the gap was back down the lane, but they managed to get away with that one as we see Mason. A little bit of argy-bargy there between Mason and Bolton, and I'm sure the referees will pull that one up. Yeah, Richie Heap, he's saying, no, not on my watch. You two better cut it out. I'll be keeping an eye on you two.
Just cut that out.
That's all they need from the referees. Just a stern word, and the boys, I'm sure, will get back into it. Mason goes for a sub. But yeah, we did talk yesterday about Tucker Toast having that, that aggressive edge. Sometimes that can play against them. Sometimes it plays in their favour. It's a very, very fine line to tread, isn't it?
I think that's might be what I like about Nathaniel. It doesn't matter who it is. He'll step up and own his space. Obviously, I'm good mates with Tuffy and Mason too, so. But no, the official is taking care of that. And you've got to be careful of those periods that you keep your taha hininga away, that mental state, kia taute mode, just very calm, and you just move on. Because I know in the old days, I should probably talk about teams I've played in, sometimes you can hold those, and it's not great for the team.
No, doesn't always come off, does it? As Tucker Toast was a king in the lane, he forced the pass, but it did ricochet. And the referees have adjudicated that he didn't play at that, and so Steelers now with the ball just over halfway, looking to get their attacking pot on. Avion Jones coming into the middle of the field. They've got Caleb Wright, they've got Ash Robinson Bartlett, and Johns will creep across to the left-hand side to his brother. I'm not happy with that platform, so they'll move the ball back towards the centre. Robinson Bartlett just looking to draw defenders forward, running a peel play, double pump, looking for the tap on, and that'll be ball to ground, although our referee in charge, Alicia Duaiti, has spotted some Tucker Toast players offside, creeping forward a little bit early. And that just gives a whole set of 6 here to Steelers, and you don't want to give them too many of these down on the line.
No, definitely, especially this man. Because this stuff's all about, I guess, pitches, having a little look, see what's going on. But I feel like they've almost lost just that rhythm. Steelers, they're just not quite as slick.
Beautiful. Oh, and he's lost it. Oh, that would have been clean there. Avion Jones, yeah, I like that little that slight change up. It's not much. I'm not sure if you can pick it up watching from your TV screens at home, but just that little shape to the short side from dummy half from E4 Jones, just to get that middle to bite on him before offloading to his brother there, and that really isolates the defender one-on-one. And then Jones had a big right foot step, but unfortunately right at the last second just losing the ball before he slid it over the try line. Otherwise that would have been a huge try to put the Steelers up by 2.
These really, really finer details. Man, awesome breakdown from yourself to our viewers. And that inside quickie dive that Aves has got, that's so hard.
Oh, yes.
So hard to do. He's one of the best exponents of Shad Tormini. He may catch a defender offside here. Yeah. Richie Heaps right there. I feel like they've seen something here, because they're going very middle quickie attack. So they've obviously had a chat in the box. 32 Pure Weir, I love this play. I think it makes teams collapse. If you don't get that exit retreat line defensively, and there we go, nice little tap on. They're definitely, we can see them in the sub box. They're having a lot of hui over there about what they want to do and how they want to do it, and they've just quietly put on 2, Tiff.
Yeah, they have back to back to start this second half, and that one was, I don't want to say fortuitous, but definitely wasn't conventional. Manaia King running that wrapping line, and then angling his line back in between the two middles, and then just catching the ball, flicking it up, and then regathering it before putting it down. And so Steelers, albeit unconventionally, they get another one on the board, so they regain their 2-try advantage. And now looking to plug the short side, Moriarty looking to dive and flick, and that's great trust out wide between King and Poihipi. Great trust and connection there.
Yeah, they've probably left the door slightly ajar for the Steelers, just with the errors exiting. I think they've sort of made back-to-back errors exiting and probably discipline and penalties, and given Steelers 2 real red-hot cracks. And any errors in semi-finals in your half, they'll come back to bite you, whether it be that set or later on, just through frustration. That's a real, I don't think we've seen that through the set. It's probably a bit of a fatigue pass, as I'd call it, where she rolls pretty much head down, exit, get off and get fresh legs. So just a little glimpse there from a fatigue Steelers pass. It actually wasn't even a great pass, it was sort of slightly down. So they've got the leadership to bring them back. I know Shan's really, really big on that and getting people back on their roles, but you've got to be careful. There's a few the Kennel boys, they're looking likely to.
They are, yeah. They don't have them on the field at the moment, so we'll see what this combination here can set up. We've got Ethan Punivai on the ball with Brad Morgan-McGee. He's been around for a long time, hovering in that link. Now he scoops out a half, looks to throw the short ball. Robinson Bartlett got himself in the lane, and he'll argue with the referee. However, he did step forward and put himself in the passing lane.
You know what he's really saying? Hey, this reminds me, he's at home and I don't want to do the dishes. I'm not going to do the dishes. I don't have a tea towel. Tell Daddy's got my tea towel.
Putting his foot down, and the referee says, no, here's a tea towel for you. It'll be Takato's ball back on the 7, and there's another penalty. And yeah, they're not happy there. Heavy on Jones. He's very animated down on the try line, isn't he? I think the Steelers, they may just want to keep their cool and keep their discipline, because if it keeps going the way they're going, the referees, I'm sure, will start to find their calls more going the way of Takato's than the Steelers.
Well, you know what Avion's saying? He's saying, no, I don't want to stack the wood. I refuse to do any money. You didn't see me, Richard. Really, really good friends with those young gentlemen, and it's all good banter. But yeah, very, very theatrical from them, which is not common. And kudos to Richie with his experience. He's let them, plead their case, I guess, and just carry on with the game.
Well, that's the perks of having such an experienced referee trio out there. They're able to, as Poihipi slices through, was a touch made. They're having some talks there. Morgan McGee, oh no, that's actually Rufiu. He's saying, yeah, I got you easy. I don't know what he's talking about. There was definitely a little bit of distance, but whether that was closed from Rufiu before he made the touch, I'm not entirely sure. However, referees have adjudicated that it was a touch, so it's play on at this stage. Takato's now crossing over halfway, getting their fresh legs onto the field. A little pop-out play. Here's Anderson down the left edge, and that's a great hold from Poihipi. And scrambled defence from Tōmuri just to get them across. And Takato's now on the final touch. They'll let the ball go to the deck. And an interesting passage of play there.
Yeah, don't sleep on Trey Poihipi. You've just seen his skill set on offence, and just like you said, beautiful hold. I mean, what a luxury. We've just seen a display, a luxury of having a world-class winger like him on your outside. And just the mahi you've got to do as a winger these days that's expected of you. Yeah, you touch the ball generally more than anyone through the field. You sort of 2 to 3 rucks. So you're doing more than just running up and down and talking and touching. So it's a massive role, that box side winger. And then the other side, defensively, you're making a lot of touches, aren't you, Tiff? So very specialist role. Yeah,
especially through the midfield like this, when you're on the opposite team's sub-box, you really got to get in and try and steal some touches and limit the yardage. And Takato's, I was just about to compliment their yards, but I think maybe just going a fraction too fast and overstepping the mark, as you see the call from Heath. And so they give away a penalty, and you know what? I don't think they want to give away too much more of those. With just under 10 minutes left in the second half of the semi-final matchup, got to make the most of your opportunities and really convert every opportunity, and get some finishes on the back end of sets, because if you let Steelers score another one, then you're staring down the barrel of a 3-try deficit.
Yeah, Tikato and Efor's got the ball, and here we go. You call it, Tiff. Discipline, giving the ball over. That's the result. That is the result. And Steelers, I feel like they're quite calm when they get to the green zone. On attack, they've really found the plays that are working. Very high strike rate, and they've scored 3 in a row now. It's a little bit concerning because Takato's were down by 2 and then just have gone touchdown for touchdown. Just hope their nose is out. There's still 8 minutes, a lot of time, Tiff, but momentum can make you push the ball more than you normally would if you're only 1 behind.
That's right, and it's difficult to go when you're 3 down just to flip a switch, and to try and get yourselves back into it. So they find themselves down by 3, and with 8 minutes left, we'll see what they can come up with here. A beautiful sinker pass. Brad Morgan McGee, I've been waiting for him to inject himself into this matchup, and he does so at a critical juncture, setting up that try there for Takatoast.
Yeah, there we go, and that's what we were hoping for them. To really push the Steelers team, and they got the right people on the ball and run the right play. And Nathaniel, our man Bolton, he was a part of it.
So now only up by 2 here, the Steelers. And I suppose the game's come down to a little bit of discipline. Anderson and King, just speaking of discipline, a little bit of argy-bargy. Anderson ruled to have gotten his hand in there. So yeah, back to 1 here is the call. So now Steelers, as Robinson Bartlett looks to get a quickie play back on the inside.
Tiff, I think that's that southern hospitality. That southern manakitanga. Oh yeah, great trip there, great read from the winger. Great read, but a bit of gamesmanship. You've got to try different things, don't you? You've got to try and upset this team. You've got to go through. Oh yeah, beautiful backhand flick. There it is. Corey Tofari like backhand flick there. Nice stuff. And Steelers, yep, they go out by 3. And one thing I've learned over the years, 3 is never enough, is it, Tiff?
No, especially when you get down to the crunch, and you're wrestling the opposition. Sometimes you're wrestling against the conditions. Sometimes you're wrestling against momentum. But you can never clock off with any amount of lead. And at the moment, the Steelers, we saw Takatoast go down 3 tries early in the first half. And so, they definitely can peg it back. It's just a matter of making the most of the time that they have down on the 7. Moriarty, he'll want to convert here. They've got Roman Kennel hovering around the back of the ruck. Maybe look to run a little splitter play or a sweep. Here he goes. Around to the right. They've opted to keep it live. Kennel. Great touch made out wide from Link. Caleb right there, snuffing that play out. But just a little change up.
Sorry to butt in there. I really like Takato's attack because that's where they've scored. They've really got on the outside of that right middle. And they've got there, and it's a good sign, It's a good sign of a team where they've scored a few good touchdowns. They've gone back to try and really squeeze another one out of that link. But Shan Tormuri, he stepped back into probably more his conventional role as an organising defender.
He has, yeah, and especially important as they look to run a little sneaky play on the outside, back on the inside. But just going back to Shan Tormuri, an organising defender is definitely the role that he's most suited to. And, just having that calm leadership as well, he'll definitely have these Steelers boys back on track. They did start to get a little bit loose and a little bit emotional with some of the calls, and no doubt he's had a quiet word to them in the sub-box, gotten them back on track, and that's probably why they've re-established that 3-try advantage, or at least a huge reason why, as Bolton looks to take Takatoast forward, and Morgan McGee scoops out a half, working with Punivai, gets the return ball, and back to Morgan McGee, the quick hands into a chopping Link, and beating the pass there. And well taken try there from Takatoast. They get back to within 2, so they're never saying die, are they?
Oh man, that was all class. That set up like that, almost Reiki like quick hands transfer from McGee. And there they go, bang, and they caught them on their toes there. Takatoast, man, they got a lot of beautiful plays up their sleeve. But here we go, Bartlett to E4 Jones, Caleb right link. Here, and then we've got Trade on the far side, Orlando. So they're stacked with attack, little splitter play in between. Oh, fake on the out. Caleb comes through, slides it in, just gets on the outside there, and very well disguised platform, that one.
Well, that's the beauty of having someone like E4 Jones in your team, is that he attracts so many defenders, and on that occasion there, Steelers identifying that, using that all as a decoy, and then throwing Caleb Wright Wyndham out on the right hand side on the outside of Anderson, and re-establishing that 3-try advantage. So Takatoast, they can definitely score them, but it's shoring up the defensive end once they score tries, because letting in the Steelers, after working so hard to get a try yourself, and they look to run an identical play as Rufiu looks to run a bit of a goosey on the outside of Mason. And a good touch made there. That was an important one.
Tough, Eddie Mason. You're right, they ran that identical play. I remember watching that play at the All-Stars, ran it, and it was Marama whacked off her left and checked back into Kaiawa Kurikanga. And so that play is definitely a play for Jones. He was a part of that also. So yeah, it's a sneaky one, but you've got to stick to your original target. You can't overread that play, can you, Tim?
No, you can't. And Steelers, as we head back to live play, showing exactly why you can't. And so crossing over halfway, and here's Ngātai Crib working with Anthony Sinclair, stepping off the left foot, it was right, and now they're coming back to a static play, although they're still trying to keep some form of momentum. Sinclair scoops out a half, looks to throw the passive out the back. I think the short ball might have been the option there. The ball goes to ground, and now Takatoast will get the ball.
Yeah, just reminded them, around quality, I guess excellence of standard, that he expects that ball on the play. Because one thing about plays, when you're running plays, when they don't work, people can lose confidence on that play. But when it could be just a simple micro skill, you want to make sure that you can go back to these plays and really polish them. So here we go. E4 Jones again, just kicking over here. He'll get this back without a doubt. He'll use his feet. Yeah, and just, wow, on skates all day. Yeah, and sometimes it's just speechless.
Yeah, I was going to say, sometimes there are just no words there. E4 Jones, he got the ball back on a quickie, and just the threat of him sucks in defenders all the time, and then flicking that pass one-handed, almost nonchalantly, and Bailey Ngātai Crib crosses over to stretch the lead to the biggest of the match. They're up by 4, the Steelers, and with a minute and a half left in this match, I dare say, they do have both feet firmly in the grand final slot. And by the look of the results on the other field, which you can watch on MāORI Plus on YouTube, it looks like they'll go up in a rematch of last year's final against Pearl Jam, who were pretty dominant in their semi-final outing up against Factory, which is still the same thing. 90 seconds left and ticking over a minute to go as Bradley Morgan McGee dives with the football. I think he knows the result here is out of reach, and Steelers really showing their class towards the back end of this game. How did they go?
Yeah, and what a way to push the Steelers. Takatoast, they put them under some pressure going into half-time. But then I think probably the big learnings is discipline through the field. It's just those little errors. But, I mean, they've just made a big error there on touch one. The Steelers exiting, so they won't be happy with that either, which I feel sometimes on a win, you still want things to work on, don't you, Tiff, going into big games?
Yeah, well, you want it to almost be a sort of dress rehearsal for the final, don't you? The semi-final is going to be big, but then the final even bigger. So the more that you can reduce the number of errors, especially coming off your try line, because against a team like Pearl Jam, you're not going to want to let them get too many of those. As Takatoast, they dive over for a consolation effort right on the line. I thought it might have been a touch there from Poihipi out wide. Referee says play through, and Takatoast, they get their 8th of the afternoon. However, it's not enough. 11 tries to 8 is the final score. The Steelers in the semi-final fixture for the Men's Open, they squeak through into the grand final later today in our main event at 4:30. However, we've got a few games before that, it's a far note, so stay tuned. We'll be back after the break for some more action from the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are
helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Kia ora e te iwi, nau mai hoki mai ki ngā puna wai here in Ōtautahi for the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational. We're here for a men's open fixture between Ramrod and Aoraki in a playoff match here. And two local teams here, Kotivili Guthrie Tōku Ingoa. So having local teams here, I'm joined in commentary by local stalwart, local veteran, local figure, rangatahi here, Rhys Allen. Rhys, I'm sure you'll know a lot of these players here.
Yeah, ngā mihi, Tiv. Look, I've just jettisoned over from an open men's final at the backfields and a heated battle between Factory and Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam getting the chocolates for those that didn't get to see the results for that. But yeah, Aoraki, one of our former players in Canterbury, and New Zealand representative, Amo Goldsmith here, number 8. You'll see his white hat on the fast link there, getting the ball now. He's really created this environment down in Aoraki. A lot of the players living in Timaru, Methven and the wider mid-Canterbury area. So Aoraki, mid-Canterbury, but they they're still under Aoraki, and then also Ramrod, a local team, majority out of the Waihora Rugby Club, with a few helping out here and there from Lincoln. So Waihora, te ingoa Māori, with their wahi whānui or Lincoln, Selwyn. So yeah, a real mates team, you might say, the Ramrod boys, but some quality players. You know, you've got the Golter brothers out there, the older being a former Crusader and played rugby for Tasman. So this will be a tight battle. If I was a betting man and had to put a crayfish on it, Tiff, I'd go Ramrod by 1. I think so. It's going to be a close one for me.
Ramrod by 1. There you go. There you've got it. E te whānau as Aoraki with the first attacking opportunity of the game. And unfortunately for them, unable to convert. However, still early stages, 90 seconds gone in this one. We are working with 20-minute halves here as we get into the playoff and placing stages of the tournament. So yesterday and for much of the round robins, we were working with 15-minute halves. And now we're up to 20, which is sort of the more traditional format. And Ramrod getting a repeat set, starting just inside their half and within a couple of touches, already down to the 7-metre line. There's Golter looking to get the ball back. There's a couple of them in this team. And touch there made from Mōkaya. We have seen Aoraki in action earlier on today. And so this will be their second game of the live stream. Great exposure for them, isn't it, Rhys?
Yeah, definitely. And they've had a couple of games on the live stream, so Amo and his crew will be stoked to be able to go back and enjoy a Fanta and watch a little bit of live stream or what they can work on. But yeah, Adam Golter, he'll be one of the main players, number 6 coming out of Ramrod, a Canterbury touch representative all through the grades and a handy footballer himself. So there, you know, he'll be looking to help out Ramrod as much as possible. Really good tight unit. Ramrod, a club that loves modular touch and kei konei ki te tautoko te kaupapa. So here to support Naser and Kaiawa in terms of their invitation on their 4th year. So yeah, here they go, Aoraki again. Just a little bit clunky on their attack, but a good completed set to.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what we didn't see much from them in their earlier fixture against Otakou. Just unable to get those, those polished finishes on the back end of the set. That one they were scooping from a long way up, but at least getting to the end of the set. Now Ramrod getting up over halfway with a couple of touches up their sleeve, getting their subbers onto the pitch. Here's Hall with the ball. Working with McStay, sets the platform, scoop comes out of half from Hamlin, looking to throw the lobbing ball over the top. A touch is made. And now Aoraki will get the turnover, rucking off their 7, and they'll no doubt head to their box to get some fresh legs onto the pitch themselves. It's been a long tournament here at Ngā Puna Wai. And the weather conditions, I'll tell you what, we had a forecast for thunderstorm yesterday afternoon and a little bit of rain. Nothing really came apart from a light drizzle. We were meant to have a bit of rain today, and the sun's starting to poke its nose through the clouds. So excellent conditions here, especially on the number 1 field at Ngā Puna Wai.
Yeah, 0-0 still. Ramrod, Aoraki in this fixture on field number 1, live streamed, going global. These two teams, as I expected a couple of minutes ago, it's going to be a tight tussle. 0-0, and they're just feeling themselves out at the moment, completing sets end to end. It could be condition that gets the better of the team near the end of this, and here they go, Ramrod now, and just a little indiscretion at the ruck, and sometimes Tiv, it becomes an error rate that sometimes gets the chocolates.
Yeah, well, we were talking throughout the day about execution and discipline, especially when not so much in terms of your your aggression and your control. As we see Ramrod almost cruising over the line there. There's a bit of a line break up the middle of the field, but more so your discipline in terms of ball control, completing sets, not being too adventurous with your play. You're wanting to complete sets and keep that error rate right down. And usually it's been the team that's been able to control that aspect of the game that's gotten over the top, especially in the earlier games today. As Ramrod will get a full set of 6 down here on the 7. And Louis Honey, they look to throw the bounce in play. Beautiful set piece. We saw one earlier in the day, and now we've seen another one, and I said it before, it's very sort of Dean Williams, Richie Masters-esque. And Ramrod get the first one on the board there.
Yeah, what a combo they were too, and probably still are. So we're running amok somewhere around the place, possibly over in Australia. But I've heard his name come up a couple of times, Dean Williams. But look, the Aoraki boys, they'll be wanting to win this one, and you could just see there with the right foot rubber after the try from Goldsmith. They really want to do well, not only in front of their whānau, but for their team. So. They've let one in there, but Ramrod get the turnover straight away, and now they go back on. Here's Adam Goulter now. He's been the architect of the play with the sweep play, looking to take the outside on the dive. It's better defence from Aoraki.
Yeah, get them right off the 7, isn't it, as they go for a dive on the outside. And a touch made out wide there from Flynn Smith. It was a close run thing there for Ramrod. But they'll leave it back to the 7 metre line, scoop out a half off a static one. Taumana Reihana lobbing the ball over the left. Did he stay in touch? He stayed in the field of play. So try there for Ramrod. That's their second of the game. And that was really something out of nothing.
Yeah, from dummy half, it's almost those coach killers, Tim. Your defensive line set and something out of the blue comes and you just switch off for that little bit. And it can be quite dangerous. And unfortunately for Aoraki there, they've let one in, and here they go. They've got the ball now, and they'll be looking to construct something with this position.
He's actually, Reihana for Aoraki. It would have been Hamlin that set up the try earlier. And that ball dips down, and so Ramrod, their defence, they haven't really had the chance to be tested down here on the 7 metre. But every time they have, it's been pretty rock solid, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of these players have represented Canterbury Ramrod through the grade, so they'll have an understanding around sound defence, the corner shut, and as they work through here, looks like the way that they're organising it is that at least one Golter is on the field at all times. As they come to the far side, 32 platform on the scoop, referee just pulls it off the mark. That's their hand signal, whānau, for those that aren't quite sure. With the motion of the referee with both hands to either side. Got to be square, your hips are meant to be square as you play the ball. And Aoraki here with the turnover will look to expose defensive deficiency here, Tip, as they roll into attack.
Yeah, perhaps just guilty of going a little bit too quick there. Ramrod sacrificed a little bit of pace for a little bit more control, I think, as there's a bit of a push and shove there. But I lost control there from Aoraki, and so Ramrod will get the ball a couple of metres off their 7 metre line. And a little bit of aggression, which has sort of been a common theme down here in the O3. Just trying to really assert that dominance, isn't it, in terms of the physicality of the game between the two teams. And Ramrod definitely getting the fair share as they look to run a little pop play, get on the outside. Running out of room though, ball goes back to the middle of the field to Goulter. And just going to ground there, so Aoraki, they survive that one.
Yeah, you talk about physicality, and most of these club sides in these grades, like rugby players or league players, bro, they won't take a back step. So looking forward to Aoraki if they can hit back here or get themselves back in the game at 2-0 to Ramrod. But they're looking quite tidy here. They're rolling into this last play. It's a 32 pick. Long ball off the right hand, hits the winger. Winger looks to score. Cam Wooten there, lead referee. Black badge, with all his experience, calls an easy touch there for a completed set, but a much better set off the back of solid yards from Aoraki there.
Yeah, and it wasn't it, off the back of momentum, able just to roll into their strike dump, roll into their play, and then that long ball, it was the right option. It was great attack, but even better defence there from Ramrod. And now with the relieving penalty, they'll be marched an extra 7 metres up the field, so I'm sure they'll have one extra touch at the back end of this set. as they look to stretch the ball back towards the middle of the field, so towards their sub box, back to the middle. And they're looking to set up one final strike dump as they get back to the middle here, centering things up. Just lost a little bit of pace on attack, and then a wayward pass. Probably guilty of a little bit too much check rather than going forward.
Yeah, they look a lot better, Ramrod, when they come onto the ball with speed and keep it nice and simple, either a 3-3 platform or the 3-2 platform, so they may look to go back to that. Aoraki look like they're starting to warm into this game a wee bit, unfortunately for them, down 2-0. But they are looking a wee bit better, especially coming off their own line, building into sets as they go for the 3-3 play, scooping the short side with the step back. Number 6 there, trying to chop a hole. Good defence, good sound defence again from Ramrod though. Good set of 6 on both sides of the ball there.
Yeah, great attack, great D, and we've seen a few completed sets strung together from Aoraki, looking a little bit better as they flirt with the touchline down on that far side. A little bit too aggressive in that ruck there, Aoraki. And so they'll be marching an extra 10 as Ramrod get the tap just inside their own half. And they'll get down to the 7 with a little bit more purpose on this set, I would dare say, as Turner gets them going forward. Will Golter sweeping around the back of the ruck there. And it's a solid touch there made in the middle. Now just looking to reset, get the right players involved. Just getting their wires mixed up a little bit, perhaps a bit of miscommunication. But they'll go again. Ramrod scooping out a half and throwing a link pass. And once again, it's 2 tries in a row for Ramrod where they've just really created something out of nothing. That one, a chopping link.
Yeah, I think the defender was there on a normal pass, and it might just have taken a deflection, which slowed the ball down, and unfortunately it's just dropped into the hands. Unfortunately there for Aoraki, it dropped into the hands of the chopping link and score. Wouldn't surprise me if the Goldsmith gets out there to try and peg one back here, and as you can see there, off the tap off, he's in the white hat. Spiritual leader of this Aoraki team with lots of experience. Nottingham World Cup representative for New Zealand last year in the 30s grade, dictating play, orchestrating a 32 platform, wants the long ball, the 32 long gets it, doesn't quite see the pitch he wants, he'll look for a short play, sends the early sweep around, scoops from dummy half, creates the collapse. Oh, good defence there by the Ramrod link, saved the try.
Yeah, and that was better attack there, wasn't it, from Aoraki, and you know, it even looked the same in their game earlier on today against Otakou, but they definitely look better on attack when Amorangi Goldsmith is there, as they look for a 3-2 peel with an early feed and looking to plug that short side once more. The ball was touched from the Ramrod defender, but the referees adjudicating that the defender didn't get a hand to it on purpose, it wasn't played at, and then a compounding effort there for Aoraki, so not happy with the call, and then perhaps a little bit lazy in defence and really lacking that urgency, and so the ball going to ground, and Ramrod will get another set of 6 here, and the discipline here really starting to pile up here for Aoraki.
Yeah, we do talk, you know, we're going to talk, his name will come up quite a bit more, and you know, you want to be an all-round player to help your club side and stuff like that, but it's okay at 0-0 and maybe with a bit of a lead, but being the most experienced player out there for Aoraki, I think he just needs to be on the ball because he does look a lot tidier, and Ramrod here just completing their set at 3-0. It's a little bit of gamesmanship there, throwing it out to get your defensive set, but yeah, it's a defensive set and they'll celebrate that Aoraki, but the job's not done until you get the ball down the other end of the field, and they'll be looking for a good set here.
Yeah, well, you talked about Amorangi Goldsmith. You know, we saw in the earlier game that once he sort of injected himself onto attack a little bit more, albeit once they were down by sort of 6 or 7, Aoraki's attack did look to have a little bit more structure as he comes up with a great ruck there and some solid body contact, and that one really could have gone either way. Jared Mannix there using his shoulder in that ruck, and we've got to get some hands out and affect the touch, the referees say. However, Aoraki now, they'll get a full set of 6 inside enemy territory. We'll see what they can conjure up on this attacking set as Hudson Sweet and Taimana Reihana operate the middle of the field, and just need to get a little bit more structure here, I think, as they look to run a 3-2 peel. Although they plug the short side, Mannix looks to run the real short side, probably a little bit too narrow, and then the ball hits the deck, so a bit of a wasted set there, I think, from Aoraki.
Yeah, they look really good when they're constructing their tries and building phase play and options, especially off the 32 platform. Aoraki, and maybe just a little bit too quick there to try and strike to, and like you said, maybe didn't get the best out of that set. But Ramrod looked really tidy coming off. They get off quickly and they sub on really quickly as well. So. At a 3-0 lead, a good lead for Ramrod. They'll look to consolidate this set, and a score being a bonus as they scoop the short side. Good man on defence there by Aoraki, and great play by the winger there. Aoraki are sticking in this, and Tiv, if the conditions roll in and this one gets tight, I'd expect this game maybe to heat up after that body collision.
yeah. And we saw a little bit of aggression in the game prior between Takatoast and Steelers, so if that game is anything to go by, we just hope that it's controlled, and it's still a good spectacle here as the scoop comes out of half from Aoraki, short ball, and they've still got one more to go too. I would have liked to have seen them really set up for that fifth and final touch and just get a little bit closer to the try line. Instead, they're attacking from a static setup, and then that's the result there. Ramrod able to make the final touch a couple metres off their 7, and that just gives them, albeit sort of 4 to 5 metres, that'll make all the difference on the back end of the set.
Yeah, it's really hard to. You said that they tried to strike on 4 and didn't get it, and then they had a static set up for the last touch. But it's really hard when you see an opportunity not to go. You're really in touch. Whānau, you've really got to be one step ahead. You've got to play chess, not checkers. And unfortunately, Ramrod come back here on attack as they look to expose the short side. Oh, beautiful feet. And I'm just talking about the goal to Whānau, proud Whānau and the Waihora Rugby Football Club, just between Christchurch and on your way out to Akaroa, out to the beautiful resort, and George Golter there, showing all his skills. Will Golter, sorry, with the black sleeves underneath. Must be a little chilly for him.
Well, we saw the Steelers in the earlier game against Takatoa, so the temperature's sitting probably around sort of 15, 16 degrees, which is, usually a nice summer day, but you combine that with the cold southerly breeze here in Christchurch, and then the Northerners find that just a little bit too cold for their liking. So a little bit cold here and a little bit windy, and those conditions definitely playing a part here as Ramrod skip out to a 4-0 lead in the shadows of half-time. Aoraki with Amorangi Goldsmith looking to inject himself into the play. And feeding Sullivan, he dives over the line. Touch made there out at link.
Yeah, Amo run a good chopping line there, the little check. Or the cookie step back would have been on, he would have scored, but they're still on the ball here. Aoraki with another dive. Great touch there again by Golter, the elder statesman of the brothers.
So it might actually be Logan Dick there in the middle of the field. He's gone for a couple of short dives, looking to use that. Now he'll scoop out a half, didn't get a hand to it, and looking to run the late switch, which is there momentarily, but just a little bit too crammed to get that ball away. So a few shots at the line, which was a little bit better for Aoraki, able to structure some sort of set plays together, but Ramrod here, they'll just get into their work, get their fresh eggs onto the pitch as the subbers come around, skipping up over halfway. There's some real purpose in this drive here. The scoop comes out a half here, and they just slice through like a hot knife through butter. Leighton Matthews goes through, Adam Golter gets the try, and Ramrod, they're really humming at the moment here, Reece.
Yeah, with those subbers that came on, they really targeted the near side middle there, Goldsmith, and he had the touch and tried to take the corner away, and unfortunately his other middle went man on, and they kind of sliced through the middle there. So defensive laps there in the middle of the field from Aoraki. In saying that though, Ramrod good enough to put them to the sword, and although I said earlier that this could be a tight tussle, Ramrod are really playing well for a 5-0 lead over Aoraki.
Aoraki, we'll see what they can come up with here in this set. The ball goes to the link. They look to run that sweep play. I think they just need a little bit more structure in the middle of the field and a little bit more manipulation pre-touch. So you see some of that coming through O'Connell, the number 9 strip. Sweep coming around, looking to scoop towards the short side, but that's back to man on. And Ramrod, the organisation and the defensive pressure really paying dividends for them. And I think, as well as the 5 tries they've scored, probably what they'll be more happier with is the fact that they've limited Aoraki to no tries.
Yeah, and here they come again. They're like a runaway freight train at the moment. They're playing really, really well here. Ramrod, and they've got good speed on the ball. It's quick, but it's controlled as they scoop this beautiful pass over the top. Yes, and another run-catch pass. That's the skill set that they can offer this crew, Ramrod, and there you have it, you know, great catch, great pass, under pressure, over the top of the winger for a score on the call-up, but the referees called them back. Unlucky there, Ramrod, but man, they look really, really good coming off their own line too.
Yeah, I thought really unfortunate not to notch their 6th try of the afternoon, because it was looking really, really good, nice and controlled, and then they just inject that pace right towards the back end when they need to. Aoraki now on the 5th and final, scooping out a half. They've got numbers here. Oh, it's been snatched from, was that Golter getting in the lane? It is indeed one of them anyway. George Golter, we've seen Adam, we've seen Will, and now we've seen George skip away, but he offloads the try. And Ramrod, they do end up getting their 6th right before the halftime break in a pretty dominant display here. And they'll go into the halftime break 6-0 over Aoraki. Join us after the halftime break where we'll get second half action to you live from Ngā Puna 1. Kia ora, it's Iwi. We are back for second half action here between Ramrod and Aoraki. Ramrod really showing their class in that first half. 6-0 lead at the moment, and I suppose with any lead that sort of got to that sort of 5 or 6 deficit, it's sort of been well deserved, and I think this one here from Ramrod is no different.
Oh, they've been a very tidy unit, Tim, and here they go again. It's another Golter here.
Oh, beautiful.
Here he goes, Will Golter on the pick. Just, I used the word pick, and he could pick any player he wanted there. It was a total capitulation defensively by Aoraki, and I know they'll be talking about it, and they'll be disappointed because at stages Aoraki have played really well. It's just been the really good defence and yards of Ramrod, and then their attack has been quite flawless. So they're playing well at the moment and deserved 7-0 winners at the moment over Aoraki.
Yeah, they have played well in patches, Aoraki, but just this juggernaut here that is Ramrod in this fixture, just rolling down the pitch, and that sort of orange zone that we continue to harp on about in the middle of the field, that's really proving the difference, because when they do come on with some momentum and inject that pace towards the back end, sort of touches 4 and 5, they really convert and get that Aoraki defence going backwards. As we get back to live play, Jimmy Mokaya dancing around on the 7-metre line, looking to get the quickie, the short ball, and that would have been a try for all money there. Unfortunately though for Aoraki, ball's been put down, and that would have been their first of the afternoon. And Ramrod now with a full set of 6 coming off their 7. I think they'll be happy with that, not conceding a try and keeping their no-try record intact for this one.
Yeah, and a turnover ball here for Aoraki, so an opportunity. They'll just need to not look at the scoreboard here and just look to build set by set here and do their province and their club proud. Aoraki, it's the fundamental stuff that they need to make sure they're focused on as they look to get fresh legs out there, constructing some sort of try. An opportunity here. I'd like to see them build into the set as they get into the 3-2 platform. Looking for an option short side, not given by Ramrod. Rock solid defence again. Link steps up to make the touch. Sound defence in the middle of the field. Good corner shutdown. The referee, I believe, has called that touch offside. And there we have it. Aoraki off the back of a mistake, a rare mistake by Ramrod, coming away from their own line. They've managed to construct this try, and there we go. They're on the board, 7-1.
Yeah, well, good for them. Aoraki, it was bound to come at some point, I think, wasn't it? And, all they needed was something to go their way, and that time a defender called offside, and so they get their first of the morning. 7-1 the current score as we just enter the early stages of the second half, so still another 17 and a half minutes left. And now Ramrod, they'll look to strike back immediately, no doubt, as the sweep comes around. Double pump, hits the short ball, and Adam Golte, he's already scored 1 in this one. And I think that just looked a little bit too easy there for Ramrod, and that is their 8th of the afternoon.
Yeah, good touch corner from Goldsmith, and the saving middle was there for his shutdown responsibility. Unfortunately, the near side link here was just a little bit late, and Goldsmith just strolls through really for that one, and just a breakdown on defence outside the middle defenders. So a little bit to work on there, but they won't go away. They'll keep working Aoraki. I know a few of the players in it, and they'll continue to go. So hopefully they can get one here too.
Let's hope so, as they look to run a sweep of their own. And Dummy going to that short side, great Dummy. He sold everyone and dove over the line. A well taken try there from Caleb McNote. And that was really out of nothing because they threw the ball back towards man on, and it was just the dummy and the dive that took advantage of the gap presented.
I actually like the looks of Caleb, and it would be good to see a little bit more attack from him. But as it works, sometimes you kept away from the ball, but that was quite tidy, good footwork. Ramrod here with the tap off. Looking to take the ball forward. That's a good first. If you can get to the 10-metre line off the first. It's good field position. Ramrod being calm, being collective. Looking to set 32 platform off the left side. Feeds the short player, looking for the out ball.
Great shot out wide, yes.
Defence by that far side link. Great lift. Good signs there for Aoraki. They'll need to back it up here. Coming off last touch. Pick off the back, passive player, 2-on-1 with the winger. Beautiful skill set there. By the link, held it long enough so to draw the winger in, releases the spiral off the left hand, hits the winger on the chest for another try for Ramrod, an unofficial scoreline of 9-2.
And that was well taken, wasn't it, Reese? Something that we haven't seen them perform yet was that passive, and then stepping off the left and then just releasing it out the back. It was pretty to watch. Set up an easy 2-1 out wide. And Ramrod getting their 9th of the afternoon. So Aoraki, we're in a bit of a ping-pong battle, and I'm sure they'll want to keep it that way, Aoraki, as they look to run a little splitter platform, something that we haven't seen from them either, and it works to an absolute T. Logan Dick there diving over the line, out on the left, and that was well taken there from Aoraki.
Yeah, it was a nice wee play there, and isolated a defender backpedaling and been planted on the 2 feet, and Aoraki are starting to put a few on now, and they're expressing themselves, and I think the little bit of tension out of the start of the game, once they've released that from half-time, now they're getting into their work, so they really need a defensive stop here too.
This is, yeah, you're absolutely right, Reese. This is where it's going to be important for them, as they've shown that they can score them. It's just a matter of stopping them, especially the ones straight after they've scored. I would love for them to come up with a defensive stopper as they look to bounce out the link. It's a great shutdown there out wide, and that's the second in a row out wide from Blair Hannafin out on the wing. He came up and shut one down on the previous set, and on that occasion he's come up and shut another one there. So Ramrod, as they look to centralise the ball. Golter with the strike dump. The sweep comes back around. A beautiful full flick pass. Wonderful stuff there from Ramrod. They score their 10th. And they were nice and tight in the middle, but it's just that middle link channel once again, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of disconnected. I actually think the middles have been doing a great job for Aoraki, and the links just need to be a little bit more tighter. The thing I do like about Ramrod's attack is we haven't seen many long passes or 50-50 passes. They've been quite deliberate in terms of attacking tight, and in these conditions, in whānau, the beautiful tamanui te rā, kei te whiti mai te rā, engari kei te kaha te hau, so the wind is blowing quite hard, so a lot of their attack Ramrod has been constructed and quite clinical with the high percentage plays, as Aoraki here look to strike back with 3 on the board. They'll look to add 1 to go to 4. Ramrod player in the ruck there.
Yeah, that'll be a welcome penalty for Aoraki, because now they get another full set of 6 down here on the 7 metre line. They'll look to run a sweep, although they go away from that platform out to a 32. Just kicking away, and now they'll peel towards this near side, running out of options, looking for them left and right. Great touch there made on Reihana. Now they'll come back out to a 3-2. Switching back towards the middle, the sweep comes around, a great little follow play. Was the touch made? Aoraki say yes, although just keeping an eye on the play. Referee says no, they'll pull it back. And no, they will say yes in the end, so a little bit of back and forth. Aoraki was certain they had scored, thrown the ball back to halfway. There was a little bit of a kōrero, a little hui between referees, and in the end, Aoraki, they do cross over for their 4th.
Yeah, I think the player, the Ramrod player, actually said to the referee, no touch. So maybe a sign of good sportsmanship in our sport. Honesty is one of our main ruara values that we hold close to us, Tiv, and there you go. Aoraki struck back. Yeah, there you go. No surprise that there's a goal to there are 3 of them out there, whānau, so only 6 on the field, so we're bound to call them, but Adam here and all his experience looking to construct something. He'll look to pass. Here's the splitter play again, popular move, goes short side on the dive. Good defence, that's better defence from the link wing defenders there for Aoraki. They'll need to back that up though, because Ramrod are very tidy, Tiv.
They are, and that's something that I've enjoyed seeing over the last couple of years, are teams that can use all 6 players on the field, and on that occasion they only need the 2 middle ones, as Adam Golter crosses over for yet another one. He's been strong for Ramrod, but just stretching that defence all the way to the right, getting the winger involved before bringing it back towards the middle of the pitch, and then the gap just opened up in the middle.
Once again, Tib, I'll go back to it. It's a high percentage play. A sweep, step back, and a short ball. You know, you're dealing with a pass of 1 metre. Playing to the conditions beautifully here, Ramrod. Golter not even needing to dive, nonchalantly puts it down. Had him in my Canterbury Open mixed team last year, and I tell you what, he would have got the hook. He would have got the tracksuit. Kind regards from Mr. Chris Wall from Singapore if he had done that in my Canterbury team, but playing for his club, he's expressing himself, and he's a great kid on and off the field. Tim, I know I've said it about a few people, he would be the captain of the Wairua team.
You need those Wairua lifters, don't you? And Adam Golter, he's scored a couple, and Ramrod looking to run a little sneaky down the sideline. Aoraki well aware of that though, and getting their subbers there a little bit late onto the pitch, and yeah, as a result, passing really deep. And they're not quite hitting the mark, so the ball hitting the deck, and Aoraki not having to defend a strike play. I'm sure they'll be welcoming that with open arms as they get up to halfway. Mokaya taking the ball for a couple of rucks up the middle of the field, and getting their subbers on as the ball comes wide. And then Hudson Sweet, he'll take another one. Yeah, and just guilty of, 7 on the field? Yeah, they're coming back to halfway, which does mean, yeah, there was an infringement in terms of their subbing, getting 7 on the field. So, never a penalty that you like giving away, is it, Rhys?
Never. And I tell you what, this game here, what a great example of the colour green. Ramrod in the green, in the emerald. You've got Aoraki in the traditional green and black. You've got the referees in green and black. The field's green. I tell you what, I'm a big fan of the colour, but I tell you, this is pushing the limits. Ramrod, I'll go for another short play here. It's been a high percentage play as they go wide, step back, splits in, looking for the short ball again. stretching the defence, little short ball, great defence again. That's much better defence from the link player to help out his middles. Great work.
Yeah, a lot better connection, wasn't it? And Hannafin, I sung his praises before. He came up with a couple of excellent shutdowns from the wing, and he came up with one more there. He's been sound for them. He's been a tidy winger out wide with some great defensive decisions. And now Aoraki off the back of that, they look to ruck up the middle of the field, just crossing over halfway. This is great drive, great purpose here. Stepping off his right foot, and Logan Dick, touch coming. And Ramrod, yeah, that was a great attack, but even better defence here once again.
Yeah, Ramrod deserving their 11-4 lead here at the moment as we enter our second stanza of the second half in this fixture on Field 1, MāORI Sports Club. Regardless of how many litres of rain have fallen, beautiful conditions. Christchurch, the wider Canterbury and Te Waipanamu putting on a show in front of FIT, the Federation of International Touch, trying to get a World Cup. As Aoraki here, good to come on, good footwork again.
I'll tell you what, if there's anywhere in Aotearoa to host a World Cup in 2028, Ngā Punawai will be in the top 3, and it's not number 3 and it's not number 2 either. So putting their best foot forward, and this number 1 field is definitely a highlight. Imagine a Touch World Cup final between New Zealand and Australia on this field, Reece.
Oh, not just the field and the grounds work, but also the facilities. Like all the teams that have travelled out of Christchurch have got a world-class shed downstairs where they can shelter themselves and get changed in the showers, and the facilities are just top-notch. This place can hold up to 16 fields, and with the possibility of more parking for Africa. I know the youth nationals are here in a couple of weeks on Waitangi weekend. Yeah, it's such a great venue, and we're blessed to have the likes of you and Hika come down and join Kath and myself for a bit of commentary, and to tūtoko o Matanei Tōkana Neza for this 4th edition of the Kaiawa, the Trident Homes Kaiawa Invitation.
Aoraki now looking to dive over on a short play, keeping the Ramrod defence in nice and tight. And I like the look at this, getting their young boys in the middle of the field, allowing them to shoulder a little bit of attacking responsibility as they look to go left and then right, but great defence here from Ramrod. Reihana working in the middle there with Sweet and Coburn. And an untidy play, the ball, yeah, really strong defensively, a strong ruck from Ramrod. Really putting a spanner in the works as they get a strike dump on the last. Scoop comes out of half, looking to plug the short side. Short ball to Reihana. But some excellent defence there from Ramrod. I'm sure they'll be happy with that effort.
I do like the way that the Aoraki attacker really forced the toucher to pull his corner away. A good step back. There was a little bit of disconnect with the other middle. He may have had an opportunity there, but once again, Ramrod deserving of their 11-4 lead here. They've played very, very well in this game on our number 1 live stream, coming to you live for Kata Māori. Proudly supported this tournament by Trident Homes, major sponsor, as Aoraki turn the ball over Tiv here as we enter the last 5 minutes of this game.
And looking to build on the 4 tries that they've scored already. They've dummied and made a half break. Hannafin, he's tried hard throughout the second half as the ball comes back to Davis, looking to run that peel play, early feed. And that's a platform that I'd like to see them go back to, because Ramrod, they're quite sufficient in their shutdown defence. So just a 32 peel with an early feed. Nice and deep though, just to allow that 3v2 out wide.
Yeah, great defence there. Young number 4 there, Ethan Collins. Was lucky enough to coach them in rugby this year at the local first 15 competition. Player out of the Lincoln High School alumni, and a proud member of the Trident Rugby Club. So great to see Ethan out there mixing it up, coming from schoolboy touch. It's a bit of a big beast going into the big bad world of men's touch, but he's playing well for a quality side, Ramrod.
Yeah, shout out to Trident Rugby Club as Aoraki now crossing over halfway. This is great yardage made. They just need their subbers just to carry on this momentum. Goldsmith, the pass dipped a little low. Mannix scooping out a half. He manages to get into the end goal, just needs to find the partner. And the next best result, ball ricocheting off a Ramrod hand. And now Aoraki will get a full set of 6 now, down on the 7. And we'll see if they can make the most of this opportunity as the ball comes back to the middle of the park. Look for Amarangi Goldsmith to manufacture something here. And he bit of a split of play. Dick coming through the middle there. Goldsmith, he'll look to organise. Flynn Smith in the middle as well. Just trying to draw defenders forward.
Yep, Logan Dick there. He's been proven that he's willing to dive.
Oh, no.
Tries. He, as we can see there, had to regather that one with a little bobble.
Yeah, and he went close as well. I thought it was actually a lot closer than what it seemed. And now Aorangi Goldsmith getting himself involved back into the play. The sweep comes around. And a link ball, beautiful try. And I'll tell you what, if there's someone that's deserved the try for this Aoraki outfit, it'll be Aorangi Goldsmith.
Yeah, and just shows that it's the work off the ball that can be effective and lead to tries. And although he wasn't the ball player there, he chopped the hole and made himself available. And when you put the effort in to do the extra, usually you come away with a reward. And yeah, well done to the bro there. Puts a lot of mahi into Aoraki touch, and he deserves that one.
So 11-5 with 2.5 minutes left in the game. Ramrod, I'm sure they won't shut up shop here, looking very energetic, and a step and a dive over the line. Leighton Matthews, that was electric.
Yeah, definitely Ramrod, you know, like just when Aoraki put a try on, they can come straight back up on the tip off. And just while this game starts to wrap up, I just noticed we've been blessed with the arrival of Tomatane Kaitiaki with the Hitori o Touch New Zealand, our custodian of our history books, and he holds all his knowledge in his mind. Mike Daly has arrived, whānau. For those that are involved in the touch world and you'll know the legend himself. Ngā Punawai has now been blessed with his presence.
And the world is better for it. Reese, Mike Daly, definitely a legend of not just touch in Aotearoa, but touch across the globe as well. And definitely, a rangatira of our game. As Aoraki, they get a repeat set of 6 here. And once again, Reihana in the middle of the field, now working with Boston Davis. Just looking to draw defenders forward. Again, running that peel platform. Long ball now going over the top. And over the top of the winger too. However, just drifted a fraction forward. And it wasn't a bad option. Almost came off for them there, but just the wind coming at their backs just pushes the pass a little bit forward.
Yeah, and as you can see, that's the difference between the two sides. Ramrod very clinical in terms of running shorter play, so the conditions don't come into it. Whereas Aoraki, they're looking for the long ball. Some might say the Hail Mary in these conditions. But yeah, unfortunately ineffective there. And Ramrod just get into their work, and they actually look like they're really well conditioned, this Ramrod side, for a club side. So they're just rolling into their attack there with the 33 pick, knocked down by Aoraki. Knocked down, no, referee Cam Wooten is saying not played at, turnover, Aoraki ball.
Yeah, and I would say that that's probably Ramrod's last shot of the game. So all things going well, they'll finish with 12 tries and that 7 try advantage. But now Aoraki, I'm sure if anything they'll want to add a consolation effort on the back end of this one as Goldsmith just says, let's just go forward, lads. And he's supported here. Here's Mannix on the scoop. They've got numbers here. Ramrod able to number up well though. And they make that touch with just a couple of seconds left in this one. Ramrod, 12 tries to 5 over Aoraki. And it looks like that's the way that the game will wrap up as the final touch comes into play. Rehuda goes in the background. And what a performance there, Reese, from Ramrod.
Oh, they were clinical, and for what I thought was going to be a close game, they just were too sound on defence. They worked the ball down the other end of the field in the orange zone clinically, and man, I was really impressed with the way they constructed all their tries. Nice and tight, high percentage. Well done, Ramrod, on your deserved victory, 12-5.
And now we'll get into the money games, as they say, as we get into the finals towards the back end of the day. Join us after the break where we get to the big ones here at the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
A tēnā tātou e te iwi, nau mai, hoki mai ki tēnei whiringa toa. Yeah, that is right. This is the Kaiawa Invitational 2026, brought to you by Trident Homes. And we're just brought in the A-team here, just to take cover for this next game. And joining me, kei taku tātaku tuakana, tēnā koe tākoha.
Tēnā tātou, kia ora.
And tākoha, you've come down to tautoko this kaupapa, and who have you ended up stripping up for?
I managed to get a game and a half in with Kaiawa Open Men's. So yeah, come down with my little brother Tamatua.
Oh, tēnā, he haringa whānau tēnei. So pēhea o whakaro mo tēnei huihuinga, tēnei kaupapa a Kaiawa?
Miharo, paitiki te ngā kanohi hau, te maha hoki o ngā tīma e tākaro anei tēnei kemi. Konei te waipaunamu, te nuingo te wā kei te nota, kei tika Maui, te ngā whakataitai nā reira, he koanga ngākau, piki ngā wairua te kite I te iwi nei e tākaro anei te kemi.
Tēnā koe. Now, tēnei kemu ranu. Now, I know you cut your teeth playing a little bit of mixed touch, so e mihi ana ki nei kapa. You've got the Purple Cobras and the Power Rangers. And haven't they've stepped up. This is the big one. This is the final. This is the B-grade mix, or the open mixed grade final. And now, we're both lovers of ko ngā hua Tangaroa, but what a name, Power Rangers, Tākuha.
Yeah, I heard about these powers in South Island. I'm yet to see them in my hand, but I've heard great stories.
Yes, and that's a classic line from anyone from Te Tai Tukero, he kōrero te kōrero, but they must see the good. So, and speaking of ko ngā hua o te moana, now I do hear from a close friend of ours, no names mentioned, Peter Mack, that he has offloaded some very, very handy hiika gear to you.
Definitely. We've got a kupu in Te Tai Tukero called Manatunga, which are heirlooms. So he's given me his heirloom, his rods, and I've been quite successful with them.
I heard that they'd never been used.
Never been. I think they've never actually caught a big fish ever, but since I've had them, they've been quite lucky.
Yes, well, I hope Peter McIntyre's listening. Those rods that you buy for show, they got used, and I'll be having some haku steaks probably about 10 o'clock tonight after a few refreshments. So it's a hiwi kei konei, and our Power Rangers have gone out to a 1-0 lead, and they're looking very favourable here. So they've got number one there for the Power Rangers, Jaden on the ball. And the mixed game is all about exposing, great live from the Purple Cobra there, stung at Link. Excuse the pun. Now, for those that probably don't recognise the voice, now Tākuha, I know you had a lot to do with your relation, good friend of yours, Hukurangi Jackson, who was the director and probably more than that, the writer of The People's Game. Now, you had a lot to do with the narrative side, translating also. How hard was it, Tākuha, to, put the correct kōrero to the story and the images that Hukurangi captured?
He did all the hard stuff. My job there was just to ensure that the integrity of the te reo Māori that was used in the program was at a high level. So he done all the research alongside other experts such as Tivoli Guthrie and my man next to me. So yeah, my role was really just to ensure that te reo Māori was up to a certain standard.
Was that the first time you've done anything like that, Tux?
I normally help out with Auntie Moana's show, Te Awa with Moana, so the real components that they have, I normally help them out on that too.
Cool. I guess it must have been, quite dear to your heart, being that a game that you've given so much to and received also, and you were. I just refer back to the very first series, and none better to have the opening stanza for that with Mr. Tux himself, Peter Walters. We were part of that journey with him over to Nottingham and all that. That must have helped in the narrative side of things.
Yeah, definitely. Being so involved with the game, we know that it should be showcased, and there's so many good stories to be told and that are still yet to be told with the People's Game. So it was awesome to be able to highlight touch, even though it was 6 or 7 episodes. It was awesome to be able to have that limelight and also continue to do that.
I know it was one of the most anticipated documentaries, regardless of the kaupapa here, but I do know from friends sort of in that line of work that it's the most watched touch documentary of all time to do with anything. I think it's a real credit to Hukurangi, who, I wouldn't say took a chance on it, but when you get funding to run things, you've got to make sure that the quality product equals, dollars and cents.
Yeah,
that respect, Tākuha?
Yes, yeah, definitely. I think the community's been holding out for stories like this for quite a long time, so it's just playing our part in terms of providing those opportunities for our sport to highlight some of the really cool stories.
Yeah, ka pai. And ka hoki mai ki tēnei tukinga nui, ko tēnei te whiringa toa. Here we have the Cobras. Yeah, the purple and black Cobras, and I know Takaha likes that purple and black because that is his club colours of playing up down here, but some beautiful mixed touch here. Obviously, I remember your days of coming through Auckland Open Mixed Touch there and then kicking on to the men's. A few highlights that you remember playing high-end mixed in the provincial stuff, Takaha?
Yeah, well, we had a good collision, good clashes with your team and Kapiti Ora Whenua, so it was always awesome to have rub shoulders with the likes of Mish Buick and Tiaki Manga and all of those sort of ones. So learned quite a bit earlier on in my career, learned the hard way, but then I had the likes of Tony Langa at the helm coaching, so accelerated my learning. But not until I left the mix where I found more of an appreciation for the mixed game, had a bit of men's and then into the mix.
Bit of a full circle there, and mihi ana ki a koe Tony Langa had a lot of time with counties, moved into Auckland, but the Power Rangers, man, they power up, and Power Rangers, I should say Power Rangers, and they go out to a 2-1 lead, but there's not much in this one. I've been quite impressed. Unfortunately, Whānau, the team sheet for the Purple Cobras has somehow got lost in the mail, but we will highlight players, and definitely liking the look of number 3 for the Purple Cobras. The mixed game, most of the males sort of even themselves out, but the skill set of the females, definitely you start finding out where their strengths are. But here we go. This is the first of our finals. As we go throughout the day, we've got the women's final, the mixed final, and also the men's open final, which will be a big one with reigning champs, the Steelers, taking on Pearl Jam, who one of the powerhouse clubs out of the North Island. Now, Takaha, just around what you're doing these days. I know you wear mini portai. But I did see you're looking to put it on, or potentially put the silver fern back on again after co-captaining the touchbacks mixed at World Cup. It's one of those things, if you can still do it, eh, Takaha?
Yeah, definitely. I was sold a bit of a dream, to potentially play with my little brother, so that's one of the main reasons why I pulled the black jersey off the shelf and given it another crack. Another exciting thing is obviously having the legend Roy Prasad in there and getting to pick his brain as well, so there's a couple of exciting reasons why.
Yeah, well, that's awesome to hear. Thanks for sharing that. We haven't heard a lot out of the homegrown series, and we've got obviously a whole new coaching group come through with the mixed, the men's and the women's, and as once a touchback, always a touchback, so we're excited to see the working behind the scenes. But here we are back here. If you've just joined us, this is the Kaiawa Invitational, Tēnei Tau 2026. This is the Open Mixed Final. It's the Power Rangers taking on the Purple Cobras as they go through the field. And these 3 adjudicators, you pretty much get ranked through tournaments, and whenever you get to ref a final, it's one thing that you hang your whistle on, Takaha. Yeah, just making big meters up the field. Now, I know you're not going to give away any of your secret fishing spots, but I know you're pretty handy under the water with the free diving, but are you more so hiika this time of year?
Yeah, well, I've naturally transitioned to being more of a fisherman, but originally I love to free dive, I love to spear dive, all of that sort of stuff, but I've been enjoying the fishing lately.
Yeah, nice. Now, when we talk about spear fishing, what weapon are we talking about here underwater?
I've just got a basic spear gun, nothing too flash, but it does the trick. The fish I like shooting is obviously the blue maumau, which is a little bit different, but my kaumātua kuia, they grew up on eating blue maumau. So with a bit of butter on a fry pan, man, it's the best eating fish, I reckon.
Oh, blue maumau. My neck of the woods, obviously the bottom of the north, definitely tino reka, butterfish. Quite a weedy fish. I wouldn't say I'm the best shooter, but I think some of them are a bit haurangi underwater, so they're quite easy targets. But the blue maumau, do they grow to certain sizes?
No, they're actually quite small, like pan size. You can fit maybe 3 or 4 on one pan, but soft bones, lovely to eat.
And talking about what a lovely finish there. We're just going to get the ball here. Looks like a bit of a 32. Oh, that's an interesting setup. Oh, yeah, lovely finish in the corner there from the Purple Cobras, and they're going to keep the Power Rangers honest, aren't they, Tux?
Yeah, definitely.
Now, just these fields, I know you've played down here a few times. You played mixed?
Yep.
Yes.
A couple of PTL rounds down here as
Yep.
well. I enjoy these fields, man. International, best quality fields. I wouldn't be surprised if World Cup ends up here in Christchurch as well, just given the quality of these facilities.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. There's a few of us been, I guess, promoting and selling this place, because I guess you're promoting to Waipuna, aren't you, when you talk about these facilities, and I'm sure 2028's not that far away. I'm sure you'll bring down your spear gun and your dive gear and your big game rod.
Yeah, for sure.
Get a little bit of fishing on the field and off.
Yeah, for sure. I think another bonus of having it down here is obviously whānau that are coming all the way from over in the England and whatnot. This is the place where you want to be for tourism and travel. So being in South Island is just another opportunity to extend your trip and hang out down here for a little bit before you make your way north.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we might have to jump on that organising committee, because I'll tell you what, you should be a car salesman. You're selling this one real well, very, very well. So, tēnā tātou e te iwi, kei konei māua, taku hoa, taku tuakana Atakaha, ko whai wahi ki te whakapāho tēnei whiringa tō, the Purple Cobras, the Power Rangers from Kaikoura. It's a nice little, it's outside play. You just get, nice drop and lift there. And you will see that these females they've got a lot of mahi to do in the mixed game. They've got to cover a lot of ground. Sometimes the dudes don't talk to them. But Nine just slices through, finds an open player in the far court. Oh, what a finish that one.
Yeah, definitely. Just to touch on that, in the mixed game, the girls are the strength, important figures of a mixed team. So,
Now, I noticed there's a guy who does seventh touch, and he interviews a lot of people, but I see he hasn't interviewed you yet, Taku. Is there something going on there?
I actually only interview in Te Reo Māori, so I'm waiting till my mate does a couple of reo classes and then he can come hit me up.
Actually, man, tino pai Te Reo Māori Ativ, he's doing really, really awesome. I'm always going to call him a linguistic, our man, but obviously you both represent for the same club and come out of the club. How did you end up in the playing up fun?
Yeah, funny thing, I'm actually a little bit older than Tiv, and he retired earlier than me, so I didn't quite get the chance to play with him in his prime in the club, but I got hit up by Uri Takarai to come and have a jam, and then the rest is history.
Yeah, nice. And he's really growing in that coaching role, isn't he? Woods?
Definitely.
Obviously him along with Latoya, that whole whānau, that household. Nothing else to the club. Got a men's and a women's team. One of the few club teams that do that are able to. Yep. So mihana kia koutou te kapu or playing up, and I know Peter Mack and Jamie, and then obviously Woody's, Azza and Tom and the likes, with the dream to be a formidable full club. They definitely are, and a lot of youth and touchbacks come through the club.
Yes, definitely some exciting times. We're right on the cusp of breaking through, and it's cool having all of these exciting young players coming through.
Yeah, and I see obviously a couple of your teammates here got the call up to play for Pujin. Come along and stripped up with them. You're down here to Tautoko Te Krapu at Kaiawa. Opportunities, Tātoha?
Yeah, definitely. I know for those of us that are really strong club members, it's quite hard to let our young players go play for another club, but I guess the times are changing. We're just moving with the times.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, you took a tērā kōrero, and I'll tell you what, did an old number 0, old Kore, slice through that one, and the Purple Cobras, they've gone out to an unofficial 4-1 lead over the Power Rangers. Now, this is the second day of this tournament, and koira te paingo tēnei hui. It's a 2-day tournament, different to a lot of the North Island tournaments that we go to in terms of club stuff. They're 1-day tournaments, and the Purple Cobras, they've gone under the radar because they haven't been on this number 1 field, and so the Power Rangers, they had a game yesterday, and I dare say that people haven't been able to get much footage on it.
Yeah. Well, this is my first mixed game that I've watched since being here. But by the looks of things, it's a really good mixed touch being played.
Yeah, and Power Rangers, I think they've got a couple of teams here, because I do know the whanaunga, the Tairawhiti, TK Muki, he's here with his whānau playing under the banner as well, so yeah, they're looking quite a formidable mixed club here. Te Waipounamu, Kai Koda. Speaking of Koda, I actually, she chops a really good line. I like the look of three. She's come on, very fit, good hole runner. That's a strong plant. She's going to come off his left foot here. Oh, short side shut. Oh, the ball just dropped. But back to the Kōrero of Koda. I put a game on a team and I bet against my mate here, Tākoha. And Tiv actually was in on this bet. And in the end, we lost the bet. And once again, Tiv didn't pay. Just for the record, did I pay my debt?
You know, even though the Koda was 2 weeks old, thank you very much for that, Koda.
You know what? It was probably about 3 years old in terms, and that's a real ripe southern Koda, and I just couldn't get it to you, so I had to freeze it. But thanks for letting the people know I do pay my debts. Now, Tiv never puts anything on the table. Reese and I, our freezers are nearly empty, so Tiv has put a sack of taro.
Oh,
Yep, he's put a sack of taro on the table. Reese has, he puts a lot on the table, but you were talking about fishing.
Yes.
So what are you going to put on the table there, Tākoha?
It depends on what we're betting on.
Well, are you going to back the Purple Cobras or the Power Rangers?
I think we're quite late into that one, so I'll probably back the Purple Cobras.
and when you say back, I heard the word haku steaks. Are you going to put a couple of haku steaks on
I've
there?
not got the haku, but I can put some morehenga, some kingfish steaks in there.
Oh, kia ora. Okay, there you go. So we've got, Reese has got a crayfish, Tiv has got a sack of taro, and you've put on some kingfish steaks.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to save mine for the next game because that's a lot of bounty, and I'm going to go for a big second half comeback from the Power Rangers. Ref, get those Cobras on, sorry. Hey, so how are you finding Ngā Tohua Tāwhiri, Mātea? Because for some fields in the North Island, when it gets a little bit wet, we don't have the greatest drainage, so these fields holding up, Tākoha?
I think we were expecting a bit of rain this weekend, but it's been really good, obviously yesterday morning was a bit tough, a bit boggy down on the fields, but we adjusted well, and then when we transitioned onto this main field, you couldn't really tell, let it rain.
Yeah, it's a great condition, and the Cobras just, man, they're slicing through, just like how we'd slice those kingfish steaks. But I mean, this is probably game, I'm saying 6 or 7 over 2 days. Both these teams still look quite fresh.
Yeah, looks like it. They've saved their last bit for right at the end here.
Yeah, really good ball movement as they come across. They really utilise each other. Nice little 32 peel. Just coming through and just, Threesy's definitely injected herself into some nice whāruara, but just probably the skill set of the pass just behind her. But they get a penalty. Kua hāmene te hōrere, our Power Rangers. Now, before we go to the break, bringing Ngāti Hine back into Māori Touch Nationals, to those of us that know, have been there from mai te ora kohanga, kaupapa.
Yes.
Just seen a lot of people return home. It must be really nice in the heart seeing your trying to come back, not just for touch, but to learn kōwaio no whio.
Yeah, definitely. I think for us in particular, Ngāti Hine, we started off as a touch team and getting quality touch players around, but at the end of it, we've sort of manoeuvred and changed it into our iwi development strategy. So bringing back people through the game of touch has been one of the key movers for our kaupapa.
And I did see just little snippets that you share with us, those that are not from up the far north, just around some of the Ngā Tino Wāhi.
Yeah.
And just hearing also a whanaunga of yours, who was a good rugby league player also, Whānau Prime. Have you reconnected, or have you actually been known each other throughout your I guess, childhood?
Yeah, definitely. We've always known of each other in some aspect, but only recently we've worked closely together and reconnected and made the connection and a shared passion for the development of sport as well as our own people in Ngāti Hine.
Rere te iwi, kei konei taku hoa. Tēnei wā ko ngā piro, 6-1, Purple Cobras have just come out of this one in the final, and everything is stuck and could turn to gold, because that's what's up here for grabs. Hoi anō, kaua huri ki teihana ke, ka hoki mai a ko Kowakene. Hei, nau mā hoki mai te iwi. Ko tīmata te wahanga tuarua, tēnei whiringa toa, kei konei māua ko tākoha, ko whai wahi māua, ki te noho tahi, ki te kōrero tahi. Now, a couple of players that have sort of caught your eye in the first half, tākoha?
Yeah, I think the Cobras are doing really well. I myself, personally, I'm a hard worker when it comes to touch, so what the point middles are doing and for the Cobras is really good. Defensively, pushing up, getting front on with their touches. So that's been really good to watch.
Yeah, nice to point out those mahi men, as you talk about, and mahi ladies. There's been some little goosey coming through, check off. Oh, yeah, that's a great start from the Power Rangers. Stop one and they get straight back at it. Now, we were just talking about, obviously, I'm not sure if Revival put out the kupu e tikana, but just with Ngāti Hine, I remember seeing you come through with the men's team and then bang, you come back with 2-3 teams. So there's definitely is a bit of a revival around that back home, Tākoha?
Yeah, definitely. I think it goes hand in hand with the pathways that Māori Touch is currently providing. With the tours and the Māori All-Stars, we're just creating our opportunities for whānau at home so that they can onboard on any team and also put themselves in a position to make one of those Māori teams.
Yeah, how awesome. I know we were lucky enough to be part of the All-Stars, Māori All-Stars when it was in Rotorua, and then you continued with a couple of tours, and obviously last year really highlighted, I felt, that whanaungatanga within the kapa. And speaking of whanaungatanga, the Purple Cobras, all the whānau's getting in on this party. They get one here, just a bit of a quickie on the outside.
Bang.
Oh, wow. And we've just got our head directors come through, and it's just pointing out a few names. And yes, that is, I think, the wrong team, Les. So no, that Wahine, but our director's just making sure that we're on time, we're on task. And he's just saying we're doing an outstanding job. So mihi ana ki te kai whakahaere te pau, e ki ana ko chacho, tēnā koe chacho. Hoki mai ki te kēmu, and there we go. We're back on it. Power Rangers, I see them having a little chat. Oh yeah, They had a little bit of a hui in the sub box, and 7 has come out. And the Power Rangers just getting these names correct. Unofficial names, sorry, a team sheet that we have here is not quite lining up with some of the names out there. Right there, yep. I'll tell you what, I'm getting sign language on the side, just as I'm commentating. It's, this is what people do. Takoha and I'll tell you what, our pay rate's got to go up. One man come over, wanted me to do sign language, giving him an upside down sheet, and the other one wants me to speak while I'm speaking live. Hoi anō, Ngāti Hene, how many teams have we got at the moment attending Māori's Takoha?
So we, in our opens, we had 4 opens teams, Masters mix, open men's and 18 boys. At this tamariki tournament that's coming up in Hopu next week, we've got about 8 tamariki teams.
Are you part of that Takoha?
Yeah, I'll be coaching the under 16 girls. Yeah, I think that's the next focus for Ngāti Hene, is having a strong open women's team.
Oh, can't wait. And you've obviously got a few iramatu in there, or some whānau members in the 16 girls?
Oh, they're all my iramatu, all those kids.
Gee, yeah, kia ora. Now, Purple Cobras, they struck straight back and absolutely went at it. And here we go. Ngā mihi nui, ki taku hop. We have finally been given the team sheet. And what we're going to do, we're actually going to read these names out on the next break. And on the ball now for we've got Stu Gills and also Connor. We've got Connor on the ball here. Nice little outside hook. He's got a great left foot. Just gets on the outside. No, nice stuff. So just some of the players that are here. We've got Hammond, Moana Nui, Yates, Huriwai. Yeah, we've got a few Huriwai back home. Boyce, Enright, also Connor and Lewis. Annie Ford, Hannah Reardon, Lisa O'Connor, Charlie Campbell, Jacob Ford, Taylor. It looks like the Enright whānau are heavily involved in the Power Rangers. And with the Purple Cobras, we've got Keenan, Wang, Shear, Kneebone. Saw that name earlier on actually on another team sheet. We've also got Ethan, Pauline Thompson, Vali, couple of Vali, Rahui, TM1 Vali, Thompson, Alex, Hannah Ferguson, John Lacey, Malachi, Caleb Leach, and the coaches, Kelly Thompson. So, and mihi ana kia koutou, and we are, our apologies that the team sheets have arrived late, but hopefully the whānau that are tuned in, we're getting a little bit of a history lesson around some of the Māori touch that Takoha have been involved with, and some of the many kaupapa. Yesterday we were lucky enough to have Nehe Munaskara join us, and today really grateful that Takoha has found time to join us. Now Taks, in terms of your career, where do you see the game going in terms of the style of the game? Like I know you talked about you like that hard-working role. Is there any sort of evolution you're seeing in the game?
I think given the expansiveness of the game, the speed of the game, the skills required, I think it's just the game's getting faster and faster. We're now required to have 4 refs out on the field to be able to keep up with the speed of the game. So I think it's going to continue to do that. The athleticism that's required from each of the athletes is growing every year. Taller bodies, leaner bodies, they're almost marathon runners, a lot of the top athletes these days. So yeah, that's where I see the game heading.
Now, you just mentioned marathon runners, and I did see you at the Pacific Cup, and you just run your first marathon that weekend. And I do see a few other gentlemen from playing up have got right into the running game. It must be good for the mental capacity, Takoha, those long distance endurance runs.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's long-term wise for our athletes, it's good to have a good aerobic base. So having those long runs is just a part of active recovery, really.
Awesome. Yeah, they're great to hear. Yeah, sometimes it can be a boring thing, but if you've got to cope up with the take you. But here we go, slices into the end goal here. Power, and just unfortunately just dropped it. But man, 18 pulled out the old goosey whack off the right foot. Yeah, we haven't quite got the numbers, but we'll try and get that to you. Here we are, no? Purple Cobras, they're out to a 9-2 lead. And they've really owned Takoha. Talked about the orange zone, which is this zone right here in between the 2 10s. Jeez, they've really owned it. Oh, nice hands catching pass. Winger there. Oh, just out in front, and she's had an outstanding game, that far side winger. It's the box winger now. Most of the wingers these days don't sub, do they, Takoha?
Yeah, definitely. that was a try begging that one.
Yes. Now, the Tamariki tournament is coming up next week. Our calendar's just jam-packed. There must be a lot of excitement around the teams you're taking from the far north down to Hopi Hopi.
Yeah, definitely. We took an approach of growing our grassroots, so a majority of our teams come from Mōrewa and Kaiawa. Last year we took a big chunk of our kids from Tamaki and had touch experience, so it's going to be different. But I think it's exciting to be able to create these opportunities for our whānau living back home.
And when you talk about Mōrewa and Kawakawa, for some of us that might not have been up there, what size towns are we talking in terms of population, Takoha?
We're talking 500 in each of those towns. Yeah, very small.
Yep, I know. Had a bit of fun driving over the Kawakawa bridges as you cruise out of town there, and actually been to a hui at the Mōrewa Rugby League Club, and we had a fantastic time. We were sport, fed like kings, and drank like there was no tomorrow on the local refreshments. Here we are now, hoki mai tātou ki tēnei whiringa toa, Power Rangers out of Kaikoura, and we have the Purple Cobras, and they have just shot out of the blocks. They have been the more dominant team, but the Power Rangers have definitely created some really good opportunities, Tux.
Yeah, they're threatening on the line. Getting some good looks. It's just that execution.
Tikato. Ooh, yeah, and just as you say that's it right there. But I've been really impressed by the young adjudicator out there. He's been right in front of all them in the right spot, you know. So he definitely reads the game really, really well. Hence probably why he's been given this final and more 3 referees. But here we go. They've got the ball back, just trying to draw the stuff. Purple Cobras, they're energetic. Geez, look at that. Still looking fit in the final after, probably good 3-4 hours of touch Tākoa, but this is still 32 platform. Oh, tries to slide that one in. Yes, now, Tux, I know one of your pet plays, it's no secret, the sweep. There's a lot of footage, but as you go through, I guess, through your career as a worker, is it good to just have one sort of play up your sleeve, or is there another trick play you like to just hold it for the right time?
Yeah, I think the older and more mature I get, you have to adjust and change things around. So in my younger years, the sweep or the tahi was a go-to. Not so much these days because it demands quite a bit of energy. So I'm having to change it up and be more of a setter these days.
Excellent. And there's this combination here for the Cobras. On the ball 7, he's been handy balling. That's a play on, Will. And Declan Shea, Georgia Shea, if I've got the name correct, Aroha mai, but I think you've had an outstanding game, massive workload, and one finally sticks for her. She's been in and around everything today, hasn't she?
Yeah, cool. Been definitely involved in a lot of the moves, so it's good to see her get rewarded for that one.
Now, it's been awesome over the last couple of days, just seeing, I guess, probably celebrities of our sport. See Maya Joseph's helping Southern Steelers. She's a young girl born and bred in Otipoti. Also saw Merirangi Paul. She's here. Saw Kimi Orapoi. We've got Cody Taylor's here from Raupoko back home, and the historian of touch himself, Mike Daly's here.
Yeah.
Now I know we've all got some really awesome Texas Mike asking us and stuff, but he had a big part to play with the People's Game. Can you share some of your guys' kōrero?
Also with Hikurangi, in terms of quality checking the facts, the history, and we know that he holds our mātauranga, he's our pātaka kōrero when it comes to touch football, so whenever we needed to cross-reference anything, he was our go-to.
Koira te ingoa tika pātaka kōrero, tikatau, ko ngā kōrero hitori. Mai te ora ko hanga o te kēmu, there's probably no one else that still, I remember talking to Walters about some of the stuff, and he just keeps going, ask Mike Daly. If anyone will know, Mike will know. But you can only ask Mike Daly certain questions. There's some stuff on Mike Daly's tour that just might be revealed in a book one day, but it won't be revealed in a documentary. But yeah, it's just so great. These hui, when we go to touch tournaments in the north, we get to see people we see a lot of. But I guess heading south, must be nice to just catch up with people that you might only get to see once or twice a year, Tux.
Yeah, it's good to see a lot of our whānau here down in the south that you don't often see it. Places such as Whakatane, so it's really refreshing seeing some new faces on the sideline for once.
I'll tell you what's a hard case. can definitely tell who's from the north because we're rugged right up. And I see anyone sort of south of here, they're in shorts and jandals. I like, they're suffering hard and they're going, are you cold? Oh, absolutely freezing. And it's actually not that cold, to be fair. Hoi anō te iwi, ko tēnei te whakataitai nui, e kia ana, this is the Kaiawa Invitational Touch Tournament, Trident Homes, and mihana kia koutou, Motuputia Tautoko, and we're always grateful for those big sponsors. But here we are back live, having a good old chin wag. It's the Palmer Rangers. Like the look of nine, got a nice right foot, slides it in. Oh yeah! And yes, she was there, but I think she left early, and that's a great touchdown there for the Power Rangers by Stu the glue.
Yeah, nice. They're doing really well to get that safe middle up and making that touch. So yeah, good to see they got rewarded there.
Kapai, you could say, and this is the second half. If you've just joined us, e mihana whakata MāORI, whakata MāORI plus, bringing us this live game here, and also on the other field. If you've got teams playing there, you can jump on the live stream. They step up here. Look at this nice, lovely sweep. She's really coming into her own, isn't she? We've got a couple of numbers. I think it's Georgia. We're going to say Georgia. If we're incorrect, we're going to say number 3. Full of speed, number 3. Now, as we look to, probably got about 6 minutes remaining in this one. Must be great to come to a tournament that, someone that you know runs it, as a Nays. Can you just talk a little bit about Te Taha Manaki, a Nays Silver?
Yeah, well, mo te manaki kaore painga i aia, mo te pōhiri a mātou, te hunga e noho ana ki tika a Māui, ko whai wāhi mai ki tēnei kaupapa, he mea nui tērā. So just big shout out to Nays for putting it on for us. Really felt the love, probably feel a bit more love tonight.
Mauri ora, and just to support my bro Tux, Tivoli and I, we're grateful to come down our second year, and once again, tērā rau manaki, kei te tino rongo, nai kanui ngā mihi, and my darling is out on the coast, and I'll be seeing you later, but back live here with these live images, I tell you all, just coming here, and 3, I just feel like Georgia's, she's in the middle now. She's actually played a really, really cool role. They won't fake the sweep here. Yeah, they're going to feed her back, and she's going to just such a well-constructed touchdown. You've got to have your smarts about you in those platforms, don't you, Takuha?
Yeah, definitely. Even the confidence she has to hang around in the middle there, it's really good.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. Sometimes people don't want to bar of being in the pressure cooker, as they say. And just looking at the mixed game now, the Power Rangers, Purple Cobras, just, the highlights reel, I know, I think I've only added one highlights reel in my playing career, but you watch it 100 times, and I dare say they're going to all enjoy just watching their own game, getting back to the hotel where they're staying, doing their prize giving and re-watch the game on both sides. Some teams don't make finals, Takuā, when you talk to people, some never quite get there, so it's always quite a big achievement just getting there.
Yeah.
Morire te iwi. We have the A team on. We're going to bring the B team will be back very, very shortly. And we're just trying to hold it up. I'm the only one that puts anything on the games. I'll tell you what, it's so hard to get anything out of Tiv to put on a game. It's taken about 3 years to get a sack of taro. Now Reese is a little bit different. He's probably too giving. And gives a lot, but in terms of winning record, unfortunately Reese's winning record on games, percentages isn't the greatest. But I'm here to manaki, I'm here to help out. And speaking of helping out, e mihana kia koe Takoha for helping us out here. Yourself and Nehe gave up your time representing Kaiawa. If there was a highlight that you could share with us before you get on the dance floor tonight, what would that be?
Just the opportunity to come down and really mix and mingle with our whānau here in Te Waipounamu. That's probably it, the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, can't wait. Now, you would have no doubt seen the touch tapes, 7th touch. I've watched them. I watched Drummies and I watched Tummers, and I didn't actually realise how shy both those gentlemen are and just how well Tiff got them to talk, I guess, and share stories. There's just some awesome content out there these days, isn't there?
Yeah, for sure, definitely. Love listening to that kōrero because it gives us a little bit more insight to how those fellas think, which has been really cool.
Yeah, I think just that relaxed setting that Tiff's got in the, in the wāhi noho in the lounge, on the couch. I don't think I've seen a documentary or that with Drummy, because he admires his class, one of the all-time greats. Nō reire te iwi, speaking of greats, kōrero te whiringa tō, and the cameraman's decided to go for a coffee break early. Here we are no, ka nui ngā mihi, we have the purple Cobras, just a little bit too strong for the Power Rangers, taking out our mixed grade. E te iwi, kaue haere tawhiti atu, mi ana ki Atakaha, MΑΟRI.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MΑORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Kia ora e tiwi, nau mai haere mai ki o tautahi for the 2026 Trident Homes Kaiawa Invitational. We've already had one final under our belts and we're now getting into the last couple for the day, for the weekend. We're here for the men's B final between local teams Kaiawa and Canterbury Barbars. Ko tivoli Guthrie tōku ingoa, and I am joined in commentary by Canterbury stalwart Rhys Allen. And Rhys, I suppose there's probably no one better than you to call this game between two pretty formidable Canterbury teams.
Yeah, ngā mihi tū, pai tiki ki a koe anō. Yeah, when I first came into touch with the Canterbury men's side 20 plus years ago, a lot of these boys were playing on both sides. Nathan Silbury, our gracious host of this tournament, but on the other side, the Canterbury Barbars, it's more like Canterbury Rangatira. There's some legends in this group. There's world champions all the way through this team, and I'm excited. For me, Tiff, as I was just saying off mic, the IQ and ability of the legends, the Barbars, against these younger leagues of Kaiawa, ko waika wini, ko waika toa, ako nei ka mohi, we will see who gets it after 40 minutes here.
Tika tonu, as we see Kaiawa in the black and gold going from right to left on your screen, getting our proceedings underway, and Canterbury Barbars in the grey, black and red going from left to right and on defence to start this one. As you see Kaiawa, O'Halloran throwing the out ball and stepping off the right foot with a short ball and a phase play. Numbers momentarily out on the left, quick hands out to the wing. Great scramble defence though from the Barbars, and I suppose Canterbury DNA on display straight away.
Yeah, 100%, and also out here for Kaiawa, Josh Smart, former Canterbury stalwart as well, now living on the Gold Coast, world champion with the Australian 30s in the match. But yeah, a recount. Nathan Silbury has inserted himself into the play here. Looking to construct someone. They'll have solid defence, the Barbars, a traditional Canterbury side, corner shutdown, high link there from Chad Tainui. Good to see him back, Canterbury men's former player. Silbury going up against Withers. Silbury to the open side, the classic kick away run from Silbury. Back to Wihongi. Wihongi will look to open the middles up a wee bit here with a good drive. Scoops the corner, takes the outside, gets into the end goal. Great touch there by Brendan Stewart. Cully now playing in the middle. World champ, definitely one of the world's best wingers back in his day. Tiff, did you manage to play with Cully?
Yeah, I did actually. I think similar to Naza Silbury, when we were playing together, we figured out that Naza's first Open Men's Nationals campaign was when I was 4 years old, and I'm sure Cully probably would have been about the same age, so definitely a host of experience between both of those players for sure, going head to head in this one, as the Barbars, Hayata looks to scoop out a half, scooping straight into man on those. Silbury getting his big mitts on that one and unable to reel that one in, so Canterbury Barbars, after surviving a couple of sets of defence down on their line, will now get the chance to sustain some pressure on this Kaiawa outfit. And Hayata in the middle of the field, operating out of Waikato and getting the invite here to play for the Barbars, and just guilty of not playing the ball straight. Got to be facing up and down the field 90 degrees, perpendicular to the sideline, and Blair Hayata just guilty of playing it on the 45-degree angle.
Yeah, quality player Blair, and although I gave him a little bit of stick yesterday with his son playing for Pearl Jam, yeah, good player and a world champion, and rightly so too, Blair. So good to see you down here supporting the kaupapa bro as Kaiawa work the ball down the field here with King. He's in the play, looking for a 3-3 option, looking to take the corner short pass. Quality defence by the Barbars. They won't make a mistake there on the corner shutdown defence.
No, and you talked earlier about the battle between IQ and legs, and I suppose it's a storyline tailor-made for a final, isn't it? Especially at the end of a long tournament. Canterbury Barbars, this will be sort of about their 6th game of the weekend. Same with Kaiawa, but when you've got players sort of in the 45s to 50s grade, you're asked to get back up and play your last game of the tournament in a final up against the sort of younger, fresher, or I suppose ideally fresher outfit in Kaiawa. It's going to be a tough task for the Barbars. We'll see if they're up to it in this one.
Yeah, as they go through, working through the middle of the field there. Fergus there, driving the ball forward. Smart again, he'll probably look to be prominent on the ball. Number 9, it's good to see him back here supporting our local community with this tournament. Looking for a 3-3 option here, taking it outside, looking to run, Good defence again.
Yeah, Grant Robertson, another former Canterbury and Touch Blacks player there in the mixed open grade, looking to skip away on the outside. So yeah, plenty of experience across both of these teams. I think we were saying before, probably at the very least about 3,000 caps for the Canterbury Open men's across both sides. And now the Barbars through Tainui will look to get up over halfway, Withers into half. And now here's Chad Tainui, dropping for Vinny Tainui. Vinny steps off the left foot. Chad comes on the late switch, another late switch back the opposite way from Stewart. And some strong shutdown defence there from Kaiawa.
Yeah, that's right. They need to complete the set, and just as I say that, they'll turn the ball over Kaiawa. A little bit messy. That's their first mistake coming off their yards. And one thing I was going to say is you wouldn't want to give this Barbars team any kind of opportunity for a recount on sets, because they've got so much ability and IQ in terms of touch to not score here.
And they're a bit late getting a substitution on the field. Barbars look to momentarily take advantage of it. The ball goes back to the middle here. Here's Tainui and Stewart, with Withers hovering in at left link. They look to run a quickie play. Great identification though here on the near link side. Smart able to snuff that one out. Tainui though, relentless this Canterbury Barbars attack. Withers going for a long ball out on the left, and the ball has been put down in the corner. Chance gone begging there for the Barbars.
Yeah, and if you don't know much about this Kaiawa side, I just spotted that winger out on the far side, on the near side to us here live. Mac Chapman, Christchurch Boys High School captain last year, that made the top 8. Sturdy in the thigh, but loves his touch. And here he is, and as Kaiawa look to work the ball off the field, up the middle of the field here. You've got Wihongi, Silberry will look to drive, creates a good platform for Wihongi. Wihongi takes the outside, looks for the long ball to Chapman, Chapman for the dive. Another great saving touch there by the winger for the Barbars. Got a bit of a battle going on, 0-0 at the moment here in this fixture.
Yeah, that was end to end, that set. And Chaplin, he almost got caught out on the defensive end and then almost had a chance to rectify that down at the opposite side. So early battles going on out wide, as both teams feeling each other out in this early stage. As the Barbars now through Taufare, wrap-around play. Touch made there though in the middle of the field, and on the 5th and final it'll be a static attack down on the 7-metre line. Sullivan looks to get out of half. He manages to slice through, just needs to find a teammate, buys himself a little bit of time, but is ultimately touched in the end goal. So Kaiawa will get the roll ball out on the 7.
Yeah, Josh Harrison there, New Zealand representative as well. Comes from the Marlborough region, but has played for Canterbury and many teams. Teacher at Marlborough Boys High School, and an awesome player, defensive specialist, but allowed to express himself here for the Barbars. And looking forward to seeing him as Kaiawa have made 2 mistakes now coming off their own red zone. Geez, it wouldn't surprise me if the Barbars, our legends here, put one on.
Yeah, well, they've been able to create a little bit of sustained pressure down on this end of the field. And Harrison there, rolling the ball. Hislop is in there in the middle. Operating with Withers in the middle of the field. Quickie play, looking to skip to the outside. And a diving touch made by Kaiawa. Now they just look to reset. It's just a matter of being patient and manipulating players on attack as Stewart gets the right player up on the ball. A very strong-handed touch there from Wihongi, and yeah, the referee's seen an infringement, and it'll be a handover Kaiawa ball.
Kaiawa will look to get a set completion here after a couple of errors. You won't see anything flashy from Smart. He's too controlled when it comes to this kind of play. Wihongi drives again. Barbars claiming a no touch. Referee won't fall for that one. Over halfway now. Kaiawa opening up the field. Last touch, looking for a scoop on the last. Step back, looking for an option. Right hand over the top. Goes to ground. Good defense again off the back of yards from the Barbars.
Yeah, and this game is settling into a grind very early on as Withers looks for a teammate to pass to. A bit of defensive pressure coming from Kaiawa. And now through Gibson, they'll just look to chuck the ball up the middle of the field. Hayata into half. And this game is just begging for someone to take it by the scruff of the neck. We're almost at the halfway stage of the first half. Sweeping around the back of the ruck is Nigel Heath, and he'll look to come straight down the middle, through the middle channel, dives over the line, And that'll be our first try of the match. Nigel Heath crossing over to get the Barbars on the board.
Yeah, excellent play there from Nigel, a New Zealand representative in the Masters grades in Kuala Lumpur. Good to see him still running around, answering the call. And I suppose with some of these legends that throw out the karanga, throw out the call, you got to answer. And Barbars take a 1-0 lead. Kaiawa with a tap from halfway.
So this would be a rematch of last year's semi-final between these two teams in the men's B grade, and Tamatoa was the team that got over the top of the Kaiawa outfit in the final last year. So Kaiawa definitely will be looking to go one better as Smart looks to get on the outside there. Nothing quite forthcoming though. And Canterbury Barbars got ousted in the semi-final, so I'm sure they'll be back for a bit of revenge in this one too. So a fair bit of feeling and a fair bit of backstory between these two sides as the Barbars defend that set and looks to go forward through Tainua.
Yeah, and here they go. I can see the likes of Sean Bell waiting to come on. He'll be looking to make an effect. Traditional player for Canterbury, goes forward, loves to defend. He'll be looking to set a platform as they check off to him. Josh Harrison comes around the back door on the sweep, looks to check off. No real option there, played at by Kaiawa. Another recount set here for the Barbars.
Yeah, this is what they'll probably do throughout the course of this match, is just continue to apply pressure on this Kaiawa defence, especially down this area of the field as Tofare comes around on a sweep, double pumps, looks to drop in a second phase, but he says no, we're a little bit too close to the try line, and so he'll come back for a static roll ball on the 7 as Sean Bell looks to sub Tofare with the quickie play. I think there was a bit of a waster as they wait for their full complement of players to get on the field. Here comes Stewart. And the ball back to the middle, Harrison. Offloading to Hislop out on the right. And a strong touch there from Josh Smart. And we'll come back to Stewart. Gets a strike dump down on the 7-metre line. Harrison steps off his right foot. He's got a play-through call here. Looks for a teammate and manages to find one out wide. Canterbury Barbars take an early 2-0 lead.
Go-to player for the Barbars at the moment, Josh Harrison, as mentioned before, nicknamed Pins. Possibly the best set of pins running around in the Masters grade. Gets into the in goal. That's the second time now and completes for a 2-0 lead here as Kaiawa look to take over the position from the halfway on a tap off. Smart will look to get into the play here. Wehongi drives forward, feeds the sweeper, check back, second phase, all players offside, draw feed into the corner.
Was that
what
ball
does the
down?
referee say?
Oh, I think it might have been ball down, but they've called it back for something. There's some sort of infringement back towards the middle of the field where the roll ball took place. Yeah, and it is a forward pass. So when Smart came around on the sweep, the pass went about half a metre forward, and I suppose that's all the referees needed to pick that one up. And instead of getting their first one on the board, Kaiawa still find themselves down by 2.
Yeah, early lead here by the Barbars, 2-0. 7-8 minutes to go in this first half, so 20-minute halves in the finals. Traditional time frame for this touch tournament, rightly so, and it's a great initiative to bring back the true test as the Barbars continue to go forward. Te ana whakamua rātou. Tino pai tēnei mahi. Barbars, Sean Bell at the 32 platform. Scoop through, referee says play through, haere tonu, tōna kōrero. Dive in the corner, yes, and there it is. The Barbars have scored again. Toru ki te kore, 3-0, unofficial now, Barbars to Kaiawa.
Yeah, and it's that IQ coming into play. And one thing that I have been impressed by from this Barbars outfit is just their patience as well. You know, they know that touch is a 40-minute game when you come to finals footy, and they've played plenty of it over the years. And so they know that if they just stay patient, stick to process, stick to policies, you know, they'll find purchase sooner or later. And they've found it in the first 13 minutes of the game as they take a 3-0 lead as the sweep comes around, long ball goes out to the right. And Chapman swings it back towards the inside. And they look to run a punish play. They go away from it though, and the long ball goes out to the other side, and they've got plenty of room out wide. The dive goes from both players. Who's going to get that one? It is try time here for Kaiawa. Ngākira Anderson goes over in the left-hand corner and they get their first of the day.
Rawe nā pukenga, rawe te pāhi, mai tēnei taha o te taha matau. Beautiful right-hand pass, 35 metre spiral with the wind assisted. Hits the winger on the chest and he scores in the corner. Great work for Kaiawa and fight back, and they needed to with 6 minutes to go. E ono nā minute e toi ana mo tēnei haurua. Barbars with the 3-1 lead.
Barbars through Hayata. Looking to work up the middle of the field. They swing the ball out to Nicholas. He gets the ball on a quickie back towards the infield. Just looking for a chop lane. And touch was made there from Kiria. And now they'll come back towards the middle of the field. There's a scoop from Hayata out of half. Throws the short ball. A little bit of a fortuitous ricochet. And now they've got numbers out to the left. They work the ball back that way. And a try there for Sean Collier out wide. The Barbars a little bit lucky on that one, but you take your chances in a grand final.
Fortune favours the brave, and you did say the ricochet was quite critical there. I've seen a couple today fall, and I suppose with these legends, you know, you do the mahi, you get the treats. He rawe te whakahoki piro, nā Barbars, nā reira whāki te tahi, 4-1 lead. And here they go, Kaiawa, they need to fight back again with 5 minutes to go in this first half.
Yeah, they've got to show a little bit of perseverance, a little bit of grit, and a little bit of determination as well, as Keanu Taylor brings the ball forward for Kaiawa, getting smart involved in the play. The Queensland representative as well, so you mentioned plying his trade in the Gold Coast, and he does play a little bit of touch footy in the State of Origin series for Queensland as well, so he'll be crucial for Kaiawa as Silbury looks to get around on a sweep, throws the long ball out to the right, not quite having the accuracy though. And so the ball goes to ground, and Barbars quick on the turnover, and they look at the yards that they're getting up the sideline. Although, as I say that, just a little bit too quick. They've come up with a little bobble at the roll ball, and so Kaiawa will have another bite at the cherry here.
Yeah, some fresh legs coming on now. Watine, he'll look for a short play. Quality feet, goes the up inside, step back, doesn't see the picture that he wants. Calling them in. Plenty of time to build a try here. He'll stay in the game. Silbury, far side link. Haki King controlling the play, looking to feed Watine. Watine on the dive again. Great defense here again by Tainui. Looking very nimble. They feed it straight back to him. And that's great defense on that far side too.
Yeah, they didn't panic, did they, the Barbars? And Mahuru Watine, so there's two in operation here for Kaiawa. That was Mahuru Watine there who did the step back dive. It was a close call, but the Barbars up to the task there, and they're not taking any tricks on the final play there. So they'll settle into their work. They're up over halfway now as Harrison looks to come out of half. He's been dangerous in this area of the field. Short ball to Hayata to Hislop, can he dive over? And a fantastic touch there, made out wide from Kaiawa, and that was an important one.
Oh yeah, that looked like a try for all money, but Kaiawa with the diving touch, they can tell there's something on this, apart from the lucrative prize money offered down here at the Trident Homes Ihi Kaiawa Invitational 2026. There's also pride on the line, so two Canterbury teams going toe-to-toe here, 4-1 Barbars.
A fair bit of bragging rights, no doubt, Reese, between these sides. And then Kaiawa, you throw into the fact that this is technically their home tournament, isn't it? You know, being the hosts, they'll want to get a title in one of these grades. They've got plenty of teams here. As we see a link ball, dips just behind O'Halloran. That was a close one there for Kaiawa. Just over 2 minutes left in the half. And the Barbars, they'll just settle back into their work as they look to get some fresh legs onto the pitch down the sideline there.
Yeah, and here they come. And just on that, number 8 from Kaiawa, Nick O'Halloran, another strong supporter of touch and plays down here. Teru by Nico, formerly Storm Teru, doing his job and out there playing as well. As the Barbars look to get to the end goal, but really rock solid defence there from Kaiawa.
Oh, I think they were just happy with the 7-7 set on that occasion. They're happy to settle into the grind, this Barbars outfit. And now Kaiawa, if they want to foot it with them, I think they're probably going to have to settle into the game in much the same fashion as you You can see the determination on the face of Grant Robertson, trucking the ball up the field. An excellent carry there from John Reese Kiria. And yeah, great strong drive there. Earns the penalty. Corey Taufare, none too pleased. He was the one that dropped the shoulder.
Takes a brave man to go toe-to-toe with Corey Taufare, especially in Canterbury. A keen fisherman and kairuku as well, and Paitikiti Aya, e tākoro tonu wana. But yes, very brave man. Kaiawa with the recount though, and the field position. They'll be looking to put on a play here. Silbury going to work. Sends McClure on the back door. Looking for an option, checks it out. Opportunity for Kaiawa on the dive.
It was a close run thing, but a great hold there out wide from the Barbars. An excellent scrambled defence there from Tainui. As we get back to play, a few late switches in the middle of the field. Extending it, Silbury offloads the ball to Taylor, and then smart look to come underneath. And Taylor wanted him to stay out wide, so the ball goes to ground. And you can see the instructions there at the bottom of your screen there. Rooster Muangutsia, he's a Canterbury legend himself, and I'm sure he'll have these boys as they go into the halftime chat just up for the challenge come the second half, because at the moment they find themselves down by 3.
Yeah, and i tēnei wā, koenei nā heko na whakamutinga o tēnei haurua as we close off this half. It's been a great half, a battle. I thought it would be a wee bit closer with the Barbars whā ki te tahi, Barbars ki Kaiawa. Nā reira, hei a kua nei whānau hoki mai o te haurua tuarua o tēnei whiringa toa o te taumata tuarua o nā tāne.
That's actually our dangerous play, because these guys are slow. They might be good at defending, but that's only because they'll collect first, and they'll make sure they've got each other's backs. So you have to split them by scooping on them.
And last thing, reset on the line every single time we want someone having a punish on a link. Their links were aren't right, so they sit there, they're literally going for the work. So as soon as you get a turnover,
have a good go though.
Rather than the middle quickly, hold the ball, give the link, get the half, dive in behind. Yeah. All it's going to make that link do is be on notice, and it's going to have to take this right. They're just sitting there.
That's right. And we're not making that because we're not forcing them to game.
Yeah.
But honestly, we're our own worst enemy, eh? The mistakes we're making, it's terrible. Like, we need to tidy up these spaces again.
If you want to come to the box or the far link, you've got to do the work. Yeah. Don't just get the ball, just touch the 46 score. I've got one effort in the set, and what it is sweeping, either releasing or bearing it, and then I'll we're good.
Let's go, boys.
This is our half now. We're tired.
The thing is, it's mental toughness from here. I know we're fat and we're tired, but you've got to get there. You've got to find something inside yourself to make sure you can push yourself.
E te iwi nau mai hoki mai ki tēnei whiringa toa o te taumata tuarua me ki I te whakataetai Kaiawa, te tōna mana ki ngā whira o ngā puna wai ki raro I te maru o ngā te iringa o Kahukura, the Cashmere Hills. Welcome back whānau. Ko reselling tēnei, ko autitei o ngā kaipapāho o tēnei rohe. And I'm blessed to be joined by Tifoli Guthrie. No mai hoki mai, we've got a bit of a game on our hands here, Tiff.
Kia ora, Reese. Kia ora, te whānau. Yeah, we do. Barbars, at the moment, they're 3 tries clear. And I'd say that is an accurate reflection of the scoreline of the game at the moment. Kaiawa probably not settling into their work quickly enough, and so they find themselves down by 3. But they've definitely got the calibre to get themselves back into the game. Although the Barbars will have first use of the football in the second half as Hayata Looks to get a quickie play, but a great shutdown there from the link from Kaiawa, Josh Smart. They'll just look to get them involved here.
Whaki te tahi, whakamutinga, so last touch. No score, no opportunity there. So good gamesmanship from Hayata just to kill the ball on that far side. Makes Kaiawa have to bring the ball all the way. They've been quite tidy in terms of their yardage play as they work the ball towards the sub-box with O'Halloran. He's been strong in the link position. Haki King working the ball, running the latch, now to the middle, approaching last touch here for Kaiawa. Silbury coming into dummy half, takes the outside of Taufari, all the way through. Silbury on a diving catch by the link. Great set of yards there by Kaiawa, but couldn't score.
Oh yeah, but it's 7-7 though, isn't it, Reese? There's a wayward pass. I don't know if Silbury was onside there, but the referee says play on anyway. The ball comes to Haki King. And so Kaiawa get a gift down on the 7. A full set of 6 here for them to use to try and wrestle themselves back some sort of momentum. And the penalty comes their way as well. So Smart, I'm sure he'll look for a punish play here out on the link as he looks to get on the outside of Hayata. Attracts the attention of the defensive winger from the Barbars. Easy 2-1 draw pass. And Kaiawa get themselves back into the game.
Yeah, unfortunately a breakdown of communication on the defensive side there. Smart with the punishing play, the quickie at link. Winger bites, and Smart way too classy to not take his opportunity, and just like that Kaiawa have fought back. Whaki te rua, Barbars kia Kaiawa. Barbars will look to strike back with Sean Bell coming to the middle of the field here.
Working with Naylor as they look to centralise play, and the sweeper coming around the back of the ruck here. And they check back to the long side. Bell looking to double pump. That wing was on momentarily, that long pass, but in such trying conditions, you've got to be on the money. Holding on to a 2-try lead, throws the short ball and looking to dive over through the middle. But Kaiawa defence, they're up to the task there, and now Robinson will look to get them up the field. Great yards on touch one.
Yeah, I like the way Robinson took the ball towards the middle of the field to open up the sub-box. We've got really tidy work here by Anderson on the wing as they roll in. McClure, last touch on the scoop, check back short by McClure. Fergus.
Yeah, I was sorry to cut you off there, Reece. There was a close run thing there, but I just like the intent going from 7-7. They didn't really have that in the first half, but their first couple of sets in the second half, they've come out with that intent. They've gone from 7-7. They've completed both sets, so things are looking good for Kaiawa.
Yeah, Kaiawa, I see there you go, like they're lifting off the line now, and I think they may have realised that the legs, the youthfulness of the legs might be the way back into this game. And there's McClure again, Fergus, a very, very fit athlete, celebrating with his other middle there just on the success. Keanu Taylor, younger brother of All Black Vice Captain Cody, but rightly so, out here making his own name for himself. And here go Kaiawa again. I've been impressed with the way that they drive that first one towards the middle of the field too. Yeah,
well, like you said, it just opens it up on the sideline, and it just stops the cramming down on their close sub-box side as King takes a tumble. And Anderson in at dummy half, Watene and Silbury. Look for Silbury to scoop on the back end of this set. They've still got a couple touches up their sleeve. Just losing a little bit of momentum. Silbury switching in Watene. There's the two of them in the middle there, as they look to step off the right foot and run the numbers. And a great diving touch there from Brendan Stewart, an important one, but once again Kaiawa settling into the grind. They've gotten all the way back down to the 7 metre line. Yeah, it's very rare that I don't know many touch players in Canterbury, but I really do like the looks of the Watene boys. Awatia and Mahuru, they look quite tidy, maybe a couple of players to look at in the future. But here come the Barbars, opening up the field with Hayata. There we go, Taufari, that traditional show, and then take the outside, which is a common phrase down here, Kio Tautahi, Tera Ahuatanga, o te anga whakamua kia whai piro. There they go, the Watene brothers, and unfortunate for Haki King, puts that one down. That's their first mistake in this half. It is their first mistake in the half, and Canterbury Barbars will no doubt want to make them pay. They haven't had any chances in the second yet to sustain pressure down this end of the field. As Hislop comes into dummy half, and he'll work with Hayata. We've got Taufari down on this near side link. Chad Tainui up on the far side link as Hayata gets a quickie infield, looks to dive over the line. Easy touch there from Robertson. And now they'll just look to stretch the field a little bit more. Aggressive high point defence there from Grant Robertson as the scoop comes through the middle of the field from Tofare. Wihongi claims the touch, and that'll be the 6th touch and a handover. So a great set of defence there from Kaiawa.
Yeah, just in the last 5 or 6 minutes, the couple of minutes ending the first half, I haven't seen Josh Harrison on the ball as much on attack. It was quite influential early on in the game. I'd also like to see the Tainui-Bell combination out of the Papanui High School era, who were very successful at a national level under Coach Peel in his guidance. With the likes of Michael Kavanagh and that, they're a good combo, and on those goal line attacks, Tiv, they could be quite influential. But Chapman doing great work there from dummy half as a winger. Doesn't look like he's subbed, and here comes Silbury. Late cut once again. McClure with the check. Last touch here. What are their options? Silbury will look to run the outside as he does traditionally. Late cut. Good defence by Chad Tainui. Chad Tainui has been very instrumental in terms of sealing off a lot of tries for this Barbars team.
Yeah, well, he's one of the younger members of this team, isn't he, Chad Tainui? You've got a lot of players from the Canterbury sort of 40s, 45s, 50s Masters teams, and Chad Tainui definitely on the younger side of that scale, sort of late 30s. So he'll be one of the ones for this Canterbury Barbars team, along with the likes of Sean Bell, that'll have some legs towards the back end of this tournament. And I'm sure they'll get through a mountain of work through the orange zone, and on defence is Bell. And then we just talked about coming on the late switch. Silbury comes a long way in off his link to make the shutdown, and Kaiawa keep the Barbars off the 7-metre line there.
That's experience there from Silbury. That could have unfolded in the wrong way there for Kaiawa, but lifted high knowing it was the last touch. Came off his player. Easy shutdown there. That extra effort. Kei aia te haipapa o te whakahaere tēnei tōna mana anō kei te tākoro e, so huge responsibility on his shoulders, not only to run this tournament, Tiv, but also to be out there and be quite influential for his Kaiawa side. He tino pai ana mahi.
All right, Tika Tony Reese, as we see Matt Withers having a discussion there with referee Richie Heap, and Richie's much too experienced to take any kind of back chat. And so he sent Matt Withers off to the chili bin, off to the sideline. He'll spend a set in their sub box. Canterbury Barbars, Sean Bell getting up in the lane. Excellent intercept taken as Harrison looks to get his team going forward. They're just losing the battle of the orange at the moment, I think, Canterbury Barbars. So while they do have a 2-try buffer, they will want to try and gain some sort of parity through the middle of the field. As the ball comes out to the left-hand side and they get up over halfway.
Kaore au te ohorere kei te wāhi whakatā Withers. Fonz, he's no stranger to the sin bin in his touch career. In fact, there's a few Barbars out there. You could probably throw Tofare in there as well. Sean Bell, the whole lot of them, but they're very experienced. They could probably be wearing green in a referee's uniform, but koera te āhuatanga o nā pakeke as Kaiawa have been very strong, and like you said, there's just been a little bit of shift in momentum. Although they're down by 2, tino pai nā mahi o tēnei haurua o Kaiawa. Wihongi drives the ball on the scoop play here, looking to check back with the long ball. Intercept play there by the winger, 0 touch.
Yeah, Aaron O'Halloran just held his width defensively there for the Barbars and nabbed the intercept out wide, and so they'll get an extra touch on the end of this set, which means they should be able to get a little bit closer to the 7-metre line. We'll see if they can put on a strike here. As the drive comes in from Stuart Tainui, they've still got a final touch there, a diving touch on Vinny Tainui, and Wihongi makes it there. It was very, very close. But that's the 6th touch, and it'll be a handover to Kaiawa. Jimmy Wihongi making an important one there for Kaiawa.
And here go Kaiawa, kei te anga whakamua tērā o nā pātuatahi. They're always taking that first hit in the middle of the field. Open up the sub-box to allow some space. Smart again. He will be looking to play extra minutes here in the second half with them being down by 2. Looking for a play here. McClure takes the outside, step back. Great defence again by Brendan Stewart. Very experienced world champion out there for the Barbars.
Yeah, he came in hard on the shot, didn't he? And he just forced the pass before they were ready. And that'll be a handover. So Barbars now, within a couple of touches, already up over halfway. So I suppose the question now is whether they've got enough running in the legs to get to the end of this game. And especially with the 4-2 lead, I'm sure they'll be happy with the state of the game at the moment, as Withers looks to get the quick hands out wide. And the ball was touched in flight from a Kaiawa hand, so 6 again, e ona anō. And now the Barbars with the full set now. And they want to try and extend their lead back to 3. As Withers works in the middle. Diving over the line there is Nicholas. Nothing forthcoming though, but it's good to keep the defence honest on touches 1 and 2.
Yeah, Todd Nicholas out of the Marlborough region as well. New Zealand 35s in Nottingham last year, World Cup experience. O'Halloran came off the line at link. Beautiful touch. Looking to come to the left-hand side now. Harrison didn't get the pitch he wanted. Checks it off to his fellow regional mate. Checks back to Hayata. Hayata looking for an opportunity. Harrison on the sweep. Nick Toddy there, looking to bounce out Hayata on the open side. Great defence by Kaiawa. They're hanging in there, Kaiawa. If they can get one more, this game will tighten up nicely.
Yeah, they've killed the ball on their side. So excellent identification there from the Barbars. So now Kaiawa, I think they'll just want to let the ball fly here. Some press defence coming up from the Barbars. Here we go, we've strung together a couple of passes from Smart out to Anderson. And O'Halloran will take the boys forward as well. Looking to get back towards the centre of the park. Silbury offloading the ball. Now they're up over halfway. Just a little bit of a stop-start there. They look to get some momentum back on track as Watene scoops out a half. And on the very final touch goes from Watene to Watene. And then looking to kill the ball on their side. It's end-to-end action at the moment, Reese.
Yeah, the Watene boys, they look like the sharp ones. I'd like to see them get out there on a fresh set on the goal line and really put this Barbars side under a little bit of goal line pressure. They look like they've got the ability to put the tries on, but here we go. The experience in this Barbarian side will complete this set as Hayata carries the ball over. Just stalls a wee bit to allow his subbers to come on. It's very experienced play as the Barbars come on, looking to set up off last. Brendan Stewart scoops to the short side. There's a collapse. Easy draw feed. And it's a stroll in for Sean Collier down this near side wing. Beautiful play. Very experienced player, Brendan Stewart, in the middle. Created an opportunity. The collapse came from the defence. And there they go. The Barbars strike straight back. Tino pai ngā mahi.
Yeah, now they're up by 3. I think Kaiawa tried to force the issue when it didn't really need to be. Shut from the short side there, and it was a long way out. And Brendan Stewart, he's too classy of an operator not to take advantage of that. And he found the overlap down the short side, and Sean Collier gets his team up by 1 as Smart looks to dive over the line. And solid defence and connection out wide from Chad Tainui and Brendan Stewart.
Yeah, kei te whakawera, kei te wera haere te āhuatanga o tēnei kēmu. Taramatu te ki te tamanui te rā, so the sun's not out yet, but the heat is happening on the field here. I can just see in both sub-boxes the intensity. Kei te piki ake, te kaha, I rotu i ngā tīma. Rima ki te rua, the Barbars. The physicality is starting to come back in here. Bell looking to work in the middle of the field. Josh Smart with a nice heavy touch. Slight in figure, but strong in stature.
And he concedes one there, just trying to impose himself on the game, wasn't he, Josh Smart? And a little bit carried away, although you have to admit there was probably a little bit of gamesmanship and a little bit of selling there from Michael Naylor. And now Canterbury Barbars will get another set of 6. And after conceding a try, I don't think that's what Kaiawa would have wanted. So they're going to have to come up with a pretty strong set of defence here as Naylor dances around on the 7-metre line, looking to draw defenders forward. Bell with the strike dump. Heath looking to get on the outside. A great touch though, made from Wihongi.
Yeah, kei konei, mata ki ngā Punawai. Beautiful facilities here at ngā Punawai Sports Facility. As the Barbars continue to attack with a handy lead, just over 5 minutes. Rima ngā miniti e toi ana o tēnei whiringa toa.
Oh, there's a foot on the ruck
there. That's a
there.
very uncharacteristic mistake that's come out of Josh Smart there. He'll be disappointed with that. They just worked them way back into this game.
I thought for sure there would have been a foot in the ruck there from O'Halloran. Aaron O'Halloran, that is, from the Barbars. But Kaiawa now, they're the ones that have to sustain their defensive Nous here as they look to run the little bounce out play from the quickie between Hislop and Tofare, and they draw the penalty as well. So the Barbars, I don't think there'll be any type of hurry, will they, Reece, with just under 5 minutes left in the game, holding a 3-try advantage. There won't be in any type of hurry to get this game back underway in any stoppages.
Oh, no, very experienced side. He mahana kemu ko tākaro ke ene ona kai tākaro. I was just saying beforehand, there's probably about 1,000 Canterbury Open men's games with caps between these teams. As Hayata gets into half, looking for Hikori Tofare, taking the pedal off the gas. Looked like a bit of a Hollywood there from Tom Cruise himself.
Give the man an Oscar. He's trying his hardest to slow the game down, and why wouldn't you when you're up by 3? As the ball comes to Hayata, and the sweep coming around the back of the ruck, looking to use his footwork as Josh Harrison. And the Barbars, no real sense of urgency, and I don't think they have to be. They know they've got one hand on the trophy here in the men's B final. And now Hayata out of half, offloading to Harrison. He looks wide, looks long, and that's a 6th touch there. Collier takes the touch down on their side, and Kaiawa will have to work the ball from out of that corner.
Yeah, good defence on the wing there by Chapman. Hasn't subbed probably all tournament, being a solo winger in the yellow boots there. And Kaiawa, they probably need to be the next to score here in the next minute off the set. Smart and Robinson will potentially work together here. They're in the middle of the field, they're not subbing off. They need to hit back.
Yeah, the next try is going to be important, and I think for Kaiawa, if they want any sort of result from this game, it has to come from them, as ricochet comes off the hands of Harrison, and 6 again. So they get the ball back, Kaiawa, and that's probably the type of call that they need, but they're going to have to convert in this set. With 2.5 minutes left, they're going to have to be pretty much perfect from here on out, as Robertson feeds Kiria, and feeds him again. Quickie step back off the left foot, ball goes to ground, although a referee in charge has spotted an infringement. Offside is the call there from the Barbars. Kaiawa, they know they need a little bit of urgency as Smart looks to swing the ball back to the middle of the field from right to left. The ball is flying here from Kaiawa as Kiria looks to get the quickie, gets the punish play, looks to run his left foot step and dive over the line. Touch is made, though there's just no panic in this Canterbury Barbars defence.
Yeah, no, they're too experienced here, and Kaiawa, although they're trying their hardest, it's a very hard defence to break down, and especially when you've got the likes of Stewart in the middle with Tainui, they're working really well. This defensive specialist Harrison out of the Marlborough region doing his job beautifully well here, and with only a minute and a half to go, the Barbars are looking very good here. Kia eke tangaroa, kia eke panaku.
The sweep comes around Smart. Silbury injects himself into the game. Now Keanu Taylor dropping in the middle of the field. Silbury will scoop out a half. Smart on the outside. There's a bit of space momentarily back in the middle of the field. But this Barbars wall, this brick wall defence, proving impenetrable at the moment. Look to go to the short side through Taylor and Silbury. Ball coming back towards the inside. And 5th and final. And I would dare say that's probably Kaiawa's last shot at attack in this one. And with a 3-try deficit, Canterbury Barbars, they've got their fingerprints all over the trophy already.
Yeah, and I knew it was going to be a close game, and maybe the younger leagues might have got the chocolates, but geez, you just can't go past experience. Te āhuatanga o te mōhio me te marama. The Barbars here with all their experience, and they've put on some beautiful tries. Tainui, Chad and Vinny have been instrumental. Brendan Stewart has locked off the middle. Harrison's been effective on both sides of the ball, and they're rightly so going to go through as champions of the 2026 Kaiawa Invitational in the men's B grade set.
Now we approach the last 10 to 15 seconds in this one as Withers takes the ball up forward. And Tainui, as the hooter goes in the background, ball goes to ground, and this will be the final play. Kaiawa looking to salvage something, and nothing forthcoming as the Barbars, they get the chocolates in this one, they get the spoils
And they are able to call themselves champions of the men's B grade at the 2026 Trident Homes Kaiawa Invitational. And all the congratulations should go to them, and I'm sure that'll hold them in good stead as they approach the Masters Nationals coming in mid-March. But here we are, no i te whānau. We have 3 more finals coming up. We have our mixed final, followed by our women's open final, and capped off for 2026 by the men's open final. So don't go anywhere, join us after the break.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MΑORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Kia ora e te iwi, nau mai hoki mai ki ngā Puna wai here in Otakou for the 2026 Trident Homes Kaiawa Invitational. We've just seen an excellent men's B-grade final between Canterbury Barbars and Kaiawa, the home side, and then we're backing it up again here in the mixed open final, going up against a legal jam out of Blenheim, Marlborough. Ko Tivoli Guthrie tōku ingoa, and I'm joined in commentary by Kath Mulligan. Kath, we've had an excellent tournament so far, especially in this mixed open grade, and we've got two of the best here on show.
Yeah, kia ora Tiv. It's awesome to see the introduction of a mixed grade into the tournament this year, and we've got two excellent teams here lining up for the final. This Kaiawa's got a mix of players there with plenty of youth and experience under their belt, so it'll be good to see what they've got going on, and as you say, a team out of Marlborough, a legal jam with some young up-and-coming players, so yeah, bring it on.
We saw both teams in action yesterday, and a legal jam in particular. I thought they were very strong in their game yesterday afternoon as they look to come on a split of play. There's Kanui Cox, Australian Masters representative, stepping off the left foot, looking to dive in underneath. Some tight defence here from a legal jam, and they look to step off the left again off a static fifth and final. And the legal jam was probably one of the hallmarks of their game, was just their systems and the policies and structures that they had in place. Able to start with a strong set of defence, and now they look to back it up with a decent set of yards too.
Yeah, look, they're looking really tight. It's great to see them come down and join in the mixed grade here. Our referees for this fixture, we've got Baxter, Robinson, Kennard and Michaela Ruaiti, both local referees, and they're joined by Trey McLean out of Otakou. We just see Legal Jam making some good inroads, getting into the in-goal. Fires a bit of a hopeful pass out the back, but not able to connect.
It was a close run thing. I think it was Leo Marfell. He was a standout in yesterday's game. He scooped out a half through the all or nothing flick out the back, and Axel Allen almost nodded down for the first try of the match.
You just see an error in the yardage from Kaiawa there, so a legal jam. We'll get another attack on the line here. So we see the defence line up there. Jason Puddles in the middle, no stranger to playing some high-level mixed touch, so he'll be directing the troops out there, I'm sure.
Jason Puddles, he's a long-time Canterbury stalwart, as well as Bay of Puna, spent a bit of time in Rotorua, and world champion in touch with the New Zealand 40s back in 2019 as well. So he'll bring plenty of experience as they look to skip towards his outside. And the referee, we're taking two steps back. That's a try there. Jack Burden, he gets the first one on the board for a legal jam.
Yeah, and that was beautifully worked. He just made Puddles work hard on the line there and managed to get in underneath. We talk about Puddles being a World Cup winner at the at one end of the scale, and there's a young player here, Sophia Nicholas out of Marlborough, who was a youth Gold Cup winner at the Asia Pacific tournament last year. So it's good to see that youth and experience out there combined.
They want to hit back pretty much straight away. As they looked at though a short ball, and there it is, just like that. The home side ties things back up. We're at one apiece, and there's a little bit of ping pong early here, Kath.
Yeah, there sure is. Look, we know that mixed games can tend to be quite high scoring. If you can promote that mismatch of a male on female, we can see some tries being scored. So yeah, we'll see how this one plays out.
It's quite an interesting theory there when you talk about mismatches, because that's the common one that you throw out when you're talking about a mixed game, right? Is having Altani going up against our Wahine. However, we've had plenty of Wahine on display over the weekend that have shown that they're well up to the task, and I suppose the only real mismatch that really can be said in touch is when you've got a tired player up against a fresh player. As a legal jam look to go over the top, Paige O'Brien, safe pair of hands out wide, and she'll look to get the return ball through the middle of the field. Nothing forthcoming. So on the fifth and final, a legal jam will die with the football, and Kaiawa will look to ruck off their try line through Kanui Cox.
Yeah, that's nice, and we see Rach in there at dummy half. Good to see her back down here. She's a long-time Canterbury stalwart, as we see Kyla Lynch-Brown, a talented young player. Big scoop there through the middle. Coldy Luke, can he find someone this time? Looks like Kyla's become available, and that's beautiful support, and Kaiawa dot down again.
Yeah, Lynch-Brown, she did well to take the ruck up the field. The scoop came from Luke out of dummy half, found a lot of space. He got the play through call. And then Lynch-Brown, she did really well to stay alive. Kaiawa, they go back to back. And now they take a one-try lead themselves in the first 4 minutes of the game. So we've got 3 tries in 4 minutes. Now a legal jam no doubt want to get one themselves as Burden takes the ball up the middle of the field. Thomas Blackmore in there as well. Louis Thomas covering out here at left link as they throw the out ball. Numbers momentarily out on the right. A brilliant chop line there. But great positioning from our referee in charge.
You have lost a Samsung phone. We've got that just down under the grandstand.
They're dialing the football there as well. So an excellent attack, but also better defence there from Kaiawa.
Yeah, absolutely. Able to snuff that one out with a great saving touch. So Kaiawa look to drive it up, bring it back to their box and get those fresh legs around.
Just tricking the ball up down the right sideline. Chelsea Smart. A bit of a pirouette there in the middle of the field. Shante Poko. Right out of the Papanui High School region there. As the student comes from Cox out of Damiab. He steps on the left. Smart cuts underneath. Just looking for an extra player. Flick pass out the back. But excellent mirror defence there from the Legal Jam.
Yeah, Paige O'Brien there just knew exactly what to do. Kept her mark on her winger there, so was able to effect the touch the minute she got the ball. So Legal Jam just shifting it wide across back towards their sub-box.
Fresh players out onto the field, crossing over halfway, using the ball well, using all 6 players on the field, male and female. Getting a drive on the back end, that's a brilliant platform set. The step comes off the left hand, and now they'll skip to the right, finds the extra person, and a well-taken try there. Ben Blackmore gets the try. Legal Jam tie things up at 2 apiece, and a great passage of play there from them.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw the flow coming from the subbers coming in off the sub box, keeping the pace, getting down on the line and creating the opportunity. 2 apiece, game on.
And we've got a bit of a nearly ping pong battle on our hands here. This lead, no doubt, will shift and change as the game progresses. Puddles looking to take the ball up the middle of the field. The sweep comes around the back of the ruck. There's Kaya Luke and Cody Luke with the Luke boys in there. They're quite tall in stature, aren't they? Big units out there on the field. Need to get things sorted for this Kaiawa outfit on the 7. Just want a bit of a split play. Puddle to skip out to the left. It must have been a fingertip touch, or no, they've said no touch. Thomas Blackmore, great honesty from him. And Puddle, he slices through, winding back the clock, and he gets Kaiawa back in front.
Yeah, we talked about this ping pong battle. I think the key here is for the next team to be able to put that stopper on and not get the score straight back. So Kaiawa will be looking to work really hard on this defensive set and keep that one point advantage.
Was a lot impressive in their game yesterday. He looks to get a quickie on a very narrow short side. There's the cutout pass, out to gain.
Yeah, well read there by Mania Waka, able to make the touch on the link.
Wraparound play, the short ball, was a ball down? Ooh, it was a close one. Mania Waka coming up with a couple of really important touches from the link position for Kaiawa. And like you said, they did need a stop, and they've come up with exactly that.
Yeah, that's great defence there by Mania. She's another one of our multi-code athletes. Debuted for the Canterbury Whara Palmer Cup team this year. Also represents Canterbury at rugby league as well as touch. So it's great to see her out there making some great defensive reads.
Speaking of, there's another one there as well. Shante right link for Kaiawa. So just need to amble their way up to the 7-metre line, just dancing and toying with the defence there. Caleb Palmer. Cox dictating play. Comes to go in the middle of the field. Cox steps off his right foot, looks long over the top. Just not quite enough kaha on that one there.
Not quite able to hit Karerea Atua out there on the wing, but it was some lovely play from Cox. Legal Jam again, just yarding that beautifully up to halfway. Now spreading it wide with the fresh legs.
And it was this flow that was so impressive for them yesterday. Just able to go from defence to attack as Burden comes out of dummy half, kicks up the heels. Cox says no touch. He just needs to find an extra player, and he does it. Finds one there, and they've levelled things back up 3 apiece. Jack Burden has been pretty instrumental for this Illegal Jam team in the first 8 minutes of this one.
Yeah, as you said, Tiv, on the back of that yardage flow, he's just able to come in and find some space. Diving touch missed, and he was able to connect with the scoring link 3 apiece. Certainly illegal Jam's turn to try and put that stopper on and not let Kaiawa get one straight back.
This was the combination that got the last try for them. Puddle, just dancing and toying with the defence. Working with Kaya Luke and Cody Luke. Suit comes around the back of the ruck. Luke steps up the left. Brilliant chop line there. And I'll tell you what, these females really putting it on there. Great pass and a great try there. Pure for Kaiawa. And they extend that lead back out to 1.
Yeah, Kyla Lynch-Brown on the end of that one, hitting that hole beautifully and able to dot down.
And that's her second of the match. Piro there for Kyla. And with MVP bragging rights as well as the title up for grabs at the end of this one. She's put her hand up early in terms of the female MVP of this grade. Now legal jam to Marfell. Looking to get the quickie play. Once again, a very narrow short side, so Kaiawa. The defence holding firm. And it's that stop that we're looking for from them, from the home side as we approach the halfway stage of this one. Marfell looks to step off the left. Great touch there from Levi Smith. And Kaiawa, I'm sure they'll be happy with that one.
Yeah, that's right. We're in the middle of the first half now, so just working to a bit of a grind as we see an error off their yards. Kaiawa won't be happy about that. Illegal jam will get a fresh set of 6 right out in front.
Yeah, it's a relatively soft swing over there from Kaiawa. I think you're right, Kathy. Won't be happy with that at all. As Blackmore looks to dance around the 7-metre line, gets the quickie back to Marfell. Just caught with one less player on the field there. Allen only just rejoining the frame. Just again looking to manipulate as Marfell scoops out a half, throws to the link, tried to get the quick tip on. And there was a shutdown out wide there. Legal jam, I think there's a chance gone big in there.
Yeah, beautiful defensive read by the winger, able to slam that straight away before they had time for the catch and release. So Kaiawa will now bring it down past the halfway mark. Just a bit of stepping back, finding a bit of space.
Yeah, and he does that well, Caleb Palmer. As Poppy gets into dummy half, Palmer just likes to dance around and sort of evade touches in a very nonchalant kind of way. He scoops out a half. A little bit of miscommunication there between himself and Kahugode, and so the ball goes to ground. But they've gone all the way down to the 7, and so I think if anything against this illegal jam team, that's really important because it will just increase your chances of keeping them outside of your own set.
Yeah, that's right, as we see them put a bit of pressure on the defence here as well, so hopefully trying to pin them down without giving them a 7-to-7 yardage set. But illegal jam, we know they bring it up through well, and they've pulled a penalty there, so that's going to be useful as Baxter says, bring it up. Play on. Anyway.
I was going to say what they should have. They opted to take the tap back from their own 10-metre line. So now illegal jam with a full set of 6 here as they get to enemy territory. A couple of touches off the 7-metre line. And I think, if anything, they'll just want to apply some pressure. They gave away the ball early in the set on their previous set of 6. As Canterbury Cox looks to step up from link position for the snipe. It's a bit too early, so he gives away a penalty. Jam will look to settle back into their work through Robinson. Comes out to Thomas out on the left and will look to run a Jordan play. Quickie back towards the inside. Offloads to Flynn, tries to dive over the line. But yeah, they've just given away the ball again, and that's 2 sets in a row, so not really being able to apply any consistent pressure down on the 7-metre line. I don't think they'd be too happy with that.
No, that's right. Against a quality team like this Kaiawa side, I think you've got to really try and capitalise on those repeat sets. Make them pay, as we see Puddles now bringing it through the middle for a Kaiawa.
Yeah, I did think he was facing sort of the diagonal there. He was on the 45 degree, just looking to get him behind there.
Yeah.
The referee pulls up the penalty.
Well picked up by McLean.
And this illegal jam side, they're well coached from Todd Nicholas, who we just saw in action in the previous final for the Canterbury Barbars team. So I'm sure this illegal jam team wanting to follow his lead and add a Kaiawa trophy to their cabinet. Here's Burden. Offloads to Blackmore, going up Main Street. He scoops out a half, steps off the right, looks to throw over the top. With our referee, Uaiti, picks up another infringement. I think it might have been for the same thing, just that roll ball not being quite clean enough from both sides.
Yeah, and just seeing a few errors creep into this roll ball here now. Both teams will be looking to tidy that up. So we just see Kaiawa bring it back to the mark. Puddles directing traffic, and Lynch Brown carrying it nicely out of the half.
Whakituturu, the scoreline at the moment, Kaiawa holding a slender one-try advantage as they hop up over halfway. There's Smith, bringing Atkinson back underneath.
Yeah, some nice inroads there from Levi Smith. Scoop off to the corner. Got a diving touch. Referees have a little look, see what they've confirmed. Confirmed the ball down was ball down first, and so they'll try another one for Kaiawa.
Yeah, that one was going to be important too. Kieran Atkinson was the one slipping out of dummy half, and then Finn Martin just had a little bit too much pace. Outgunned the defence there, and Kaiawa, they scored their 5th of the afternoon, and that's the biggest lead of the match so far. They find themselves up by 2. 5 minutes left in the first half of this one. As Marfell feeds Allen. They just look to dictate play through the middle of the field and look to get some defenders up as Marfell gets the quickie. To step off the right foot. Kaiawa holding firm at the moment. They swing it out to the left-hand side. Here's Gain. Allen scoops out a half, throws the short ball, just attracted the defence just enough. And a well-taken try there from the legal jam. They pegged the deficit back to 1.
Yeah, that was beautifully worked. We've seen them go to that right-hand side a couple of times and been quite short, so they were clever there and shifted it back the other way and found a beautiful space in the middle.
Atakaha from a legal jam. Now 5-4. This game is going in swings and roundabouts. And momentum swings back and forth as Puddles takes the ball up the middle of the field.
Yeah, again working with the Luke boys as we see Lynch Brown on a sweep. Puddles fakes the sweep, comes back the other way.
Looking to get young Lynch Brown in on the attack. She operates the middle of the field, sets the platform as well. Puddles, he'll dive over the line. That's a ball down all day, every day of the week, and twice on Sunday. Jason Puddles showing all of his experience, and he gets another one for Kaiawa.
Yeah, beautifully worked try there, as you say. Jason Puddles knows where the that try line is and does really well to catch the defender before they're able to get back on side. Kaiawa with the 6-4 lead as we head into the back end of this first half.
We talked about the importance of getting your wahine involved, and they managed to get Lynch Brown on the strike dump there. She set a solid platform. They put the illegal jam defenders parked on their try line. That just opened up the space for Puddles. So illegal jam now staring down the barrel of a 2-try deficit. Look to run a 3-3 peel, a long ball over the top, just sails over the head. The ball goes to ground, so not quite being able to pick the deficit back to 1 as they had done on the last couple of tries that they'd conceded. So 6-4 remains the scoreline, and they look to put some pressure on defensively.
Yeah, pushing up there, but nicely shifted by Kaiawa. Bring it towards the try line. Rach working in there hard at dummy half. We see Poko out there in the middle. You know, one of the best ball players you'll see with the ball in hand. So it'll be good to see her on the end here.
Goes off the left, goes off the right. Brilliant play there. And he'll find a little bit of extra purchase out on the right. He just needs to find a teammate. He's shown a heck of a lot of patience. And he manages to find one. Well taken try there from Kaiawa. And the 2-try lead now becomes a 3-try lead. And a brilliantly taken try there from the black and gold.
Yeah, beautifully worked. He was nice and patient in the in goal there. Didn't look to offload too quickly. Took his time and found the available runner. So we just see Kaiawa start to open the gap a little bit here. Illegal jam won't want them to get too far ahead before the halftime break, so hopefully can ping one back here.
I think if you're looking from an illegal jam perspective, you'll definitely want to get one before halftime. Just under 2 minutes until that period. So illegal jam here, Marfell getting the quickie play. And that's all timber out on the left edge for Kaiawa. We're not going to try and get around them. Bring up a solid set of defense now. Puddle looks to get his team on the front foot, followed by Luke. So there's a couple of strong drives here. Waka gets into half. Smith offloads to Martin, who looks to stretch the legs. Fades the touch, although the touch has been claimed. Out on the right there from Nicholas. And it just stopped all of that momentum on the kick.
Yeah, it did. Kaiawa were looking a bit dangerous on the back of that subset, so they're able to slow them down. But Kaiawa back attacking the line as we see the scooper get through into the in goal. Can he find a runner? Not this time, so well defended there. We saw Paige O'Brien with the mirror mark, unable to find a target. So illegal jam, hold them off the line and bring it back. They've got about a minute to go. They'll get probably one strike at the line if they can bring the yards through.
Catherine, great mirror defence there from illegal jam as an entire defensive unit. Really putting the brakes on there as we see a little bit of rain start to sprinkle, and it has been held off for most of the day as they look to skip out to the left hand side. Axel Allen not quite being able to break through. With all the rain we've had over the last couple of days, it has managed to hold off for most of the weekend, which is it's something that we've been looking forward to, seeing a little bit of sunshine.
Yeah, there's been pretty windy down here today, and as you see, the range is starting to come in. The field's in immaculate condition though, so we've been really lucky with the stage that these players are able to put their product on. So we see the half-time break there called by the referee, and Kaiawa will take a 3-point lead as we come back shortly for the second half.
Kia ora e te iwi, nau mai hoki mai ki ngā Puna wai here in Otakou for the second half action in this mixed open final at the 2026 Trident Homes Kaiawa Invitational. And we've got a game here on our hands, 7-4. It was ping pong in the early exchanges between Kaiawa and Illegal Jam. And towards the back end of that first half, Kaiawa just managing to kick away 3 tries clear. And really, that's proved the difference in the end, isn't it, Kath?
Aye, yeah. Been a strong first half from Kaiawa, but Illegal Jam out of the Whakatū, Marlborough region, able to get a few back here. But it'll be interesting to see who starts to dominate here in the second half. So we see Illegal Jam tapping off in the pink strip, and they're moving from left to right on our screens.
A couple of moments away as the ref blows his whistle. And a little bit of a strong touch there is the call on Jason Puddle. Bit of a harsh one on him, I thought. I thought there was a definite loose carry in the middle of the field there from Hugh Robinson. Didn't quite take care of the ball, and as the rain starts to pick up here at Ngā Puna Wai, that ball control is going to become very, very important in the second half.
Just see Illegal Jam looking for the OZ play. A dive out there at the link, but well covered in defence by our number 12 from Kaiawa.
Luke and Lynch Brown, both of them managing to snuff out the play there as Marfell looks to come around on the sweep. to the right-hand side. And ball goes to ground. Paige O'Brien unable to get her hands on that one as Kaiawa now look to ruck up the ball. They're going really close to their sideline. Tongia playing dummy half. A strong carry there from Luke as Poko looks to take them up over halfway. Cox will work in the middle of the field and look to scoop out a dummy half. And just a little bobble at the roll ball. So a couple of early second half jitters here. So we come up with a couple of errors on almost back-to-back sets.
Yeah, that's right. And Kaiawa, Michaela Rueiti able to pick that one up. They've refereed this game really well, keeping a nice big 7 and allowing lots of attack and flow in the game.
Right, tika tonu, and that's really important as you see an infringement from a legal jam now. Slight overstep of the mark by the look of it. And that's really important. A really important aspect is keeping that big open 7 metres just to give both teams plenty of attacking opportunity in space. As Waka looks to inject herself into the game. Atkinson at half. Smith comes onto the field. To score about a half, Kieran Atkinson. Bit of a goose step and goes straight through the middle. And he just needs to find another teammate. Waka, it's a touch and go thing. Out on the left. Referees having a hui and they give it the all clear. Play through is the call.
Piro.
And Kieran Atkinson turning provider on that occasion there. And Maneo Waka scores for Kaiawa. They score the first of the second half. 2.5 minutes into the second half and they extend their lead out to 4. It's the biggest lead of the match.
To a legal jam now. They'll be wanting to get back down there and get one on the board. It's been a while since we've seen a touchdown from them. So as we see Jack Burden, he's been busy working together there with Thomas Blackmore. Just trying to draw the defender out there, but Puddles is nice and stable. Sweeper coming around as he looks back inside. Looks to hit long, just unable to connect with either the link or the winger there. So Kaiawa will get the turnover.
Oh yeah, those passes are going to be difficult in this type of weather. Burden trying his best though. The long ball going up to the left. And the free player was there, but I think just being able to connect is another thing. As a legal jam with a lot of defenders down this narrow corridor. Tongia offloading to Cox. Looking for another scoop out of half. Tries to break through middle. Excellent touch there made on him by Blackmore. Now a legal jam. I think they'll just need to settle back into what's worked for them. If you're down by 4 in the final, you just need to settle back into what's worked for you throughout the round robins, and unfortunately that's not it.
Yeah, that's right. If it's hard to try and chase the game, you've got to stick to your processes and get the outcomes at the end. But as we see Kaiawa having another clean attack at the line, and Kanui Cox looks to step back, and he's found a beautiful gap there and goes over for another try.
Straight through the middle there, Kanui Cox, he got the rookie play. And just that footwork, bang off the left foot. Scores another one for Kaiawa. This game's starting to get away from a legal jam, as well as having to battle the opposition. They're going to have to battle the conditions here as well.
Yeah, just a little bit of wind and rain running interference as well. So we've been really lucky with the weather from what was forecast at one point across the weekend, but it's just starting to settle in a bit now. It's a beautiful dive from out wide, from a distance from Leo Marfell. He's got big long levers, but well defended.
Tsuruki there from Leo Marfell. He slid the ball straight along the deck. Unfortunately, no try was given. And now they look to scoop towards the short side. Robinson and Marfell, he gets it this time, steps off the right foot. And dots down there, gets on the inside of Mania Waka. And they do finally get one back on the board, so it's taken them sort of almost a good 10 minutes to go from their 4th try to their 5th try. But they managed to get on the ball and at least peg one back.
Right, so we see on the Papatatai, it's a 4-point ball game now with Kaiawa up 9-5, a legal jam. We want to hold them out here, and as we see, just stick to their processes and get back down the other end.
At the moment, we've got this combination out here once again, Luke and Puddle. Lynch Brown hovering at left leg. She's had a strong game so far. Both the Luke boys looking to run a quickie play. Yeah, there was a little bobble at the roll ball. Takatiporo. Unfortunately for Kaiawa, they finished that set without really firing a shot, but I'm sure Illegal Jam, they'll be happy with that, not having to really defend any strike plays, although coming off their line just a little bit sloppy there. The ball rolls over the sideline.
Yeah. Kaiawa get the ball back again inside their own half and bring it forward through the Luke brothers. Tall timber out there alongside Jason Puddle, not quite so tall, but we won't tell him that.
Just a slight contrast. But he does have the organisational skills, doesn't he, as he comes around in the sweep, really directing traffic, looks to throw the short ball, the tap on, not going to hand. So getting in the passing lane, great connection out wide there from Sophia Nicholas and Luca McMillan as well.
Yeah, great defensive work there. They were connected and right on the player as they caught the ball. So now we see Illegal Jam working close to that sub box, getting up over the halfway. As Hugh Robinson just tries to evade the defender with a bit of fancy footwork.
Now, as a result, they'll scoop from a long way out, looking to get on the outside of Puddle. And he's been a strong defender his whole career, hasn't he, Jason Puddle? The mahi that he puts in on both sides of the ball, and then a little bit of gamesmanship, just trying to slow the game down.
Yeah, it was a beautiful diving touch. He knew where his onside line was and didn't let the play get too far away. It was well done by Jason Puddle. So we see Kaiawa just moving it beautifully there. Shante Poko with a bit of footwork. Bringing it round as Kahu Goad through the middle. Kanui Cox. Great hands by Poko. And just well defended there by Illegal Jam, Will Finn.
He's actually been rock solid there. Poko at length there for Kaiawa. Well up to the task there, Illegal Jam, and now they'll look to get some fresh legs onto the pitch. A substitution that was such a hallmark of their game yesterday. Not quite having the same effect here, but those are great yards there, made up the middle of the field from Ben Blackmore. Allen, in at half, looking to scoop, steps off the right foot, throwing the numbers out on the left. Nicholas offloading to McMillan. Unfortunately, the ball goes to ground. It might have been Jordan Sampson out on the left.
Yeah, a couple of talented young players there. We saw them both playing down here in Canterbury in the under-18 grade last year, and great to see them out here at this tournament too.
Yeah, and what an opportunity getting to rub shoulders with the likes of Rachel Tungia, Kanui Cox, especially for the Illegal Jam team as a whole. These very experienced international players. Jason Puddle is another one, obviously. Atkinson looking to show his wares, steps off the left, looking to run a late switch there with Martin out on the right. The ball goes to ground, and so Illegal Jam, they've managed to defend and hold out Kaiawa for the last couple of sets, and then rucking off their line, they come up with a penalty. So I think they just want to ride this momentum, and I feel like if they can continue this, then there's something that'll come their way.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just enter in a bit of a grind period of the game here, but some beautiful inside footwork there. As we see Illegal Jam beautifully taking that down, and Thomas Blackmore making the advantage of the space, and Illegal Jam getting one back.
That was a long distance try, and really something out of nothing. Illegal Jam. Great interplay there between AJ Gain and Thomas Blackmore. Blackmore having a clean set of heels, really showing his pace. He dives out on the right edge. So now the deficit's back to 3. And I think if you're Illegal Jam, if you can slowly pick this deficit one by one, they'll find themselves right into this game. But it's got to start from the defence. There's Luke and Puddle.
We see this combination again. The other Luke on the sweep, back through to his brother. Has a dive at the line, but that's well defended out there by our winger.
I think it was. Came in for an important shot. It's not an easy task when you're defending the silky ball skills of some of our Tani out there. As the long ball goes out to the left, going to ground there.
Just not quite able to connect with Tongia. So Illegal Jam having to do some work from the far side and the 7. Carrying it nicely through the middle though is Hugh Robinson.
To put some defensive pressure there. Smart for Kaiawa. As Illegal Jam get up over halfway. A bit of miscommunication, and I tell you what, it's almost like chalk and cheese watching how they operated in yesterday afternoon's game. Just their flow and their cohesion and fluidity through the middle of the field as they were subbing on and transitioning into attack. It was really, really top tier. In this game, Unfortunately for Illegal Jam, it's not quite doing for them. However, they still find themselves only down by 3. The sweep comes around, that's Cox. And they'll feed out to the left, long ball goes. And they've dived over in the corner.
The referee says ball down. Referee says touch. Great cover defence there by Paige O'Brien on the wing with a diving touch. Oh, but hang on a minute. We're going back. Our Kaiawa are having a bit of a hui. See what's happened over here, just off screen.
There's a lot of corridor, isn't there, between both of the referees, and it's such an important aspect of being a good referee, is being able to communicate not only with the players, but with your fellow referees as well. So they come up with the call there. And now Kaiawa will get another bite at the cherry. Long ball goes out to the left once again. And now we're back where we started, with a roll ball to Illegal Jam on the 7 metre line in the far corner.
Yeah, look, we talk about the refereeing, and they work in teams of 3. And while there is an on-field referee who's that lead, they do rely a lot on the signals and feed from their sideline referees to make sure that they're not missing anything.
Yeah, they got it bang on the money there. It was Illegal Jam. There was an infringement at the ruck there, but didn't quite have control over it. So another ball to ground. Jack Burden guilty of it on that occasion. And with just under 8 minutes left, 3 is the deficit for Illegal Jam. That's the mountain that they have to climb. And Kaiawa, if they've got anything to say about it, that'll be 4 in a matter of seconds as Atkinson, working with Smith and Martin.
Getting up here to the 7. Strong touch, but they are looking to go on his outside. Well defended. As I see, we've got a change in our Kaiawa out there. As I see, Ben McLaughlin has switched in the back there, maybe to provide a little bit of relief for our refereeing crew. A bit of a goosey. Defence aren't falling for that though, and it's 6 touch and well defended there by Illegal Jam.
Yeah, that's probably where it's going to start for Illegal Jam, is with a strong set of defence followed by a decent set of yards, getting up through the orange zone. And looking to spread the ball out to the right. There's Flynn. Oh, a heavy-handed touch there coming in on Waka. Now Robinson looking to go in again. Here's Flynn. Oh, and there's another one. Waka saying, no, I'm not going to get me twice.
And Baxter Robinson, Kennard says, we're not having any of that. You can take a sub and think about your behaviour.
Well, you've got to nip it in the bud immediately, don't you? Otherwise, you run the risk of letting it get out of hand.
Oh, look, absolutely. But I think it was smart play by Waka. She knew that Illegal Jam had a bit of momentum there, so she put her body in the way just to slow it down. We will see Illegal Jam just spreading the ball. Looking for a 32, but she goes a bit of a cheater play. Not a cheater, rather. Oh, great hands there.
Oh, the hands. Beautiful there. Hugh Robinson is the one that gets the touchdown. But I tell you what, the hands there, was it Sophia Nicholas that threw that one? Around the back, it's a classy bit of work. Marfell was involved in the lead-up as well.
Yeah, just a bit of razzle-dazzle there as we see Illegal Jam peg another one back, closing the lead now, back to 3. 2. All right, when the scoreboard about to catch up, it's 7-9. There we go. So we tick one over, and 5 minutes to go. We've certainly got a game on our hands. Kaiawa can't rest on that lead.
Yeah, now Illegal Jam will actually get the ball back, so there must have been a little bit of indiscretion, and by the look of it, they are now down to 5 players out on the field. So Kaiawa really taking control of this game.
Yes, you're absolutely right there, Tiv. I can see a Kaiawa player down in the sin bin, so that'll give Illegal Jam 2 sets on attack and 2 sets on defence before that player comes back into the field of play.
Yeah, possibly, the current scoreline, Illegal Jam now only down by 2, and with a player in the bin, they want to take full advantage of having Kaiawa down to 5 players as they look to run to the left-hand side. Oh no, and a crooked play the ball is the call.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate there for Illegal Jam. Obviously the ideal outcome while you've got 2 attacking sets with a 1-player overlap. Just see another bit of communication coming from it, Kaiawa. And they're just going to have a discussion here. Yeah, so look, when you're 6 on 5, we know you want to try and take advantage of that. Best possible outcome is to get 2 scores on the board, but let's see what the referees are coming up with in this instance.
There's a lot of discussion going on between players and referees. Otakou, obviously they're not the ones wearing green. So I'm not sure what the go is here, but by the looks of things, Illegal Jam will get the ball back. Kaiawa still have a player down in the sin bin. And yeah, Illegal Jam will get the ball here. Kaiawa still down to 5 players, so although a little bit of miscommunication, we're back to live play.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm not sure if this is still their first set, to be honest, after what's gone on there. But Illegal Jam just need to lock into the situation and go back to their plays and try and work the advantage.
I'm sure we'll find out soon enough as Marfeld looks to get the ball around on the wrap and diving over the line. And that's exactly what they would have wanted. Leo Marfeld, he gets Illegal Jam back into this one. So now they find themselves only down by 1. 9-8 the current scoreline. Illegal Jam now with just under 4 minutes left.
Yes, we see just a little bit of advantage coming Illegal Jam's way. I think it looks like our player maybe came back on the field too early. Can't quite see what's happening there, but anyway, Kaiawa back on attack with a 1-player deficit, so let's see if they can come up with a play to score against the odds.
So they are still down to 5. Atkinson and Martin will operate in the middle of the field. And I just wonder, Kath, now that I've had a little bit of time to digest what's going on. So they've had a male player sin bin, and they tried to bring a male player on. So we have the 2 females as well as the 3 males. But if a male player has been sin binned, then you must have 3 females on the field and 2 males. And likewise, if you have female sin bin, then you must have 2 females on the field as well as 3 males. So that might have been the indiscretion there that we saw a couple of minutes ago.
Teacup, yep.
Now Illegal Jam will look to take full advantage now, but Kaiawa back to their full complement of 6 players.
That's right, so score 1 difference here, so it's back to 6 on 6. We've still got 2 minutes to go, so Illegal Jam will be looking to work hard on the line here, and they've really brought themselves back into this game in the second half.
Yeah, they've wrestled themselves back into this one, and they found themselves down by as many as 4 at one stage. And Kanu Cox, he's not letting anything go, is he? He's constantly talking to the referees, keeping them honest.
Yeah, that's right, as we see Marfeld trying to claim the try, but referee says 5th and final, so let's see if they can run anything off the back of the set. So we see Axel Allen making through, but Kaiawa able to defend that one well.
This game's getting right down to the wire. Kaiawa holding a slender lead. And with 90 seconds or just under left in the match, Waka finds a way back onto the field. Cox takes the ball up. And Kaiawa, to put this game to bed, I think they're going to have to be pretty much successful on the back end of this one. A great drive from Paru. Luke scoops out a half, he finds the gap, he's gotten into the in goal, and a back flick around the corner, and a beautifully taken try there.
Could have been by his brother by the looks of that. I think it was the Luke combo, and they take a well-needed try as we head into the final minute of this final.
Yeah, that one is super important, gets them back to within that sort of 2-try buffer. And with less than a minute left on the clock, that may be both hands on the trophy, or at least 9 fingers on it. As Kaiawa, we know what kind of effort is needed and required to get 2 tries in less than a minute, but Illegal Jam will give it their best shot. They won't die wondering.
There's Blackmore and Thomas working together. Gets it on the outside, he's got a beautiful dive, and it looks like the referee's called play through there. And Thomas Blackmore brings one back for Illegal Jam.
Oh, he's been strong, hasn't he, Blackmore? Both the Blackmore boys, Thomas and Ben. Now 10-9. With a couple of seconds left, Kaiawa will just want to waste as much time as possible. This will be the slowest set of 6 you'll ever see in the game as such.
Absolutely, they will hang on to the ball and play out the clock best they can as we hear the hooter go off in the background, and they've done it. Kaiawa, they've held on and come through with a 10-9 win. Look, they started out strong, built a bit of a lead in the first half, but Illegal Jam, wow, what a second half.
Oh, tika tonu, Kath, and what a game between both combatants. And it was not without its controversies, but at the end of the day, the trophy for the inaugural mixed open grade here at the 2026 Trident Homes Invitational, Kaiawa Invitational, We'll always read that Kaiawa are the victors here over a legal jam, 10 tries to 9. We're going to take a short break. Join us after for the Women's Open final.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone here, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MΑORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Kia ora e te iwi, nau mai hoki mai tērā whiringa toa o nā tima ranu, ki tēnei whiringa toa o nā wahine. What a great mixed final we just saw, and beautifully called too by our two commentators there. And here we are, ko Reselling Taku Ingoa, ki Takutaha, Kath Mulligan. Kath, open women's final, this is going to be exciting.
Absolutely. Look, you know, this is the one that I've been waiting for to see this weekend. We see a rematch of last year's final between Steelers, the defending champions, and Kaiawa, the home team. These two teams met yesterday in a game that we saw end in a 3-3 draw. So, look, nothing between these two teams so far in the build-up. So I'm excited to see who can bring a little bit of domination on top. So we see Olivia O'Neill from the Steelers get through the gap and throw long, but it's well recovered, and great covering touch there by Kaiawa.
Yeah, great opening set, and I'll be looking forward to this game as well, Kath, and with all your knowledge around the women's game and the players, it's going to be great. But Kaiawa women's looks stacked up, full of talent, as is the Steelers. We called an earlier game, and as they work through the middle of the field now, Kaiawa, Lister coming onto the field, checking off to the far side there.
See Jade Bowen, another ex-touch black out there, one of many. And yeah, look, there was two contrasting semi-finals this morning. We saw the Steelers with a dominant performance in their semi-final. Kaiawa were pushed a little bit harder by a young factory team, but getting up 7-3, and yeah, look, setting it up for a stronger final.
Yeah, nā mihi, ki tēnei kōrero, Kath, and whānau, if you don't already know the majority of these players, so the Kaiawa team, stacked full of Canterbury players, living here and abroad, but coming back for the tournament, and the Steelers, majority out of the Otakou region. This, no matter how much you put it and what name you put next to it, this is a Canterbury Otakou final here, and it's awesome to see, and great to see the likes of Bowen coming back. You've got a lot of players in this Kaiawa team that have represented Canterbury and the touchbacks, as you said, and it should be a ding-dong battle.
Absolutely. As we just see some strong defence from Steelers as Kaiawa look to move it up over the halfway. Some nice little run. That's yeah, we've got Jess Rowe, Manisha C back there, and Ash just looking to get tripped up in the ruck, but the referee says nothing doing there. Our three Kaiawa referees for this afternoon, we've got Murphy Lister, we've got Cody Prendergast out of Australia, and Matt Weaver looking to hopefully give us a nice big 7 and open free running game.
Yeah, I've watched these referees a couple of times in this tournament, and very composed in what they're doing. They're very clear in terms of the communications to the players. So a big shout out, he mihi nui, kina kaiwa wao, as the Steelers turn the ball over there. Good defence again by Kaiawa. Kaiawa will look to get the ball down the other end of the field, see if they can control the ball.
Yeah, that's right. Nice and strong defence from both sides early on in the match, as they both just, you know, push for austerity, and we just see a wee error from Kaiawa. So the first real mistake there, giving Steelers an attacking set inside their own half, and let's see. We know they're a well-drilled team, so let's see what they can pull up with here.
Yeah, that's right. Uncharacteristic mistake there, and Steelers going on attack, looking to get the sweep play, fakes the sweep, comes back to the short side. Good defence there, getting in the passing lane, but the referee's gone back for a penalty. Steelers continue to apply the pressure early here in this early stanza.
Yeah, as we just see Kahu Stone getting in the lane there, but giving the Steelers 6 more, as we see Charlie Sinclair there on the ball, working together with Bailey McDowell. Both played touch black stick here last year in the 2025 Trans-Tasman. Just unable to connect with the winger there, and they've turned it over early in the touch count, which is a bit uncharacteristic, but well defended there by Kaiawa and an even Paul Taylor on the wing.
Yeah, Kaiawa need to exit here, they need to be clean. And just like that, the commentators curse Kavanagh, not quite accurate there.
Good pressure put on by the Steelers. They do put on a 2-2 press, and that time they were able to come up with the mistake, and it looks like they've capitalised straight away with a try there, and that's a well-worked play by Steelers.
Yeah, Quickie stepped back into the short pass, and unfortunately the shutdown defence wasn't there. It was great turnover work. Just looking through the list here, there's some legends of Canterbury here, and they've got their daughters out there. I see Sebek, I see Grant also there, so great to see the scaffolding of talent coming through the family ties as Kaiawa will look to hit back and stay in touch here with the Steelers early on in the game. As they continue to attack, they bring them to the middle of the field, looking to scoop,
So Hawkins working there, turning back inside. And Jade Bowen on the ball. Just shifting the defence there. Bella Lister. Nice quick feed, Jade. Looks to go over, but no, easily defended there by Olivia O'Neill. 5th touch. Steelers, their defence looks nice and connected as they look to hold out Kaiawa on their first real attack of the game.
Yeah, Kaiawa looking to be quite clinical on the attack. A couple of knockdowns now for extra sets.
Yeah, they'll really want to capitalise on the fact that the Steelers are defending back-to-back sets on the line. Let's see if they can shift and find some gaps as we see Lister there, getting the quick feed out at link. Holds it up.
A lot of the play will come from Lister from the middle. Bella Lister, Canterbury representative. Also, plenty of talent coming through here with the names of the likes of Heath. Also, you mentioned just earlier, Sophie Hawkins. As they continue to attack here, Kath Kaiawa on the attack.
Yeah, we saw Manisha Seebeck there having a wee step back dive as she comes back into dummy half. Unfortunately, just a wee fumble in the roll ball there, so Steelers have defended that line and will now bring it out of their half.
Yeah, and watching that earlier game, the Steelers were really good with their fundamentals, Kath, and they keep coming through the middle of the field. They'll look to sub off, get some fresh legs on. That unit there were really tidy on defence. Looked like a little bit of a step off the mark there. Referee not called. Another untidy play. This time the referee calls them back.
Yeah, and so they are not able to get out of their half. Kaiawa with a bit of pressure on the touch and a loose carry, so they'll get the turnover on halfway. As we see Ash Ward, she's good player, football background, heaps of energy and fitness, and we'll just watch her working hard all day through the middle. So now we see Kahu Stone, just a bit of movement there, shifting the defence. Takes it back inside.
Yeah, Kavanagh on the field again here, so coming from the top side link. She'll look to get engaged here, looking for the 32 platform. Gets the picture she wants, spots her target, long ball off the right. Ooh, unlucky, but good defence from the Steelers. They're really sound on their defence. Coach Damien Purdon, he'll be out there. He's got some good systems in place, so he'll be looking to solidify that defence. 1-0 unofficially to the Steelers over Kaiawa in the Women's Open Final here at the Invitational.
Absolutely, and I just spy Maya Joseph also supporting there in the box. Ex-New Zealand youth player, moved over and is a current Blackfern halfback, so great to see her there. I'm pretty sure her younger sister is out there running around, so we just see the scoop through on the last, unable to get the space, but a nice end-to-end set from the Steelers.
Yeah, and here they go, Kaiawa with all their experience. They'll be looking for a set completion.
As we see Stone working there with Heath, bringing it across towards their box. Kavanagh, nice offload into the players. Sophie Hawkins, really nice ball movement there. That last pass by Grant maybe looked to travel a bit forward. It's a shame. There was some really enterprising ball movement there, and good to see from the Kaiawa girls spreading it.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there. I think the halfway line didn't help with that pass. It looked like a line ball, but and there you see a mistake coming from the Steelers, so maybe a little bit of justice there. As the Steelers turn the ball over at halfway, and Kaiawa, if they were to strike now, would be a great time with the Steelers leading, I should say, 1-0, looking to control the ball here.
Just see Jay with a bit of footwork spreading the players. We've got a combination of players here who play locally and actually play in one of the men's grades out at Belfast. So combined with some of those ex-players, we just unfortunately see the ball go to hand, just the skill set letting down there. So Steelers, once again, successfully defensive the line as they bring it back out through the half. Bailey McDowell looking to come right to the wing up.
Yes, Steelers will be looking to complete this set, solidify their 1-0 lead, approaching the 10-minute mark in these 20-minute half finals in the open women's section. And once again, just not quite accurate around touch 4 and 5, critical parts of the game. And Kaiawa again get a turnover on the halfway line. They really need to capitalise on this good field position that they're gaining.
Yeah, absolutely. They get those attacking sets in their own half, they really need to capitalise and get one on the board soon if they're to keep in touch with the Steelers side. So just see Seebeck working together with Ash. Seebeck coming back round and sitting in the middle. Ash with a great platform there. Manisha on the scoop. Looks to go along to the winger who's in perfectly positioned, and Anika Claude-Taylor with a lovely finish out there on the left-hand side.
beautiful setup by Seebeck, and rolling back the clock. I seen her father, Mitchell Seebeck, aka Benny, run that play off his right hand at a beautiful spiral pass, and he hits Anika on the chest, and she's got a beautiful dive in the corner, and we're locked up here. Steelers versus Kaiawa, 1-1 in this Open Women's Final, Kath.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to see. Kaiawa capitalising on some possession given to them by Steelers. So we just see Steelers toying, passing the ball back and forth. We've got Sinclair and Bailey McDowell working together again. Sweeper coming around. Pixon goes back inside. This time McDowell looking long for her winger who's in the clear and strolls over, and they peg one straight back. 2-1 to the Steelers.
Yeah, well constructed try there from the Steelers, and I mentioned it in our call earlier how clinical they are when they get good field position, Kath, and there they go with a 2-1 lead. Kaiawa will look to tap off the ball here. I believe that's Lister working with Bowen in the middle of the field.
That's right, bringing it through the middle. So Grant turning the ball back inside there as well. Got Bowen on the pick, looking to go out left. Nika Claude turning it back inside. Great defence though there. We see the shape and the connection of the Steelers girls as they get in the lane and turn the ball over.
Yeah, 2-1, so we do have a good battle going on here at the moment. It could be anyone's game. Steelers are looking solid on defence and in their yards, and just like that they draw a penalty.
Yeah, someone just caught in the ruck there, so Steelers get to bring the ball up to the mark. See McDowell take it forward.
Yeah, Steelers coming into the attacking half of the field, looking for an opportunity, touches up their sleeves, looking for attack from the middle, 3-3 option all the way to the 7.
Yes, we just see Brown and Liv working together there. Nice dive from Liv, but well defended.
Last touch coming, Kath. This could be where you pull out the old coach killer and don't quite switch on, but sound defence in the middle by Bowen, there for the shutdown. Great work from Lister to support her other middle. Excellent work. Kaiawa need a set completion here. Hawkins from half. Drives the ball forward. Strong in the ruck there. Great work by Kaiawa.
Bring it up towards the halfway mark. Nice carry forward by Jess Rowe. And Manisha turning it inside to Ashford. Just a bit of more movement there, which is good to see. Looking for the gates. Manisha again on the back of the end of the set, but a little fumble in the ruck there, I think, and the referee has called it turnover.
Yeah, I believe it might have been an extra touch there where the referee's been told by the sideline official that they had too many touches. That's where the play stopped. But they did complete the set, just getting over halfway. But the Steelers do look like the better side going through the orange zone.
Yeah, they do, although they're putting some pressure on there from Kaiawa, putting some firm touches and catching the Steelers upright. So they want to tidy up those ruck completions. As we see a beautiful offload, and Dana's put into space, sells the dummy, and goes over for another try.
It's just those little moments where you can just have a defensive lapse, not quite be on task the whole time, and just like that, the Steelers have taken advantage of that, and it's 3-1 now to them with 6.5 minutes to go in this first half.
Yeah, that's right. They just took advantage in a nice little skill set, the rise up play, able to get the mismatch, and Dana Turnbull through the score.
Yeah, and he mihi ka tika ki ngā kaitautoko o tēnei kaupapa Trident Homes. Huge shout out to you. I've just met Jace, one of the managers of Trident Homes. What a lovely man, and please support where you can. As Kaiawa will look to construct, ka te anga whakamua rātou. Here we go, out of half, little wee step back into a short dive, and the ball is down. The referee backs up and agrees, and there we have it. With a buffer of 2 touchdowns, the Steelers has now just been sliced in half. Kaiawa strike back, 3-2.
Yeah, it's a beautifully worked play there by Kahurangi Stone, who stepped back into the link. And as you say, closing the gap and staying in touch, which is what we expect to see. Trident Homes, they've been a supporter of this Kaiawa tournament since day one, and it's incredible to see that support still continuing and giving us the spectacle that we've got here today. As We just see Dana working there with Olivia Fowler and Kiana Brown, just controlling the pace of the ball. Sweep coming round to Brown. O'Neill back on the inside. Dana with that traditional long ball out wide, but unable to connect. So Kaiawa get the turnover there on the 7.
And here they go, Kaiawa, ke te anga whakamua. Ooh, I'm not too sure what that penalty is for. But Kaiawa have turned the ball over after a good defensive set.
Yeah, they won't want to give too many attacks here down to Steelers on the line, as we know they are clinical at capitalising on these. So you just see the same attacking set here working together. Need to draw the defender out. Quickie play to start off. Brown just holds on to it and feeds out to Dana.
Seabeck's doing a lot of work in the middle of the field here, very active on defence, looking to support her other middle. Once again, as I just said, Seabeck, integral part of the middle defence here at the moment for the Kaiawa side. They really need to restrict the scoreline here and make sure that the Steelers don't score. Conversely, Steelers looking to put them to the sword.
The Steelers got a penalty there, as you say. Seabeck, she's pushing up really high and keeping them off the 7, which really helps with that defender not having to hit the line. So we just see them shift back again, step back, connected, Seabeck again. She's working really hard and pushing them off the line.
Steelers very clinical at this time on the field. Looks for the sweep over the top. Great catch. Referee deems it forward pass. Kaiawa live to fight another day.
Unlucky there. It looked pretty clean from where I'm sitting, but of course I don't have a whistle in my hand, so Kaiawa will take it away from their own half there.
Yep, been super impressed by Seabeck. Also Heath, Ali Walker running on the wing. She's been rock solid.
Yeah, the Kaiawa, their defence is looking strong, as we see Janelle and Kahurangi Stone. She's been really strong in this first half. Run some good lines with some nice footwork just to manipulate the defenders. So we see the Steelers woman bringing it out of their half. We did see them lose a player in the semi-final to what looked to be a reasonably serious injury. So we wish Asher all the best in with how that turns out. So we see Steelers attacking the line here. McDowell on the pick. Looks to find the link, but some beautiful defensive work there. Kaiawa hold them out, Taylor Heath.
Yeah, both teams are really settling into this half as we approach the half time with 2.5 minutes to go. Kaiawa with a good defensive set. Their main focus here will be to complete the set and get the ball over halfway.
Yeah, look, absolutely. If they can get down over the halfway and put a bit of pressure on and play the game in the right end of the half, they could get one back here to tie it up. So we just see Lister with a good set of hands there. Jade Bowen bringing it up into the green zone.
Heavy touch there by the Steelers, but referee allows it to play. Hawkins went to half for Lister. 6 touches, again, good defensive set in the middle of the field from the Steelers. This game is pretty close to being locked up here. Steelers with the edge, toru ki te rua, I tēnei whiringa toa o nā wahine. It's a 3-2 lead in this Open Women's Final, 2026 Kaiawa Invitational.
You see Brown working it together there with Fowler, bringing it up towards the line here. Fowler on the scoop and step back, but well defended by Izzy Grant.
Yeah,
No
great defence there, Kath, by Grant. Grant, Seabeck, Bowen, Lister have been very strong. Hawkins also at the link position, as well as Bree out there doing a great job. Wingers are defending perfectly, but the defence from the wingers, their good work can only be done from the middle as Kaiawa sweep onto the field. They're just happy to stay nice and close here in this match going into halftime. Come approaching halftime. Seabeck plants the ball, last touch. Weaving run.
driving touch there made on Ash Ward. So we just see the final play there. Looks to get it wide in the link, well defended on the short side. Steelers will look to bring it away. They're having to work from the far side of the field as we see some pressure up from Kaiawa, but beautifully shifted by the Steelers as we see Bailey McDowell just putting it at pace on the end. Kiana Brown and then Liv O'Neill coming around on the sweep.
Yeah, this is a better yards package that they put together. The Steelers checking off to the free player, looking to get Seebeck up to make the touch. Referee saying defender was in the ruck.
So Steelers, as we into the shadows of the first half, will get one more attack at the line. They might not get a full set, but if they could get one here, that would give them a comfortable 2-point lead as we head into the half. Unfortunately, the last pass just unable to go to hand, so that leaves it at a 3-2 scoreline as we head into the half-time break.
Nā reira e te iwi, ko tera te haurua, ko oti, nā reira nau mai hoki mai ki te haurua tūrua e whai ake nei. Nau mai hoki mai e te iwi, ki raro i ngā Pākihikihi o Whakatekateka o Waitaha. I tēnei kēmu te whiringa toa o ngā wahine tūwhera. Welcome back to ngā Puna. These beautiful fields that are put on display here at the Kaiawa Invitational 2026. Ko Reese Allen taku ingoa, ko Aotete o ngā kaipapāho o tēnei whakataetai. I'm blessed to have Kath Mulligan commentating in this game, but also we're blessed to have Hikapene, Tavoli Guthrie down as co-commentators. And Kath, before we start the second half, 3-2 to Steelers, who are you putting your money on?
Oh, look, it's pretty tight there. You know, the Steelers looking to defend their title here, but it's been a really tight game. Kaiawa have certainly been up to the challenge thrown at them. Look, I don't like to put my money on the line, but I think I'm going to have to back our Canterbury ladies and go with Kaiawa on this one.
Yeah, and here they go, the Steelers into an early tackle, dive for the corner. What an awesome touch, what a great touch to save a try there.
Anika Claude-Taylor with the flying touch, well done to her, as we just see them shut out yet another enterprising attack from the Steelers.
Yeah, Anika there, Canterbury representative at the opens level, currently in the open mixed. What a great play there. She's a sound winger with plenty of speed to burn with all their wingers, as well as Ellie Walker. It's great to see that these girls are getting some top end touch here.
as we just Anika Claude-Taylor was part of the New Zealand under-20 women's a couple of years ago, and as you say, she's a strong winger. She's playing that far side wing this half, so quite highly likely that she's going to play all 20 minutes. It's just a bit of an error, so Steelers will have a set of a 6 on the line here, as we just see them playing on touches to get their fresh legs on. O'Neill working together with, might be Molly Wheely there, who has a dive at the line. We just see them set up to go again. We've got Turnbull, Wheely, O'Neill. Dana stepping back, she gets into the end goal. Can she find a runner? Looks like there might have been a ball down call there. Look, that was Steelers asking questions, but denied, and so Kaiawa will bring it out of their half.
Yeah, and I try not to use too many kiwaha sayings, but the cream usually rises to the top here, and Turnbull looks like she's come out of the halftime break with a real purpose here, and beautiful little scoop to the short side there. Bowen couldn't pick her up and the ball went down, but as we see that, Kaiawa unfortunately turned the ball over again, and the Steelers get another shot here, Kev.
Absolutely. We see Turnbull there working in the middle, tracking the troops, and then the fresh legs coming on to attack. We've got Brown, Fowler, Bailey McDowell working together here. We see Fowler going around on the scoop, has a dive at the line, but that's really well defended. Isabella Grant, I think there was at link, and Manisha Seebeck, two of our under-20 New Zealand reps from last year. Another great touch made, and Kaiawa's defence is really short up in this game.
Yeah, this is becoming a defensive battle for me. Both teams have been a little bit scratchy on their yards, bringing the ball down the other end of the field, but defensively very, very sound, and as you can see by the scoreline, it's very close in this final. As Kaiawa will look to bring the ball down the other end. I'll be happy with the completed set.
Yeah, they just checking the ball off there and finding a few extra yards, which is great. Kahurangi Stone, she's been solid in their first half. So we see Cheyenne Murphy down out of the Waikato in Hawke's Bay, just on the end of that one. A nice set completion down 7-7.
Yeah, that's right, Kath, and beautifully called there is the Steelers look to go to work, have drawn a penalty off yards, a little bit of a, as they say, piggyback down the field. If I was Kaiawa, you really want to restrict the field position that the Steelers team have, because they can be quite dangerous as they work the ball down. Looking for a 3-3 platform.
So we see Dana out there, she'll no doubt be calling the shots. Oh, unfortunately, we just put the ball to ground there, which is pretty uncharacteristic. So Kaiawa come away with the ball again.
Yeah, here they go. They need to control the ball here, Kaiawa. They need field position. Can't continue to give the Steelers good field position as they roll through. There's a few questions being asked of the referee. Checks off. Good work from Hawkins. Checks back into the middle of the field. Something's brewing here.
Yeah, look, we see Kaiawa with some nice pace on the back of that. We see Bella Lister. She scoops, she goes through. She looks like she's beaten those defenders, and the try being scored maybe by Jade Bowen there. That's a fantastic result for Kaiawa.
Yeah, beautiful scoop there and great speed used by the Kaiawa player. Gets into the in-goal. Bowen, as any good middle, follows up and gets the good catch and dive, and a beautiful little wee right foot rubber to the halfway line. And here we are. We are locked up in this one, Kath. It's starting to heat up.
Yeah, 3-3. Game on as we just see Steelers taking their time at the half here. They won't be happy to let one through, and they'll be looking to get back down and attack. As we see some good pressure from the Kaiawa defenders. Manisha Seebeck, again, she's been super active on defence. She pushes up and takes the space away from the attackers. So they just set up on the line here again. Nice lift into the lane. And
intercept here by Bree. Off she goes. It's a foot race. Awesome to see. Crowd starting to rise to their feet as it's locked up this game. 3-3. Bowen will slide onto the field here. Geordie Jacket, if you're listening, miss you, my guy. And here they go. Kaiawa checking off. As I said, Bowen's on the field. Gets the ball.
Kaiawa Kaiawa came out of the box in the second half. As we see Janelle on the pitch, she finds herself in the end goal. Looks the wingers unmarked out wide, and I think that might be Tiana Morrison who's touched down on the far side.
Yeah, sorry, had the wrong player there, but what an awesome fight back. And just like that, Kath, the swing of momentum, as you called it before it happened, has gone back to Kaiawa, and there they go. It was whānau, toru ki te rua, ki ngā Steelers, e nāianei, whā ki te toru Kaiawa. What a fight back we have on our hands 6 minutes into our second half, Kath.
Absolutely, and some beautiful skills being shown by both sides of the ball. Here we go, we've got the Steelers. Another set attacking on the line. We've got Fowler working together there with Kiana Brown and Dana Turnbull, pulling the defenders out. Nice strong touch there by Bowen, and the referee says loose carry, turnover Kaiawa.
Defensive battle continues here with Kaiawa taking the lead. And unfortunate there, just a lapse in concentration and a drop pass. Kaiawa need to be tidier than that.
Look, absolutely, and Steelers will really want to capitalise on that. They haven't had as much attack on the line as they would have liked, and so they really would be looking to get one over here as we see Turnbull looking to step inside and flick the pass. Referee says offside, so they've earned themselves another set of 6.
Yeah, physicality is starting to come into this game, Kath.
Yeah, look, there's no love lost between these two sides. It's traditional ding-dong battle. I'm sure there'll be bodies on the line. As we see, a great touch there made by Bella Lister. Steelers look to sit back.
Here they go, the Steelers constructing this try here, working the 3-3. Lister and Seebeck in the middle. Great touch there. Referee asked the question, did you make it? Yes, I did. Great work there defensively. I was about to say this Canterbury women's side looks really good. Tōna wā, we'll see the Canterbury women's back. But here they are, Kaiawa very tight in the middle of the field. Oh, and created an opportunity there, the Steelers. But unfortunate to drop that ball.
Olivia O'Neill, she's been really strong this weekend. It's been fantastic to see her running around out there. But unfortunately, that time ball just not able to go to hand as we see Grant bringing it out of the half, working together with Manisha Seebeck. That's beautiful yards up towards the halfway. Now we've got Janelle Kavanagh working together with Kahu Stone, just getting in there on the 5th. Janelle on the pick. Great little wraparound play. Oh, and then just the defender able to get a hand, and the referee says it's ball ground. Unlucky there not to get another set, Kaiawa, but they're looking strong.
Yeah, they are, and now that they've taken the lead, they look like they've just gained a spring in their step, and Steelers bringing the ball to the sub-box.
Yeah, and as we know in this competition, you are able to run a full set of 16. And as I look down to the Kaiawa box, I can see that they've got plenty of legs, maybe a few more than we have on the Steelers game sheet, especially given there was an injury to one of their players. So look, it may come down to that the ability to run a few more legs out there.
Yeah, ball control, Kath. Ki te titiro au ki te whira. We've just got a little bit of drizzle, a little bit of conditions starting to come in. The wind's been blowing all day, but the ball could be a little slippery down there, and there have been a few handling mistakes. I believe the team that completes the most sets here might get the victory, and as we're approaching our last 10 minutes of this women's final, Kaiawa, whā ki te toru, 4-3 with a good lead, but the Steelers are here on attack, looking to set up the attack, Kath.
Yeah, as we see a bit of a Columba College connection here going on with Charlie Sinclair working with Kiana Brown and Dana Turnbull. Just taking one there as they control momentum and get the setup that they want. Sweeper going around, Dana picks and goes the other way. Oh, and unfortunately Sinclair unable to handle the pass there. And Kaiawa, once again, come away with a defender troller.
Yeah, just a couple of handling mistakes. The Steelers have been creating opportunities. Here's a good drive. Oh, the referee has called them back for something here.
Yeah,
Kaiawa.
Forward pass off the ruck, I think.
Kaiawa just struggling to get out of their half. Defensively, they're strong, but they need to complete an exit play.
Yeah, look, they really do. You can't give the Steelers, classy Steelers team, too many repeated attacks on the line. The defenders, we know Manisha's full of energy, but you know they're going to have to defend 2 or 3 sets here. We see Turnbull looking to go out, beautifully defended there by Ash Ward. Looking nice and connected. Another penalty there. Once again, Manisha getting up high and then making the double touch. She's worked really hard on this defensive set in the middle. Once again, Turnbull working together with O'Neill. Seebeck pushing high. Just a bit of fall over in the ruck. Oh, great diving touch there. Once again, Seebeck working hard to cover Jade Bowen, who looks like she might have copped something in the chin. She takes a sub box, but yeah, look, I think this defensive pressure, they've just really worked hard and they're not giving this Steelers side anything to work with.
Yeah, that's right. And after a couple of drops, after opportunities, the Steelers will really look to create an opportunity, and they have caused the collapsing defense. Long ball to the winger. Oh, the ball's gone down, Kath. That was the opportunity for the Steelers to tie this one up. Unfortunate for the winger, but fortune favours the brave, and here comes Kaiawa. They really need a set completion here, Kath.
Yeah, look, and they're getting a march up to the 10 metre, not quite sure what for. Yeah, look, any other day of the week, that was a ball down try for the Steelers. Uncharacteristic mistake, but you know, in a tight final like that, those could be the moments that count. You just see Stone once again, she's been strong, bringing it up over the half, looking to find a gate.
Here goes Kavanagh into half, scooping, got the play through call, little check over the top, played it, no, referee says turnover. I think the referees are going to let a little bit of open play happen here, Kath, as we enter the last 7.5 minutes.
Absolutely, we see Shy Murphy working hard in there and just unable to connect with that last pass. Great defence, Anika, working hard on the wing there.
Been impressed with a few players from both sides, but for me, there's been some great defensive efforts. Especially from the middle. Seebeck has been instrumental in a combination with Bowen. Lister's been solid. Anika out wide with Walker. The wingers have been great.
Absolutely, we see Anika there putting the shutdown play and unable for Dana to get the pass away, but they will get a repeat set, and let's see if they can score something out of this one.
I'd like to see the Steelers go to a shorter play, and here we are, little wee quickie, yet defender not onside, and the referee backs up and awards that try. Whāki te whā, this one's locked up, Kath. Kaiawa, Steelers, 6.5 minutes to go. You went with Kaiawa, I'm going to go with the Southerners, Steelers, as we all go here. It's hot, it's heating up, although Tamanui te rā, kare te whiti mai. It's definitely hotting up on the field, and let's see who gets the chocolates in this game.
Absolutely, we saw where Dana was really pleased with that one, as we saw Kiana Brown get the score, and that Kaiawa back down on attack. Let's see if they can peg one back here. See Bowen come round on the sweep, back round. That last pass looks to have gone forward out of the hand. So Steelers, they'll bring this away.
Just as the clouds part and a little bit of sunshine comes through, Kath, an incomplete set there by Kaiawa, and this is the Steelers we saw in the semi-final. The clinical yards going through the middle of the field. They got a good roll on here. 6 minutes to go in this open women's final. Ko waika toa, ko waika mōhio.
So see Olivia O'Neill, she's got a great scoop off the back end, looks to get one away. A little hand in there by the defender, so they will have another attacking set. Molly Wheely, Liv O'Neill and Dana Turnbull ever present down there on the attacking line.
Yeah, Bowen back out there on defence with Lister. Traditional touch corner defence. Bowen very active, looking to win the 7. Great defence there, very active. Crossfitter in her spare time. Keep pushing up, looking to touch with their right hand. Opportunity again, great defence there. Shutdown defence, Bowen shutting in. There goes Sophie Hawkins, great work.
Yeah, there was beautiful defence there, and Tiana Morrison coming in early for the shot, able to react and shift other Kaiawa girls. As we see, here we go. Oh, and they've got the overlap there this time. Olivia O'Neill able to stroll over and get one there. A well-worked try by Steelers, and they take the lead.
Yeah, 99% of this game, they've been rock solid on defence. Have Kaiawa and just a lapse in concentration there. The Steelers take the lead, 4.5 minutes to go as the drizzle settles in here at Ngā Puna White. That won't affect these conditions. World-class facility. Pushing in the local region for a World Cup possibly in 2028 as Kaiawa look to attack.
Yeah, that's right. Kaiawa just bringing it back towards the middle. Strong defensive touch there by Sinclair, and the referee says lost control. So Steelers. Momentum swing back in their favour. Let's see if they can bring out that yards as McDowell. She's been solid. Sinclair, Eason into her work at dummy half. Unfortunately, just a wee fumble there. And Kaiawa with the turnover on halfway.
Yeah, here they go. And look, we haven't had a drop-off, a tie after regulation yet, and I'd love to see a drop-off here in the open women's to open up this field with the amount of speed that's out there. Kaiawa looking to attack.
Bowen working together with Stone and bring it back to Shy Murphy. Looking at the just losing the dummy half. Stone though with a bit of footwork. Shay and Murphy goes along. I think that looked like it drifted forward, and referee Lister agrees with me.
Yeah, there's the turnover that the Steelers, Coach Purdon would have been hoping for, and he gets it as they go into their work. Very clinical as they move the ball through the middle of the field. The orange is is a common term used in touch to get it over halfway, Kath. And if Kaiawa, after strike, they need a turnover and they need a good set of yards coming in, send this one to a drop-off.
Out of dummy half, well defended there. So you just see, the grind coming back in. It's that orange zone that you talked about. Strong touch by Wheelie, which gives us a turnover as we see O'Neill coming back, and those Steelers get some fresh legs on for another attack at the line. I think you'll find Damo's given them some key guidance on moving that defence. Let's see if they can come up with a break here.
Yeah, sound defence so far from Kaiawa in the set. Weaving, scheming the Steelers with a little bit of a scoop to the short side. Looks to check off. Yeah, she was dummy half, had to get rid of it. Good work, Kath. Touching on 2 minutes to go in this open women's final. 5-4 to Steelers. You called Kaiawa. They're going to have to score in this set to lock it up, to take it to a drop-off. Who's going to be the player? Who's going to be the go-to here for Kaiawa?
Yeah, as we just see McDowell threatening the line there, but the defence is held strong. Hawkins working with Heath, Bella Lister, as they take it out of the half. Kahurani Stone. Some great yards here, up over the halfway. Kevin R on the back, sets up for Cheyenne Murphy, and that's a set completion down on the 10-metre line. So we just see Steelers taking their time, making sure that set of 6. They know that they've got that 1 point advantage, so they want to really make sure they complete their set here.
Yeah, 100% in full control here now, the Steelers. Approaching our last minute of play. If they can score here, they'll pretty much lock this game up, Kath. As they retain the position, they're in great field position. Here goes the sweep play. Player needs to get back onside. Oh, that's unfortunate for the middle defender. Slipped. And there we go. The Steelers score a try with a minute to go. 2 points clear. Very hard for them to come back from this one, Kaiawa.
Yeah, as you see, Turnbull, O'Neill and Fowler working really strongly together, and I think you might find that it might be too late as Kaiawa with less than a minute on the clock and will find themselves 2 points down.
Yeah, and I can see the sub-box on the far side. Kath, the Steelers, knowing the status of the game, up by 2 with only seconds to play here. Kaiawa have put up a great fight in this open women's final. Kua kaha rātou, kia anga whakamua, kia eke, kia pānuku. They've given everything they have, this Kaiawa women's side, especially defensively, as the Steelers have pretty much locked this one up. Kath, any last words before this one's finished?
Oh, look, it's been a fantastic display. We've seen 2 quality sides get into this. We see Dana still got some running at the back end of the game, but she knows that they've done enough. And we see the Steelers take the 3-peat as defending champions of the Kaiawa Invitational.
Mihi nui ki te tima Steelers, ko eke pānuku, eke tangaroa ki roto I tēnei whiringa toa, our open women's champions in the Trident Kaiawa Invitational 2026, nā mihi.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Kai oku nui, kai oku rahi, tēnā koutou, katoa, and welcome back to the Kaiawa Invitational Trident Homes 2026 Open Men's Final. We have Pearl Jam taking on none other than the Steelers out of the mighty Waikato with a sprinkle of excellence jumped in there. Now I'm here joined by my man, Mr. Reseller Nacho, and we just want to give a big mihi to all the adjudicators, all our Kaiawa Wild that have been amazing. For this one we've got Logan, Cam and Alicia, so we've got a real southern flavour to this final. It looks like we've got Steelers with a tap off. We've got Mr. Shan Tormudi to tap us off, Nacho.
Yeah, and here they go, the Steelers, and these two teams have been the better teams in the competition and rightly make their way in. E4 Jones feeds Tormudi on the dive. Yeah, great defence, Pearl Jam. The reigning champions, back-to-back Whakatane champions, are looking to go one better, win the Trident Homes Invitational here at Kaiawa. Pika, early indication. Who you going to go for, my mate?
Oh, gee, that's a big one. I'll tell you what, I feel like Pearl Jam just defensively, they've leaked the least touchdowns in this tournament out of all the teams, so they've got the best defensive record, and they're real stable, they have real good connection, so if the Steelers can unlock that, I guess, early, then yeah, they're into it, but they've got to be very, very careful with this sharp unit of Pearl Jam, and they've just snuck one in there, Nacho.
Yeah, 1-0 early lead by the Steelers. Nice little wee play there. That's probably where the Steelers are going to need to be on point, is defensively, because there's plenty of points in them with the likes of Jones, Tormudi and the likes, but here we go. This is the Steelers. They really need to fight back here. Working the ball down the field, out of half with the sweeping play, step back, looking for short, into second phase play, scoops the short side, into the in goal. Great touch there by the Pearl Jam player. Excellent work.
Yeah, that defensive systems look like Ezra there. They went for a phase play, scoop short side, and everyone went straight to policy. But here we go again. Just rucking up the field, Pearl Jam, going through their processes. There's some nice lift coming out of there from the Steelers. Young Coops on the ball. Kaiate's a great tournament. And it obviously shows that he's very valued in this group. Yeah, nice early release, and that's a good lift shot from Tawhiri Mason. Been around a long time, very experienced. Doesn't look definitely doesn't look out of place in the elite game today there, Nacho.
No, that's right, and a huge supporter of touch up in the Waikato is Tawhiri Mason. He's actually represented Canterbury in one of my 30s sides, and a very good friend and a good player to boot. So the Steelers will look to complete the set here, Hicker, as they bring the ball over halfway.
Yes, and just coming through the field, man, on the back end there. Yeah, the man from the Bay all the way. The late cut there, yeah, nice work. Yeah, it's pretty hard to split those two middles, but we'll go through it. Great ball movement. As we watch, just skill sets really, really good. Nice ball from Tommy coming through the field. Benai King steps up defensively. Tommy again. And they're just going right through process. They don't mind what I've enjoyed with the elite teams at this tournament, as I call it, tweaking the tempo. There's times when they add a little bit of gas, and then there's times when they pull back. But geez, the micro skills, the skill set going through the field, and you just see it there on display, end-to-end touch, Nacho.
Yeah, just defensively, as I mentioned earlier, every defensive set almost is twice as important as the attacking sets, and just like that, the Pearl Jam, they can be clinical through the field. As you said, they can ramp up, they control the tempo, and as we see there, collapsing defence lets them kick out to a 2-0 lead early on in this final.
And people say, they're not doing anything fancy. Well, the fancy stuff they're doing is actually discipline, very, very disciplined. But here we go back at it. Two in this game isn't much, just coming through the hands, Caleb there. Yeah, they man very well, don't they? They hold space, they hold zones. They're very, very hard just to pull. We've got a nice little sweep on the back. Till Shan's going to come short side and just try to go through. Yeah, just trying to run that play there. Execution wasn't quite on, and the young winger for Pearl Jam was up to the task.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's seen that play many a times as we turn the ball over. It's a great drive there by the middle. Nickel, here comes Louis Nickel as well, coming onto the field. Need to tighten up the defence, the Steelers. Ryder Allen, beautiful touch there, forcing the unforced error. Back to a world-class winger in Trey Poihipi. That's better defence from the Steelers.
Yeah, now breaking off the field here. This is going to be really, really important. Winning the orange, and just both sides being kept apart through this orange zone. Yeah, that's a nice ruck there. Coming along, E4 Jones is on the field. Got Anthony Sinclair and those smooth socks, man, looking pretty slick. E4 on the ball. He's just, he uses his, and the problem with Insect today for the other team is it goes back to a 0 count, doesn't it, Nudge?
Yeah, that's right. It's a change that's been made in the rule for a couple of years now. If you have an intercept and you get touched, it's not 1, it's back to 0. It really promotes players playing at the ball to gain that extra touch, and great field position here, Hika, for Pearl Jam, which is quite dangerous if you give them too much.
Yeah, tika tau. Kei Pearl Jam te poro I tēnei wā, kei te anga whakamua. E tēnei wā, ko tahi rau pai ōrau, mo tēnei mahi ko te whakaoti, te anga whakamua. Oh man, just tippy-toeing along the sideline, and just very, very, very in tune. Everyone's in sync, and they're just a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, and I can just see the sub-box here from the Steelers. Planning, scheming, who's going to go out to try and get a point back here. Just defensively, a couple of lapses, and you can't do that with a team like Pearl Jam. Here we go. Ash, Bartlett Robinson, injecting himself into this attacking unit, getting the ball back. Traditionally a player that likes to strike from the middle of the field. As he plays there, they fake him, looking for the OZ play, and unfortunately, Mason unable to retain the position there.
Yeah, probably the difference there, just right there in that catch pass. Definitely the pass was a little bit over the top, and they've been just such a slick outfit. The boys in black from Pearl Jam, let's look at Coops, he's just coming up the field, ice at half. Isaac here, the winger, he plays multiple positions for Pearl Jam, has been part of the club for a long, long time. Here's Georgie, Tommy, you've got someone here, they're going to kick over to Louis here, this 22, just going to come through late cut maybe, or through the line, and once again, just such a disciplined all machine, and amazing stuff from Pearl Jam to open up this final. It's a tough day at the office, and speaking as someone that works hard in the office, e mihi ana ki ngā kai whakapāho ko noho mai ki tō tāua taha, māua ko Nacho, whai kef tērā, ko tiv tērā, ko tō whanaunga, no roto mai te taira awhitia nehe, o tērā, te kāpene o te kapa open mixed I roto I ngā tau Atakaha, Opati, no reira ko ngā ringa awhina I ka hamanaki, ki te whakapāho, ki te tuku toha mātauranga mo tēnei kēmu, ka nui a ngā mihi at back to the live action, Nacho.
Yeah, and just unfortunate, just a little clunky on attack there, the Steelers, and Pearl Jam retain the position. This is where Pearl Jam can be quite effective. They sweep on with their 3 fresh players, looking to go out of half, a little bit of a bobble. Lucky from the Steelers, but also sound defence with the turnover ball. Ryder Allen goes into half, drags across, Allen again, great work rate, doing his job as a hard-working middle, going forward, getting off quickly so the fresh strikers can come on.
Yeah, and on the back end we've got Anthony Sinclair, just dropping down here, Manai King, using a bit of speed, checking back in, just get a nice break from here. Yeah, that was a great set. Ooh, and just it's the one thing that's letting down the current champs is micro skill, I feel, just not as slick and as sharp as the boys in black there. Unfortunately, just cannot see the numbers, but we definitely know a few of the characters that are part of this Pearl Jam team, part of the players. So here we go. We've got Isis on the ball, Isaac. We can see just off camera we've got Coops there. And now, Nacho down leading 4-0, you're up. Discipline is a big thing. They just so tuned in, don't they?
Yeah, and just going back onto that huau with te pānui nā tiha te mena he orite te tai o nā nama. But yeah, you're right there, Hika. Pearl Jam just look a little bit more tuned up and in tune with their game. Hopefully the Steelers can fight back. It's still early days after 8 minutes. Take us away here, Hika. What's the play you'll be looking for here?
Yeah, well, Coops was going to, somebody gets the ball, dummies, gets it, slides it in. Young Cooper Hayat, I can just see his papa very, very proud. His dad does a lot of behind the scenes. He's a person that supports a lot of kaupapa and likes to stay anonymous. So mihi ana ki a koe play o tira, Coops, man, steps up in the final and dots down Nacho.
Yeah, beautiful play. Haven't seen his dad dive like that, but beautiful play by young Coops. Highlights up. Steelers, they really need to hit back here at 5-0 as the guns come on. Ash Robinson Bartlett, E4 Jones on the far link. He'll be looking to strike off his favoured right hand. Gets the splitter play, the quick check, step back to Jones. They didn't get the picture. Demands it back, loses his footing. Last touch here option. Ash with his footwork. Oh, there's an opportunity there. At least they're creating opportunities there, Hika.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was a good look from the Steelers on the back end of their set coming through. But once again, just that skill set, that catch pass, they come through. It looks like the role playing of Pearl Jam is very defined. You know, you just look at the role playing that they have, that they do, everyone, and they stick to it. Sometimes you go slightly off. That's a great defensive set from the Steelers. E4 Jones, Avion, and Shan Tormudi, names that we've seen over many years, and they've got a lot of output. And they do coaching also. They're not just players. I know E4 and Shan are giving back to their kura tawhito, ko ngā raukura. Nā roto mai o te kapu, nā roto mai te kura. But here we go, Sinclair, he's not likely, you know. Oh, that's nice. It's a nice little late cut here, check off. Yeah, and they get, it's taken a little while, but they're on the score sheet. It's a positive step from the Steelers, boys.
Well constructed try there from Steelers, and they hit back. This could be the start of a little bit of a momentum shift, but they need a really sound defensive set coming up. But it was a great play, and to the skill set of a winger, Trey Poihipi can play multiple positions with a beautiful inside pass. Looking forward to a big defensive set here from the Steelers.
Yeah, right, and the combination there. Just very direct here. Ezra on it quick. He gets an outside ball off his left, checks back in. Oh, that's a nice late shot. Man, had to be there. Couldn't be a split second later. However, that's just the first part of the picture. We see Louis coming in, and he's just walking up, and you can see it's going to be a little outball here. Yes, oh yes, goes through Ezra. Looking man, and very Tau Mori Miki nuts, very calm on attack.
Yeah, clinical, calm, composed, controlled. All your CCs that you need. Maybe a little bit later on, but back to the action. Great play. The Steelers, although they fought back, Pearl Jam with the field position and the tap off. As you said, very clinical there.
Yeah, very clinical, but we've got the usual suspects back out there. E4 Jones, Sinclair, Shan Tormudi coming through. Yeah, just got to try on anything on the 7. Very hard to just sort of get one player up, just checking the ball across. Georgie's working hard. E4's going to use his feet, come through, slide it in there. Well, it just got back there. He's asking the question. Yeah, great work. And what I noticed is Tamati was on the outside and he never bit. He just held his space, which worked for Georgie. So another defensive shutdown from Pearl Jam.
Yeah, and ko te pono, te mea matu o te mata nei kēmu. Honesty is a huge value that we hold strong in our sport. As Pearl Jam, it's a familiar sight. They just roll out of the sub box looking for the best option as they come through on attack here. Oh, and a nice little wee Deutsch play there, and the player just slides through. It was a beautiful little wee pop pass off the back of yards, unexpected. Usually that player will just plant the ball, but the extra pass there creates an overlap and just slices through.
Yeah, they brought down a very youthful side with some very good experience. Both the Little brothers and also Isaac, the more senior players. And then they brought in these young players that have been around the club for some time, very successful in their kura, and they're really just putting on a big display in the final. It's been a while, Nacho, I must say, since I've seen a score like that in the first half of a final. It's very hard defence to crack.
Yeah, they are, and they're a well-tuned unit. But as we see here, the back flick, the wide pass, Logan Forrester, in all his experience, pulls that up for a touch pass. Pearl Jam gets the piggyback down the field. They're very clinical in terms of the yardage as they bring the ball to the sub box. And as I speak, they come on, and the referee, the sideline official, I saw his hand go up there in the near screen. That's an indication that the player has run out. So the Steelers gain some field position here.
Yeah, ko te wātuatahi mo tēnei wahanga tuatahi, tēnei pakanga nui ko te whiringa tō tēnei, o te reanga o ngā tāne, whitu ki a Pearl Jam, tahi ki ngā Steelers. Hewi anō, kei rātou te pōro, kei te anga whakamua, and on they come, Anthony Sinclair comes in, comes through, and up they goes, just about to kick off Shantorn when he gets the ball. Sinclair comes through, throws a long way out wide. Yes, he's going to come back. He blew there early.
Yeah, I think the referee may have just gone a little early there. I would have played advantage there, Hika. It came off the player. The discretion was on the defensive side. Poihipi with the catch and dive. For me, that's a play on. Unfortunate for the Steelers.
Yeah, blew that one a little bit early. And we've got a bit of a distraction actually, just in the background. We've got a referee that sells a little bit of real estate, really overpriced in Queenstown. I was asking for a tent side and he was talking 6 figures. So yeah, anyway, back to the live action.
Yeah, and just while the Steelers get the turnover, and we'll look to complete an exit set here and hopefully get some attack off the back, I just want to give a huge mihi ki ngā kai tautoko matua, Trident Homes, ihi, whakaata Māori, kaha ki te tautoko tēnei kaupapa, the 2026 in their 4th year Kaiawa Invitational Touch Tournament here at Ngā Punawai in the beautiful city, the Garden City, Christchurch, the major city in the Te Waipuna Muhika.
Ka pai hoki mai ki te kemu, tautoko ngā mihi, ki te pūtea, pūtea tautoko, Aston Robinson, we've got our man Rah on the ball, Manai King, and then so stepping out, Caleb here also. Yeah, just getting the rhythm back. And I must say, nice little spot play from Manai King. Isaac really stepped up nice on that outside channel. And he's got to keep trying to inject their attack. It's almost like they've got their press defence. These are huge meters. That's massive. Touch 2, halfway. On comes young Hayata, touch 3, and then coming through the field. Yeah, coming through the field, they've managed to just really walk up Main Street, to be honest there, Nacho. Get down there nice and early. Ezra with the ball. Wow. Just almost unstoppable this half, Pearl Jam. And they've made it, I wouldn't say they've made it look easy, they've just shown us what discipline on attack and defence looks like. And 8-1, huge lead in the first half.
Yeah, Hika, they've only made a couple of errors in this half, and in these conditions the ball will be a bit slippery down there. The wind is blowing, but that's no excuses for the Steelers. There's plenty of world-class players there, as we see Jones in his customary position at the far side link there, Hika.
Yeah, definitely. On they go again. Yeah, Shan just there. Just kicking over to probably a platform we probably used to see them run it. However, their leadership will get together at half-time, I dare say, will be a saving grace. Just to come back, reset for the Steelers. But here we go again, Pearl Jam exiting them up, nice and direct, coming through the hands. Yeah, catch pass over the top. That's probably a pass that they pushed. Mind you, they've been very, very clinical. And the Steelers managed to get some nice ball back. As they get it and they don't get a second chance. They make it an option here. Sinclair, he's laid some really nice platforms. Here we go, for Jones. Gets it back through the hands, over the top. Oh, what a great chase out from that far side winger from Pearl Jam. Mihana Kaku, we can't quite see your number, but definitely played a big role for Pearl Jam.
Yeah, Etika Ana, Jones continues to attack. It has to come from him with the bounce-out plate, slapped down by the defensive link there. And no numbers able to be seen here, Hika, from the Pearl Jam, so we're just going to have to call them by position. Not too sure how the referees are going with that. Jones, instrumental on attack, striking from the middle. Here we go, the quickie, the bounce out, looks for the double bounce. Oh, Poihipi, unfortunate there, it's that play again.
I'll tell you what, that's that play we saw in Scotland World Cup final. Mitz and them, my ratty, it's the dummy, the short pump, and then hit the inside. Lovely to see them pull that one out. It's just not your day, well, not your half when you don't get the rub of the green on that. great timing, but just not quite clinical enough. Speaking of clinical, it's been a clinical first half. There we go, Sinclair getting up on the lane, knocking that one down, Nacho. Minute to go. We just did a nice pick on the back end, Nacho. Getting the right people in the right place.
Yeah, and here they come. Tōmuri, he'll sweep onto the field here. An attack from the middle. Jones looking for the extra sets as well, working hard to get around. Tōmuri on the scoop, step back into the passive play. Referee has picked up a forward pass. Not too sure which one that was, but better intensity into the attack there from the Steelers.
Yeah, look at this little change up. They're coming on, man. You can just see some numbers. Just there's a bit of a hooey in the sub box. They've just been running a little trick play. Here it goes. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, nice to see. Especially we're down with about 10 seconds to go in this half, and they just showed a little glimpse. A few laps, even while they're exiting on 3. These guys have got some nice little trick plays up their sleeve. No reire TV, koira, ko te Kaiawa wau, ko tangi te whio. E ki ana ko ngā piro I tēnei wā, waru ki a Pearl Jam tahi ki ngā Steelers. No reira, kaore aro, ko hoki mai mo te wahanga tuarua. Hei nau mai hoki mai e tiwi ki tēnei whiringa toa. Invitational Kaiawa Trident Homes 2020-26. Kei konei māua ko taku tuakana. No te maunga e kore e neke. Kei reira ngā whakaro I tēnei wā. Kei taroroa, kei tauranga moana. Mātou nei, whai whakaro nui ki a koutou. Hoki mai ki a tāua, hoki mai ki a māua. Taku here, māua ko Nacho. Now Nacho, halftime talks. They're not easy when you're down by 7 touchdowns. A couple of things you might have said in the halftime call, you know?
Oh, just a couple of basic errors, Hick, with the ball, but also defensively. It just looks like they're not quite in tune there, and I know that there are a combination of players here, but the fundamentals still need to be sound, and I'd just be saying, look, you can't win the game without your fundamentals, and I'd just be saying, look, give it everything you've got for 20 minutes and just keep running, really.
Tēnā koe, mea kōrero. There we go, that's straight off the back. New Zealand 30 men's coach for the last 2 cycles of the World Cup. Also Canterbury men's coach. But that's look at this line, just over the top. There we go. Yeah, that's a nice ball. That's a good start for Steelers. Here we go, Ryder there. He's come round on the back towards Manaia King coming through the field, touch 2. This is nice, good metres, nice and clean. And it definitely looks like they're opening up the field a little bit more. They've had a bit of a wānanga, a kōrero rero, nā Kaiawa wau, Nacho, and they're opening up that orange zone.
Yeah, they have, and a good effort here from the 3 officials, Cam, Logan and Alicia, keeping these teams apart. Very experienced crew. at the New Zealand provincial and international level, and they're doing a great job here. Really, it's in the players' hands what happens as the Steelers here have turned the ball over, exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah, they've got some early pill, good field position. Sinclair, Jones, to see Trey Poihipi there coming through the field. Yeah, just a little short side scoop, might go for a face play here. Yeah, good work. That was a nice lift just from that outside link there. Before Jones on the ball, little short side play, him and Ashton Robinson. Yeah, nice shot, just beautiful lift. Really great connection, and they snuffed that one out. But that's good to see the Steelers with some early pill there, Nacho.
Yeah, that's right, and a much better attack there, and unfortunately not to get the point, but exactly what I was talking about when you asked me what would you say. Complete sets, get yourself back in the game. The tries will come, but it only comes through the fundamentals and working really hard in terms of going forward. So they're doing that at the moment, Steelers, and as you can see there, a turnover ball here, another defensive stop, and that's all you can do is you can just build it set by set. And hopefully your attackers, your main strikers, can get on the ball hit.
Yeah, no mai e tiwi hoki mai, tēnei wharinga toa, ke mu nui rawa atu, ki ngā puna wai, kei waitaha o tautahi, i mihi ana, kia koutou, e hono mai, kore utu, te mātakitaki, kia ora mo te pūtia. MāORI Plus, thank you very much for bringing this to us live, and also, kore utu, Nacha.
Kore utu, to send you these live pictures, whānau, commentary, a very experienced commentary team, and Hika, with your experience with the New Zealand Touch Blacks, and we've had Tavuli here and Kath also with way longer in the game here in Canterbury than I ever have with my 20 plus years. But look, you talk about the sponsors, Hik, our commentary team, e mihi nui ki te tima, and without our own support, and I just want to do a huge shout out to the coachman, Palmerston North, for continuing to support you and I when we were in Palmerston North, and also Nick and Trudy Birchfield, e mihi ana kia korua me Shoe Clinic. Love you heaps, and we will continue to support, and we're back in the action, Hika.
Tēnā koe, me o mihi, o te rā, ko hoki mai ki te kēmu, koutou mātakitaki mai ana, back live, and here comes Aves on the field, Avion, Sinclair, Jones, Mason there, sitting at link, Poihipi, Marlon, E4, yeah, they've given E4, they've really done their homework on E4. Yeah, Sinclair gets the ball, but they just man things really well. Oh, that's a great intercept. It just stepped into that space. You know, when you're in that space, call it a positive space, you know, that they're in. And yeah, Dan stepped up there. So that's a 0 count. If you intercept in our game, it goes back to 0. Yeah, got away with that. Yeah, didn't think so. Yeah, tried to push that. But back there, and it's good when you see the three refs don't miss that. And speaking of don't miss that, I noticed that a lot of your kaimwana that I've tried to draw out of your freezer has gone straight back in there.
Yeah, that's right. You know, every time I've had something on the line, it's turned into success for me, and I've got some taro on the way from Tiv. I'm expecting my ika from the last tournament from yourself, but look, I'm not greedy. I do like to re-gift, and I'm a bit of an Indian giver when it does come to kaimwana, as long as kei te pai te iwi. He tangata tā koha ki te katoa, nā reira. On tā koha, it was great to see the bro down here supporting this kaupapa hika.
Now, wait a minute, that Tiv with the taro, I'm actually the one that guy, it's taken me 2 years to get anything out of that guy. It's taken me 2 years, and now you're going to claim my sack of taro. Boy, Jingos, you're a hard man. Very giving man. But back to the action. And the Steelers, you know, 5 minutes, and they've managed to, I guess, put a little bit of pressure on Pearl Jam, but Pearl Jam haven't been as quick or slick as they were in the first half. However, they're up by 7 touchdowns, so they'll be just stoked that they're not leaking any touchdowns in Nacho.
Yeah, that's right. And Jones really needs to sweep onto the ball here if the Steelers are to fight back in. And here he is off his customary right hand on the 32 pick, the pump fake and the short ball to Tawhiri Mason, the spiritual leader of the Steelers team. And as they fight back, that's ball down. Logan Forrester backs up to the dead ball, gives that try. Beautiful form from Logan.
Tēnā koe, te whakapāhoa te ki te iwi. e mihi ana, and ko tērā, ko te rārangi o mā tāwhiri Mason, te rangatira mihi ana ki a koe, no reire te iwi nau mai hoki mai, and first team to score in the second half, the Steelers, they dealt down. It's taken some time, but the positive start. There's another little niggly error from Pearl Jam. They may have slightly chopped off the tempo, but they still won't be happy with just that execution. They've just got such a huge lead, and man, I can't remember such a dominant first half from a club team at a tournament 40-minute final in a long time, Nacho.
Yeah, heck, I watched the semi-final of Pearl Jam vs Factory, and they got away to a huge lead early in tournament play, especially at the business end. Good leads at the start of games are critical, and as we can see, although that was a solid attacking set from the Steelers, here we are, Pearl Jam, this is just what they do, a little bit untidy at the play of the ball in the ruck. Referee says play through as they keep coming through here to attack. A little bit of a slice through, off the mark. Alicia lets that one play. Last touch, step back, looking for the short, drops it into the passive. Quick catch and pass there by the link player in the passive lane, and draw feeds into the corner.
Kia ora, yeah, that if you do your homework, that's one of Georgie's nice platforms, but it's so hard to stop because their front door that's running really pushes in. But I just want to acknowledge Tamatea, that skill set, jump, catch pass, flick off, and there's been probably gap between both teams in many areas, but definitely the micro skill set at pace, we've seen that go right through, and yeah, that's another one. Pearl Jam go out to a 7 touchdown lead, 9-2. Yeah, Trident Holmes, Kaiawa Invitational, comes through with King. He just comes through. Yeah, and just, man, you know, the next tier, well, actually it's not even the tier, the young players that they're bringing through here, not only beneficial for the schools, for the club, but for our country, to see some of these young athletes, yeah, just really slick operators, Nacho.
Yeah, that's right, and although the scoreline says 9-2, a lot of the damage in this game as we go about to enter in our last 10 minutes of this Open Men's Final in the Trident Kaiawa Invitational for 2026. Pearl Jam with their big lead here, very hard hicker for the Steelers to fight back, and they can claw back a couple. Things might get interesting, but they just look too strong at the moment.
Yeah, you know, when you get a lead like that in the first half, it's very hard to pull back. Very hard to pull back. However, they've had a lot more attacking ball this half, the Steelers. They just haven't had the, I guess, haven't cashed in as much as, you know, Pearl Jam. But good ball movement here. Shantomini's going to feed Sinclair's going to get him live. Yeah, just steps up really well. They just close space so well off the ball, Nacho.
Yeah, that's right, and there you see it, another defensive set. They work really hard for each other on the inside, and no surprises that they get it to the sideline nice and early, and then they'll just go 1, 2, 3 as there's a check off there. A little bit disjointed. Winger recovers for the play as they drive it over halfway. Just looking to complete sets by the looks of it now. The scoop play, looking for the short. Great touch there by Tormudi. Saves the day again for Steelers.
Yeah, man, that was huge from Shan. Massive touch, you know, backpedaling by Georgie's gassing it. So that's another big win there. A good work from, I just think, Cam McDonald, Norotomai or Rangitane. Yeah, man, that's effort there. Hopefully he's all right. That's effort. You know, you're up by 7 touchdowns. You dive to make a desperate touch. Yeah, man, that shows a little bit of the culture within the team. I think Nacho definitely wanted to work hard defensively for each other.
Yeah, that's right, and that's instilled in a club hit, as there's many players that may not play in their top team. They've come down and they're really putting their hand up, Pearl Jam, and they're just going to sweep into an attack play here. Steelers need to be on point here. Ryder Allen working hard. Late call into the Steelers side in the middle. Makes the touch there, pulls his corner. Great defense there, yep, knockdown. 6 more hika to Pearl Jam.
Yeah, kei aratu te poro I tēnei wā, no reire te iwi, aho iwa miniti e toi ana ki tēnei whiringa toa, e ka nui ngā mihi, ki ngā tō o ia reanga, ko te reanga hanumi, tāne wahi, no ngā taumata tahi me te rua, o tira, ko te reanga o ngā wahine, I tēnā he tēnā pakanga, he pakanga nui I wainga nui ngā kapa o pōti me te haukainga o Kaiawa I konei, kei runga noa atu. And speaking about all good and kei runga noa atu, just slicing up. I wouldn't say at will, but definitely getting such beautiful platforms, Nacho.
Yeah, defensively really hard against a team like Pearl Jam. If the support from the outside is not quite there as a middle, it's a hard place to defend. But there we go, another sound attacking play, and this Pearl Jam roller coaster just keeps going. Not only off the back of yards, but any recount on the line, they can be quite damaging, Hika.
Oh, ko te haumaru, mehe ngaru tēnei couple Pearl Jam, they're just rolling, they roll the sleeves up with their defence, they roll the sleeves up with the exiting. 8 touchdowns, you wouldn't, begrudge them if they wanted to move the ball a little bit more, and as we see, you're up 8 in the final, and you're probably feeling quite comfortable, to be fair, but when you look on the other side, E4 Jones and Love just really, you come through the hands, catch a pass here, just a nice little set in the middle. Sinclair comes through, Tōmuri, just trying to manipulate that defence. Yeah, off they go, through the hands. Oh, what a great, just Tamatea Winiana, I think, excellent work from him off the ball.
Yep, Jones inserting himself, asking the referee, pull them out of the 7 please, uses his footwork, looks to go over the top, knocked down by the winger, would have been a touchdown to the Steelers. Jones, very active on attack here, looking for every opportunity to get a touchdown here for his team, the Steelers. He'll be pulling out all the tricks in the bag. He's looking for a little wee 21 play, feeds the winger, looking for a dive. Did that winger defensively make the line? Logan Forrester said yes, he did. Jones continues to attack.
Great work on attack and defence. Trey having a little dig, and then Isaac stepping up and up to the task. E4 Jones here just comes to the short side. Isaac here. Just such a connected defensive unit, Nacho. And just for those young aspiring players out there, we watched some warm up here, and you can see the whanaungatanga amongst the team. The other team warmed up under the grandstand, but out they come. Multiple options through the field. Just great rhythm. They've got their rhythm again, and just taking their time as they march through the field. And they're not too phased. I feel they're just coming through, looking to complete some sets through the hands, and it's a completed set. It's been a little while since I've got down there over the last 3 sets, but man, Pearl Jam 10-2, massive scoreline in the final, Nacho.
Yeah, that's right. Steelers playing for pride now. As we 6 minutes to go, 10-2. It's a tough scoreline, whānau. Mō koutou e mātakitaki ana, those that are watching across the world. 8 tries is pretty difficult in any game, but as we close in with 5 minutes to go, here we go. Tawhiri Mason on the ball, using his footwork. Oh, with the big step off the left foot, with the defensive player reeling out the back. Great footwork from Tawhiri Mason. I tell you what, our spiritual leader of the Steelers, he's not giving up, Hika.
Tikatau, pai tērā, te oma, tītaha, Tawhiri Mason. Winding back the clock there with the right left wing bang as he goes through, and man, like you say, definitely giving it his all, but back adds that again. We've got Pearl Jam stepping up. Ezra's there, young, youthful, great feet, through the hands, check, catch, pass, touchdown in the corner, and a very, very disciplined performance. Me mihi, tino humari te tākoro, tēnei kapa, tēnei wharinga toa, me mihi ki te aho te tākoro, tēnei mea kiana ko ngā kumara, kāori e kore no tōna reka, tino humari e tēnei tū, e mihia.
Yeah, and as I'm seeing the Steelers players coming on for this tap-off, this is actually the grouping I've been looking to come on and play together. You've got Jones, you've got Robinson Bartlett coming into half, Tōmuri, Bartlett will look to get live. No, he's in the half. Here's Jones. Jones scheming on the short side, looking for the bounce play, the little in, knocked down by Pearl Jam, good defence.
Yeah, got a nice little look at that picture there. Ashton Robinson. He's in there with E4 Jones. Yeah, just nice and aggressive there. He just went to make it, definitely didn't, as they say, pull it out, touchdown. Tomori gets it straight back. They're just so good at moving this ball. Oh yeah, great touch. Good ball movement, all committed. And if you watch Georgie and them on the swing, when they come out make touches, they'll swing just before the line. So out he comes, he makes this one outside. It's a big win when you make it outside. They swing just before the line and they're on. And in tandem and in sync, Nacho.
Yeah, that's right. And as we see there, the referee, Logan Forrester, in full control of the field at the moment. These three referees with Cam and Alicia, keeping the teams well apart, letting them settle this. It's a well officiated game if you're not talking about the referees too much, apart from a mihi. So a big shout out to them as Pearl Jam continue to be clinical as they come through the middle of the field, Hika.
Yeah, and you've just seen some nice variation. It looks like the player overruns it, but it's obviously a call, or definitely multiple options and just being in tune. I'm getting them behind. Here comes Coops. And through he goes, man. And, the picture, to see a young boy like Cooper out there coming through and getting some great attack, it's just a, real compliment to the system that he stepped into. So, yeah, man, they're looking very, very, I just think a very well-oiled machine. And there we go, another touchdown, 12-2. Yeah, te kau ngā pero te rereke tanga I wainga nui ēnei kapa ngāchau. He aetahi kōrero.
Yeah, I tēnei wā hika, rua me te hawhi miniti e toi ana with 2.5 minutes to go. This game's done and dusted, but at 12-2. But look, I've watched the Steelers, although they're not going to get the victory in this tournament and go back-to-back at this Invitational, I've watched them through the tournament and I've got nothing but praise for the way that they've conducted themselves on and off the field. They've brought down the touch blacks, the New Zealand players that they can bring down. I've seen them picking up rubbish after the games. I've seen them down here helping across the board with the tournament, and kei konei rātou mo te kaupapa. It's easier to see that they're just not here for the touch tournament, but to support Neza, Kaiawa and all the sponsors and to help us in the South Island get touch back to where we used to be. So nothing but admiration and mihi for Steelers. Tāwhiri Mason, with your company, what a great job you've done.
Yeah, tautoko e rā kōrero, and it takes me back to when I remember MāORI's and teams, some teams just go there for the touch, the kāri puta mo te pōwhakanāha. But that's when you see kaupapa teams that are there for more than that. And e tautoko ana ngā mihi, o mihi ki te rā kapa. Great to see. And they've also brought down a mixture of players after this tournament. So, and I caught up with a couple of the Barbars players, and they just talked about just what the rewards that they're reaping, that Neza set up to open up this tournament to players from the North Island come here. They're slowly seeing the level of the local game lift because of this tournament. So ka nui ngā mihi. You're right, it does take a lot to get anyone down here from both these clubs. We've got the Empire Club also from Tokoroa. We've got a sprinkle of players that have come in from Kaiawa. And we've got different players from, they've travelled a long, long way. They've come up te Huarahi Matua, o te Poti, no Tahuna, no te Tauiho, te Waka. No reira, ka nui ngā mihi, kia koutou katoa kua kaha manaaki I tēnei kaupapa. Me hoki mai ki te whiringa toa, Nacho, 30 seconds remaining. They might get one more opportunity.
Yeah, and just on that, the player was offside and the pass hit the player retreating. He's lucky to stay on the field, but yeah, here they go, looking for one last crack at it with a dive. Alicia calls touch there, and Hika, I'll hand it over to you to close us off in this Kaiawa Invitational.
Tēnā tātou e te iwi, e haere taku hoa, ki te tukutaonga ki ngā kapa kua kaha tautoko. No reira, koera te whiringa tō I te iwi. Pearl Jam far too good, not only in this game but in this tournament. And they've gone back to back from Whakatane and they've come down here and taken out this title. So it's another title for their captain. No reira, te iwi, ka nui ngā mihi kia koutou, ko manaaki tēnei kaupapa, Kaiawa Invitational 2026. And if there's one mihi to go, it's a huge mihi to Naze. Ko ia te tangata, he's brought us all together under this beautiful haumaru, this beautiful korowai, a waroha so nei lorere te iwi, kia tau mai te MΑORI, kia tau mai te ngā manaakitanga, e rungi a tātou katoa, MΑORI ora.
It is really nice to drive around and see your signs, knowing that you are helping people upspec their lives.
Building a house is something you can be proud of and see it in a few years and go, yeah, we built that.
If you're given a Trident Homes franchise opportunity, the rewards are there.
It's a big step, but if you're going to do it with anyone, yeah, Trident's a really good choice.
I'm pretty confident you won't be disappointed.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land.
We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.